Route 88 anchors strong Glamorgan reply. Ben Stokes lit the touch paper again with Glamorgan the visitors on day one, but Durham may have felt they left a few runs out there when all out for 311, but they'd taken early wickets too. Glamorgan off to a poor start at 31 for 2.
Hello. You're right. Yeah. One, two.
Route 88 anchors strong Glamorgan reply. Ben Stokes lit the touch paper again with Glamorgan the visitors on day one, but Durham may have felt they left a few runs out there when all out for 311, but they'd taken early wickets too. Glamorgan off to a poor start at 31 for 2. There was only one more added to the total when Chris Rushworth had the captain David Lloyd out for 9, caught by Borthwick. Labuschagne and North East were pivotal to Glamorgan's win last week and had a bit of a recovery job on their hands. 50 runs up thanks to the former Hampshire man, but Durham soon had a fourth. Labuschagne trapped in front by rain and barely pausing to wait for the umpire's decision. North East was leading the fight back with Carlson alongside him, and the pair made their way to 100 runs with 4 from the number 5, who soon had his 50, scored off 64 balls and reached when he used the space in the leg side to pick up 2 more. He'd be out in the next over though, caught behind off Rushworth for 51. Glamorgan now 5 down and still over 200 behind. Cook and Carlson set about repairing the damage and managed to chip away at that deficit. With his 8th 4, Carlson calmly pushed Stokes to the ropes to bring up a 42-ball 50 and took Glamorgan to 150 in the process. They were halfway to parity at lunch, the score 155 for 5. They'd only added 1 run after the break when Potts' star continued to rise. Carlson bowled by a real beauty from the Durham seamer. He had Chris Cook too. This delivery not the best directed, but caught behind all the same. Root and Nisa put together the partnership Glamorgan were desperate for, stopping the hosts' momentum and playing their way beyond 200 runs, and then to a 50 partnership, brought up with Root's latest boundary. Some real stability now for Glamorgan, past 250 thanks to Root. And Nisa's hard work was rewarded. A lovely shot over mid-on took him to 50 off 71 balls. Their stand was worth 100, and Durham's total well within reach shortly before tea. Nisa was beaten before the break, LBW to rain for what could prove to be a crucial 62. He'd only started to take off his pads when Root went to his own half-century, his 7th boundary, the pick of the bunch, 50, scored off 86 balls. And when they reached tea, Glamorgan had breached 300. They were now just 6 behind their hosts, with 2 wickets in hand. Root was proving a tough nut to crack. Glamorgan moved into the lead with the number 8 joined by Tim van der Hoogten, and they shared a 50-run partnership, the mark reached by Billy Root. And he repeated the shot, this time to Rushworth, to put 350 on the board for Glamorgan. Rain brought an end to his innings on 88, Borthwick with the catch, the visitors down to their final wicket. And he'd wrap it up too, Glamorgan all out for 365, when Hogan looked to launch him, but only succeeded in seeing his stumps destroyed. The visitors lead 54 runs. Glamorgan had put a huge dent in Durham's hopes of fighting their way to the win. The visitors' score probably closer to par than their hosts, with one man the root of their difficulties. 88 the top score in the innings. Potts and Rain shared top billing with the ball, each with 4 for 61, coming from 20 overs. And Dixon fell cheaply at the start of the innings, the score 26 when he was out LBW for 16 to Hogan. Not the start Durham wanted. No night watchman yet for Durham. Peterson joined Lees fresh off the back of his first innings 78, but the task at hand was a little different and he couldn't make it to stumps, out-bowled by Nisa, off stump tumbling with 10 balls left in the day. Potts emerged to see out what remained and stayed with Lees through to the close. Glamorgan finishing the day the happier of the two teams, their lead now just 15, but they'd picked up 2 key wickets already. Durham won't be too disheartened, not yet anyway. They boast an impressive middle order, with last season's top scorer David Bedingham and the England captain Ben Stokes, 2 men that could fight back effectively on day 3 at the Riverside.
Well, Ben, you had Glamorgan on the ropes this afternoon, 40 overs in, 7 down, looked like you were going to have a sizable lead, and then the pressure just seemed to evaporate. It's a bit of a familiar story this season.
Yeah, I think we felt pretty confident going into that middle session, thinking we were going to have a bit of a lead, but they batted quite well, we didn't bowl that well, and the game kind of turned on us there, so disappointing, but it's turning into a better pitch. It's a good pitch now, and we'll back ourselves to have a good batting day 3, put ourselves ahead of the game.
What's the situation with the bowling this year? Is the ball different? Are the pitches too dry? Why is taking wickets so hard, do you think?
We've played on some pretty flat pitches, and the balls are definitely different. We haven't been told anything about it, but there's a noticeable difference on the seam. The amount of times you have to replace them and stuff. They're not the best quality this year, I've found, but we're playing on some good pitches and against good batters. So there's a bit of a change to that, and you see that with the runs up and down the country, it has been more batter friendly. I guess they want for Test cricket, which is good. It sees which bowlers are suitable for Test cricket and that, and I think it makes for a better standard, if I'm honest. So I'm a supporter. Not necessarily good for my wicket tally, but I think it's good for the game.
Oh, you're talking of Test cricket, and
Telly?
we believe that Matthew Potts is on the England radar anyway. This afternoon, the first reports have started to appear in national newspapers that he could be called up for a Test debut. He's taken 28 wickets this season. He's the leading wicket taker in the country. Crucially, getting the wicket of Kieran Carlson first ball after lunch, put you in a good position. Then Chris Cook, he's having a blinder, isn't he?
Oh, he is. I think he's showed signs of being very good, but this show has been unbelievable. And to be honest with you, I think for me the hat that it really stood out at Sussex on a really flat deck. The way he bowled it, Pajara there was Test cricket. He ran down the hill there. He bowled quick, he bowled heavy, and he did it all day. For me he's been brilliant all year. But for me, I was standing there thinking, I think this lad's ready for Test cricket. And not that I'm sure Stokes has been impressed with what he's seen. He's bowled brilliantly in the last 2 games, but he's just on fire. He's bowled phenomenally, to be honest with you. You just got to tip your hat when someone's bowling like that. It's quite exciting to see a young lad coming through like that, and I hope he does get picked. I honestly think he deserves it, to be honest.
He's filled out a little bit this year, but he seems a bit quicker as well, doesn't he?
Oh, he's an athlete. He's a phenomenal performer in the gym, and that he takes that all very serious, and he's getting his rewards because not necessarily his strength and stuff like that, but it's his 6th game on the bounce, 6 weeks. He's clocked a remarkable amount of overs, so he's shown he's got the game for Test cricket, but he's also got the temperament. He's also got the physical qualities to last in Test cricket on good pitches. So if I was a selector, he's definitely on my radar, and I firmly think he deserves the selection, to be honest.
It's Friday the 13th today. Spooky things. You and Matty Potts, 20 overs each, 2 maidens, 4 for 61.
I'll take that, to be fair, because he's been bowling mint, so if I'm anywhere near him, I'll take that.
But the exact same figures, incredibly weird.
It's good, both had a nice day, didn't we?
Yeah. Now, the nature of the game's changed this afternoon. I think Durham certainly had the better of day 1. I think Glamorgan will feel quite pleased with the position they're in day 2. Durham 2 wickets down and still 15 behind.
Absolutely. It's been 2 very different days, but we're hoping to do that in day 3, flip it back onto our side. We have a good day with the bat. We set up a good chase, and I think there is a bit of green in the pitch, but it is getting a bit better. But hopefully you see a bit more of that unusual bounce that's been. So we've had some roll on the ground, we've had some high bounce. So if we can have a bit more into that into the 4th innings, if we can get a decent total on the board, it's going to be quite tough to chase. So it's all on tomorrow. It's a big day tomorrow, moving day 3, and we're confident that we can get the runs we need.
In order to get a lead in which you can defend, you're going to have to bat most of tomorrow, aren't you?
Oh yeah, you'd think so. But it's been quite a quick scoring pitch. It's quite, it's a massive outfield, but it's not running that fast. But it's been quite a quick scoring ground. So if you bat a good couple of sessions on there, you get a good lead. So that's what we're hoping to do, and that's what we're planning to do.
Here in national newspapers that he could be called up for a Test debut. He's taken 28 wickets this season. He's the leading wicket taker in the country. Crucially, getting the wicket of Kieran Carlson first ball after lunch, put you in a good position. Then Chris Cook, he's having a blinder, isn't he?
Oh, he is. I think he's showed signs of being very good, but this show has been unbelievable. And to be honest with you, I think for me the hat that it really stood out at Sussex on a really flat deck. The way he bowled it, Pajara there was Test cricket. He ran down the hill there. He bowled quick, he bowled heavy, and he did it all day. For me he's been brilliant all year. But for me, I was standing there thinking, I think this lad's ready for Test cricket. And not that I'm sure Stokes has been impressed with what he's seen. He's bowled brilliantly in the last 2 games, but he's just on fire. He's bowled phenomenally, to be honest with you. You just got to tip your hat when someone's bowling like that. It's quite exciting to see a young lad coming through like that, and I hope he does get picked. I honestly think he deserves it, to be honest.
He's filled out a little bit this year, but he seems a bit quicker as well, doesn't he?
Oh, he's an athlete. He's a phenomenal performer in the gym, and that he takes that all very serious, and he's getting his rewards because not necessarily his strength and stuff like that, but this is his 6th game on the bounce, 6 weeks. He's clocked a remarkable amount of overs, so he's shown he's got the game for Test cricket, but he's also got the temperament. He's also got the physical qualities to last in Test cricket on good pitches. So if I was a selector, he's definitely on my radar, and I firmly think he deserves the selection, to be honest.
It's Friday the 13th today. Spooky things. You and Matty Potts, 20 overs each, 2 maidens, 4 for 61.
I'll take that, to be fair, because he's been bowling mint, so if I'm anywhere near him, I'll take that.
The exact same figures. Incredibly weird.
Good high, yeah. Both had a nice day, didn't we?
Yeah. Now, the nature of the game's changed this afternoon. I think Durham certainly had the better of day one. I think Glamorgan will feel quite pleased with the position they're in day two, and Durham 2 wickets down and still 15 behind.
Absolutely. I say it's been 2 very different days, but we hope we can take that into day 3, flip it back onto our side. We have a good day with the bat. We set up a good chase, and I think there is a bit of green in the pitch, but it is getting a bit better. But hopefully you see a bit more of that unusual bounce. We've had some roll on the ground, we've had some high bounce, so if we can have a bit more into that into the 4th innings, if we can get a decent total on the board, it's going to be quite tough to chase. So it's all on tomorrow. It's a big day tomorrow, moving day 3, and we're confident that we can get the runs we need.
In order to get a lead in which you can defend, you're going to have to bat most of tomorrow, aren't you?
Oh yeah, you'd think so. But it's been quite a quick scoring pitch. It's quite, it's a massive outfield, but it's not running that fast. But it's been quite a quick scoring ground. So if you bat a good couple of sessions on there, you get a good lead. So that's what we're hoping to do, and that's what we're planning to do.
That was Ben Rain. We had a good day, didn't we? He says. Well, they did with the ball, but as he said, the bowling after lunch wasn't the best, and Glamorgan were able to fight back thanks to the exploits of Billy Root, who got 88 on his recall to the team. And having me and Martin Emerson spoken to Ben Rain, Nick Webb spoke to Billy Root.
It's about as decent a return to the first team as you could have hoped for, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. It's always nice to be involved, and it's always frustrating when you get left out, but that's the reality of cricket. So to come back in and score a few runs was nice, and just to spend time out there with Ness and Tim, I really enjoyed today. Yeah.
163 for 7. Looked in a bit of a hole. What was the tactics in digging yourself out?
Just talked about building partnerships, small targets to begin with, and then, as the day got on and the wicket was pretty good, we thought, let's just keep pressing on, keep going, keep chipping away at the deficit, and just see where we can get to. 200
for the last 3 wickets. A lead looked pretty improbable at one stage. How do you see the state of the game at the moment?
Yeah, pretty good day. 2 contrasting days, really. This time last night we'd lost 2 early ones, and they have now, so it's very much in a balance still, but we're very pleased with the day, and so hopefully more joy tomorrow.
Tell us about the wicket, because there's been the odd one keeping low. Durham tried to bang it in a bit at times, but you look relatively untroubled for most of your time in the middle.
It's a good surface, but I think if we can put the ball in the right area often enough tomorrow, we'll get our rewards.
And for yourself, is it a feeling of relief being back in the first team and in the runs?
Yeah, of course. Sitting on the sidelines isn't easy, but I just got to keep working hard and keep going, I suppose. Just keep knocking on the door if I'm not in, and hopefully when I get a chance I can have more days like today.
And obviously there's been a vacancy at opener, which Andrew Salt has done his best to fill, that not necessarily a role that you'd see for yourself?
That's out of my control, so I'm just interested in when it's my time to go in, just play as well as I can, and that's where I am to get, turn games around for Glamorgan, or, if we're in a strong position, make it even stronger.
So Billy Ruth there, and talking to Nick yesterday. So then, Nick, where are we with this game, do you think?
I think I'm a little bit more optimistic than you are about the possibility of a result. The pitch may deteriorate a little bit. As you say, it is difficult to get 20 wickets with the reduced seam on the ball this season. And unfortunately, Glamorgan are pretty likely to be a bowler down. We assume that Tim van der Hoogten's not going to bowl again in this game, though he was moving reasonably well with the bat. a little collapse here and there, and just one bad session with the bat from either side, and I think we could see a positive result before tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the possibility of a Durham win. I think that scenario is now the less of the scenarios, I would say, given the fact that Durham would have to bat all day today really to set themselves enough of a total, and then try and bowl the team out tomorrow, which they haven't done yet this season. And again, they're talking about flat tracks and how difficult it is to take wickets.
Yep, that's true. Glamorgan's batting has been fallible once or twice. Well, the first innings against Durham in Cardiff wasn't great. Had a couple of bad days against Middlesex, but they've had more positive days recently. So had a go at 330 in 55 at Derby. So yeah, I think there will be some positive efforts to win the game by one side or the other, or even both tomorrow. May well be in a position to get a positive finish as umpires Wharf and Middlebrook stride out towards the middle as the roller finishes its work. Stumps in place. And
it was interesting, Ben Rain's observations on the ball, and it is something that we've been talking about. The amount of times the balls are being changed this year. The last thing about 30 overs ago, there's not much of a seam on them, so it's harder, they're saying, for the bowlers to take wickets, and the pitches are flat as well, and it's dry, so nothing's going really in the favour of the bowlers generally. Certainly not Durham's bowlers anyway, but looking around the country, there's been lots of high scoring games again this week, just like last week, and the double hundreds we're seeing, the back-to-back centuries we're seeing.
Yep, lots of runs around, lots of high scoring, particularly in the first division at the moment. And this match has been something of an outlier in this round, because Division 1 huge scores, Division 2 more batters than bowlers doing well. Here it's been a reasonably even contest, but a lot will be on Glamorgan's opening bowlers, Hogan and Nisa, because of the absence of Van der Hoogten and the fact that they've gone into this game with one fewer bowler than last week. So it'll need a big performance from one of those opening bowlers and others to chip in, like Lloyd, Labuschagne, Gorvin and Salter. As the ball is lobbed to Kieran Carlson, and it will be Michael Hogan to bowl the first over of the morning. By the look of it, Andrew Gorvin had a couple last night, so his name will probably come down off the board. And it'll be Hogan to open up, and the first ball will be delivered to the night watchman, Matty Potts. And to Martin's great displeasure, we've had night watchmen on both nights so far.
So Potts, who could well be on the verge of an England call-up for his bowling, not his batting, is facing as Hogan comes in. Right arm over from the Finkel end, and that's down the leg side to the keeper.
Yes, made his international debut in the one-day side. Kaz, his colleague, made his international debut in the one-day side last season in Cardiff. Will Potts be joining him in Senior England shirt in Lords on June the 2nd.
Hogan in, defended.
Update for BBC Radio Newcastle to follow. Just the two slips, reasonably containing field for Glamorgan, 5 saving the single.
In comes Hogan again, defended, bounces down towards the slip cordon and then bounces out the hands of second slip and away for a single.
Yeah, just chopping down on that one quite late. Matty Potts. Sam Northeast got a hand to it, but it was tidied up by skipper David Lloyd. James Harris continues to do all the sub-fielding duties for Tim van der Hoogten. Thought he might have passed some of those on to McIlroy and or Wheel, who were with the squad.
Hogan in, defended by Lees, who's on 12.
Well, at least McIlroy is still around. I saw him last night. Presume Wheel is still in the group, despite touch of unwellness. He was spotted ferrying drinks at one point yesterday. Thought Glamorgan might have brought up one of their academy kids to do the fielding, since they knew that there'd be quite a lot of it, but James Harris is at mid-on at the moment.
Hogan to Lees. Played out through towards square leg. Collected by Kieran Carlson, but a single for Durham. Update coming shortly.
Yeah, lovely weather today.
I wonder whether we could get the window open and let some warmth in. We're always in the shadows of this room. Last ball of the over. Hogan to Potts, pushed out towards point no run there, end of the over. The only time you see the sun here is right in the height of the summer on an evening during a T20. That's when it gets round in front of us. Here's the update. Yes, well, Durham now moved on to 41 for 2 at the end of the first over of the day's play, so they've had 2 runs in that over. Alex Lee's on 13, and Matty Potts, the night watchman, is on 3. All eyes are on Potts for his bowling this year. He's the leading wicket taker in the country, and could be on the verge of an England call-up. The test side for the first test against New Zealand will be announced next week, but as things stand, it's all about him trying to eat up some time in the middle with the bat today. So Durham at the moment 41 for 2. They're 13 behind. There's commentary on BBC Cricket website and the Sport app.
So it'll be Michael Nisa to run in towards us from the Lumley end and bowl to Lees, who plays out into the covers, and there is no run. Plenty of batting to come, of course, with everyone shuffling down one. Borthwick, Bedingham, a lad called Stokes, Eckersley.
Can you still hear output? Can you hear this?
No, I've turned it down.
You remember? Wasn't this song off Crocodile Dundee? You remember it? I'm trying to remember who sang it now. Hey, you there with a sad face.
We've got an Aussie bowling anyway. Michael Nisa playing that one out on the leg side is Alex Lees.
Mental as anything.
I was trying to remember. Yeah, they were.
No, that wasn't out in 1981, was it? I thought it was a lot later than that.
Yeah, I'd have thought a bit later than that. There we are. 41 for 2 Durham on this fine morning as Nisa comes in, bowls to Lees, who pushes defensively up to mid-off.
That's going to be a earworm all day now, isn't it? I think it must be an 80s show we have on this morning.
There we are. Remind me, I've got to do a Radio Wales update at the midday. Thereafter, it's under negotiation. 41 for 2.
1985, apparently.
Yeah, that sounds more like it. Nisa is bowling just outside off stump. Lees is shouldering arms, and through it's gone to Chris Cook. Hello. Where's David Lloyd? Has he been ousted from first slip by Marnus? What's going on? Labuschagne and North East are the slips at the moment. As Nisa is in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Lees, no shot played. Hogan is at third man. Gorvin's at fine leg, grazing quietly just to our right in front of the County Durham stand. Salter at point. As Nisa runs towards us and bowls, and forward comes Lees and drives gently back to the bowler. No run. 41 for 2 at the end of a maiden over. Just trying to spot the captain. The ball was lobbed to Kieran Carlson at the start of play. I'll work on that one.
Hogan to start the third over of the day from the Finkel end. He bowls, played down into the ground by Potts, who hasn't got a clue where the ball's gone. He's looking all over the place, and it's just gone off towards short leg. No run. If he does get a call up to England, very much well deserved, I would say, and that's quite a little boon for his former school, St Robert of Newminster School in Washington, who are quite well known for their sports facilities and whatnot, because Jordan Pickford, the England goalkeeper, went there as well, and of course he started his career with Sunderland before moving to Everton. 41 for 2. Hogan in, bowls, defended, and that runs back up towards the bowler's end. No run. You were talking about Whitchurch School the other day, weren't you, and its famous sporting alumni?
Yep, middle of, well, fairly central in Cardiff, and it's the biggest school in Wales in terms of numbers, but Geraint Thomas, Sam Warburton, Gareth Bale and Kieran Carlson. Who may well be in charge of Glamorgan at the moment, because I can't see Lloyd.
Hogan in, bowls, fended away one-handed this time by Potts onto the leg side.
Just trying to identify the fielder down at third man in the extreme distance. I suspect it's either Wheel or McIlroy. Could have two subs on.
Potts is on 3. He's out probably now. Yes, he is. Plump. Absolutely plump.
Pushing forward, everyone went up, and Potts is out. So 30, number 35 he is. It's 41 for 3. Numbers flashing all over the board. 18 balls he faced. Argue he did his job. Survived last night.
I just don't
Martin
see
is not
see
impressed.
the point, because why does the next batsman, the number 4 batsman, not come out and bat last night? Because he's gone out, he's gone now, right? He could probably get you runs further down the order.
Yeah.
What if number 4 comes in now at number 5 and is out straight away? Then you've absolutely gained no benefit whatsoever. So he gets a round of applause as he heads back up the steps for 3 runs from 18 deliveries. Durham, by the way, are 3 down, and they're still 13 behind at 41 for 3. And this looks like it could be a wicket maiden. 2 balls left to go in it. Scott Borthwick, the skipper, coming out now. Durham need a big partnership here. Goes without saying, really. He's met on the corner of the square by Alex Lees, who gives him a little punch of the gloves.
And just send a couple of messages. and see if I have any information about David Lloyd and his whereabouts. I'll confirm for you the other subfielder. I think it's McIlroy, but he is miles away. Number 35 is Jamie McIlroy, the left arm seamer.
I think it was Ian Blackwell. I'm sure it was. If it was within 9 overs of the end of the day's play, he wouldn't come out and bat. Which to me seemed like quite a big chunk of play. Hogan round the wicket now to Scott Borthwick, the left-hander. It's a short one. Borthwick drags it down into the ground to square leg. He was looking to try and find long leg there, but I think that's probably come off the splice of the bat.
So the absence of David Lloyd is obviously minus the captain, but also minus another seam bowler. So the backup seam is Gorvin and Labuschagne as things stand.
Yeah, Durham need to bear that in mind, don't they? That Tim van der Houten can't bowl. So Hogan in. Nice little flick down to fine leg for 4 from Scott Borthwick. He's off the mark with a decent shot. And listen to that. That sounds like a decent crowd, doesn't it?
Yeah, healthy numbers. Could do with a few more young voices. Kids are allowed in free, gratis and for nothing today. 45 for 3 then. Still 9 runs in arrears, having lost the night watchman, Matty Potts. And Michael Neser will come in to bowl to Lees, who pushes forward back to the bowler. No run. Ball bounces gently up to Harris at mid-on, doing his best to G people up. Matthew Maynard is having a tactical chat, or passing the time of day, with Andrew Gorvin at fine leg. Can't quite pick up their conversation from here. As the next delivery is driven nicely through the offside by Lees. There's a chase for Hogan and he picks it up well on the run, gets his throw heading back in quickly. It wasn't quite on target, but it was enough to deter them from coming back for a second run. So it's all hands to the pump for Glamorgan. Look as though they're 2 bowlers down today. James Wheel was ruled out of this match, feeling rough. David Lloyd did mention in passing that 1 or 2 others were not feeling at peak fitness, and if he's succumbed to some bug as well. Neser is in, bowls outside off stump. Lee's Borthwick shoulders arms. 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment, which should speed things up slightly. Glamorgan's over rate. Is that minus or plus 1?
+1, I think.
+1?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see that very often. It's in fairly small writing at the bottom of the board, and
That reminds me of that Zanussi advert.
as that one's taken the shoulder of the bat and flown past the slips. Hogan has picked that one up on the run as well. He's doing some charging around as Michael Hogan at third man. Stopped that one just inside the boundary on the run, and it wasn't under control from Borthwick, but he gets a single. It's 47 for 3, 7 in arrears.
Yeah, it's +1. Yeah, what was that advert?
Zanussi ad.
Yeah, it was. They were looking inside a washing machine, weren't they? And How often do you see quality like that, Brian? And you don't see that very often.
I was thinking more of the former sponsors of the competition. As forward comes Lees and defends.
Oh, yeah.
Should have gone to.
Maybe that's where Dominic Cummings went wrong.
He was looking for the beer and curry, obviously. 47 for 3. As Nisa, who, despite being slightly frayed round the edges, is set for a big workload today, is into bowl to Lees, who works him down into the gully. Salter fields, no run. 47 for 3 at the end of Nisa's over. Night watchman Matty Potts is the man who's gone. If you have just joined us a few minutes late, where have you been? What do you mean it's the weekend? We're bringing you all the action through till 6:30, whenever, on BBC Sport Online.
Went into local restaurant last night for some scran. Bumped into one of my old school pals, Claire, who's one of my best mates when we were younger, and saw Mum and Dad. I hadn't seen them for about 20 odd years. So it was all our yesterdays last night. Hogan to bowl his where's he gone? 8th over, defended by Borthwick. So we've got 2 for 25 so far, Hogan. Borthwick 5 from 5, so he just has a strike rate of 100. We have had an email. Greetings.
Is it a long one?
It's from Paul, so no.
It's
Paul
not
Wilson.
from your War and Peace correspondent then.
And Bernard, if you're listening, come on.
Keep them snappy.
Yeah, keep them snappy, Bernard. And we're talking about word count.
A quick gag, and get off.
Yeah. Hogan round the wicket from the Finkel end. He bowls, punched into the ground and up and over point by Scott Borthwick. He's going to get 2 runs here. Andrew Salter fielding there, has to chase it all the way towards the castle boundary. 50 runs for Durham, but they are 3 down, 18.2 overs.
Player Pompey says, I agree with Martin about the use of tail-enders as night watchmen, but Jason Gillespie did make 201 not out for Australia.
That was against Bangladesh, who were very much in the infancy of their test careers at the time. He does mention it if you ask him about it, Jason. He will. It does get brought up over a pint every now and then. Hogan comes in and bowls. That's through to the keeper. He's a lovely lad, Jason. And, when he was coaching Yorkshire, he became really good pals with Dave Callaghan, our colleague who was the Yorkshire commentator, who sadly died 3 years ago. And as he was coming to the end of his Yorkshire tenure, Jason's wife and children moved back to Adelaide to tie in with the start of a new school year, so they gave up the house they'd been living in Wetherby, and Jason ended up renting a room in the pub next to Callie's house. And we went there one night for quiz night as Hogan comes in and bowls. Lees flicks this off his thigh, and it might be a leg bye. This has gone down towards fine leg. It will be a leg bye. So there was Durham were at Yorkshire. It was towards the end of the season, so it was a Wednesday night at the. There was a pub called the Barleymow or something in Wetherby. Anyway, went along. Dave Townsend was with us as well, and apparently what used to happen was Callie would finish his tea, and then he would ring Jason to say he was ready for a pint, and then there'd be a race from Callie's back door and Jason's bedroom to see who would get to the bar first. So Hogan comes in and bowls, defended by Borthwick. So Callie would come out the side gate of his house and straight into the front door of the pub. Jason had 2 flights of stairs to come down. Anyway, we got to the pub this night, and Callie said, Emma's lad, we've got a problem. And so what's wrong, Davey said. The Ramblers, they've got some they've brought in what do you call people who are ringers? Yeah, they've brought in some ringers. They've got some librarians in the team. I said, oh, then we'll probably be all right. Hogan to Borthwick defends. Anyway, we came 5th, so there you go.
Yeah, it's probably the.
That's the bit where you say how many teams were there, and I tell you there were 5. We really weren't very good.
Oh dear. Well, my daughter is in a pub team that terrorises the pubs of South London. Basically, they go and have a free evening out most weeks because they usually win it.
Yeah.
And they get a tag to go back and have a meal or several pints the next week.
Where's that then? Balham or somewhere? Where do they go?
Oh, various pubs, I think. She lives in Brixton.
All right.
But various places. I think they have to vary it a bit so they don't get banned, you know. Here comes Nisa and is into bowl. Short pitch ball that Lee's ducks underneath.
Is Brixton still up and coming, or is it up now?
It's pretty vibrant.
Yeah. I mean, I get the train through past there occasionally. It always looks really busy. What's there's a big isn't there? Is it the Brixton Ballroom? What's the place where the bands play there?
There's the Academy.
The Academy.
Yeah,
that might have been the old ballroom.
I saw Of Monsters and Men there.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, great! My kids love them.
Nisa is into bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through.
The oldest two sang their song that was a bit of a hit a few years ago. They sang it on stage at school.
Oh right.
It was a great album, that.
Bit of Icelandic mysticism. They went a bit mainstream by about their 3rd or 4th album. Sort of, they could have been anyone really. It was a bit disappointing because they broke through because they were a bit weird. Or at least to a British audience they looked weird. Probably looked perfectly normal to an Icelandic one. As Nisa is in to bowl to Lees, who plays no shot. In fact, he plays no shot with the absolute minimum of effort. He lifted his bat up and that was about it.
Just went past the off stump as well. Little Talks was the song. Great song, that. I mean, I will take responsibility for my kids' musical taste because they basically listen to what I put on in the car or in the house.
It's the trouble these days on a family get-together. There has to be very careful negotiation about what all of us want to listen to. Nisa is in and bowls, and Lees runs that one down to Hogan at 3rd man. This time it's a rather more gentle piece of fielding than his last couple in that vicinity, and Durham tick up to 52 for 3. They are 2 runs behind. Yeah, lovely day for playing conditions. As club teams around the country probably heading off to their matches around now. As Nisa steams in and Borthwick turns the bat on that one, flicks it down towards fine leg, and Gorvin has some way to make, gets his throw in, but they're safely back for a second run. That was good positive running. Gorvin on the boundary had about 30 metres or so to make. It was played fairly gently, so it was trickling towards him. And it was 2 runs, which levels the scores. Glamorgan, if there was any doubt about it, but there wasn't really. We'll have to bat again.
Just looking to see what gigs are on next week. Travis are playing at the Roundhouse next Friday.
As that's a lovely drive from Borthwick for no runs. Sorry about the anticlimax for Durham supporters listening.
Straight to the field.
But, well, not straight. He had to make a bit of a dive there. But it deserved some runs. Didn't get any. 54 for 3. Scores level.
Boney M are playing. Alt J. Oh, now then. Now that's next Wednesday night at the O2 Academy in Brixton. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, you're down in the big smoke next week, aren't you?
Lindsay Buckingham. That's next week on Sunday. Sunderland's Emily Sandé. That's a week on Sunday.
Is that her official title around these parts?
Yeah. Well, South Shields claim her as well. I think she was born in Sunderland but lived in South Shields. Her mother and father met at Sunderland Uni when they were doing degrees.
Uh-huh.
So I think she's the Vice Chancellor of Sunderland Uni now as well. And she recently played at the new Fire Station Theatre in Sunderland when it opened.
Remembering her roots then.
Yeah. Alt J are on twice next week.
Kieran Carlson with a pat to Michael Hogan, pat on the back, and you're on for 20 more overs, mate.
Yes, good luck. Hogan in, balls. It's left alone by Lees. That was quite tight to the stumps and nearly brushed the pads on the way through. And Michael Hogan's retiring at the end of this year, and I said to him, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to be a dad. He said, I'm going to do the school run and pick the kids up and make meals and do stuff around the house and be there. I have to say I sort of empathised with him, because at the end of the cricket season every year I normally take October off, and it is nice to be able to just do the simple things like the school run and be there for tea and things. Hogan in. This is pushed by Lees off to point.
Yeah, it's problematic for every working parent, isn't it? Especially if you spend half your time away from home like cricketers do.
Oh, I'm stuck for choice here because Warpaint are playing next Wednesday at the Roundhouse in Jewel Farm.
Bit alternative.
Tony Hadley, go back down the 80s route.
Oh, don't tell my wife about that. She'll be down there.
Hogan comes in and bowls. It's a leg stump Yorker dug out by Lees off towards deep square leg for one. Was it true by Spandau Ballet, or was it true or
True
gold?
or gold?
Yeah.
Well, one of them was written about Claire Grogan.
Huh?
By Gary Kemp. Because he fancied her.
Easter during lockdown 2 years ago, I was DJing on the radio and playing some songs, and one of the lads messaged to say, Peter Scott messaged to say he was missing his girlfriend. He was at his house in Whitbird and she was in South Shields. Of course, they couldn't see each other because of lockdown. And as Hogan comes in, right arm over, defended. So he said, could you give a mention to Julie and just say I'm missing her? And so she was obviously listening as well. So I said, this is from Peter for Julie, and I played, I think it was True by Spandau Ballet, and immediately two messages appeared on the screen in front of me. One from him saying she hates this song, and one from her saying I hate this song.
Brilliant.
Ruined the moment. Hogan in. Oh, it's a full-length delivery. Now that's a weird looking little moment there, because Borthwick's trying to drive at a Yorker and it's looped up over his head. He looked round and it's gone over his shoulders and his head and landed behind him and just missed the stumps. And he didn't know where it was. Heart in mouth moment for the batsman there.
Well, he was playing a cover drive and the ball's ended up about 2 yards in the direction of leg slip. Very strange.
Hogan probing that bottom of the stump line, isn't he? The Yorker length delivery. 55 for 3 here on the BBC. Half an hour of play so far as Hogan comes in again and bowls. Driven by Borthwick. It's missed in the covers. That's a nice shot. Should go for 4. Timed it well, and it is. It's 4 down to our right hand side. Who's the one who missed that one then? Should have stopped that, really.
That was Root with the dive, I think.
Yeah,
it was
through his hands, didn't it? Do you think it was just beyond his grasp?
I thought it might have been, yeah.
I thought he was going to get it.
Gorvin, in the end, has to go and get it from underneath the covers. 59 for 3, 5 runs ahead. So at least you managed to unite that young couple, even if it was in hatred for record. Ben Bonney asks, is Carlson skippering today? Yep. Great experience for him with the likes of Cook and North East around him. Indeed, he's got plenty of experience to call on, but he's a confident young chap, so sure he won't be worried.
A cup-winning skipper as well.
Indeed, thank you for mentioning that. It's very kind of you. And he's brought Andrew Gorvin on relatively early in proceedings.
Durham have been through this twice in recent matches. They lost Liam Travaskis to concussion against Notts here, so first day he got hit in the head twice while he was batting and then had to withdraw from the game. So a key bowler down. In the following game at Sussex, Chris Rushworth got hit in the head at the end of day 1 and was knocked over. Managed to bowl 3 or 4 overs and then basically couldn't take part in the game anymore.
Here's Gorvin, right arm medium pace around the wicket, and it's driven back to him. The first ball from Alex Lees, but didn't they manage to find sort of decent bowling replacements?
Yeah, but I mean, Ollie Gibson was the replacement for Rushworth, who's just in the start of his career, really.
Yeah.
And it was George Drizzell who replaced Travaskis, who's only had a handful of first-class games as well.
As that is driven gently by Lees up to mid-off, and there's no run. Be problematic if Glamorgan suffered a concussion injury during the course of this match, because if they lost a batter, for example, the 3 extra players are all sort of bowling all-rounders or bowlers. Gorvin is in to bowl, and forward comes Lees.
It's a strange game, isn't it, that you know, if somebody gets injured during the match, they can't be replaced unless it's a concussion. Here we are in 2022. I mean, didn't they introduce substitutes in football in the 60s or something? Paul Wilson emailed ages ago, "Hi Marty and Nick, greetings from a fairly sunny and warmish Costa del Hartlepool."
Gorvin bowls and Lees drives up to mid-off, no run.
He says, "A poor performance with the ball yesterday afternoon. Hopefully the batters can get on with scoring plenty of runs to set up a grandstand finish tomorrow, but I fear yet another draw. Hopefully I am wrong and a Durham victory appears. I should be with you until 6 o'clock today, apart from nipping out of the chippy around 11:30ish before going out to watch an 80s band called 8 T's. Have fun."
Next ball driven back to Gorvin by Lees. 5 dot balls.
That's clever what they've done there then. So they're basically from T side, so they've used T's and
right,
an 8,
T's,
so 8 T's.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yep, geography and chronology as well. Neil Thornycroft, good morning Neil, he's a regular listener viewer. He's in Tenerife at the moment, sunny but windy. As Lees drives straight, Carlson fields running round from cover, and it's a maiden over to Andy Gorvin. He says he's trying to get his son James interested, not really succeeding, but a great performance so far. James, this is what it's all about. County Championship cricket, day 3, tense battle. Durham effectively 5 for 3, but Glamorgan 2 bowlers down.
I wonder if there's cricket leagues in Tenerife. There might be. We were there a few weeks ago when we did the cruise. That was our first stop, Santa Cruz to Tenerife up in the north. And I went to this palm tree plantation which had basically been planted on what had been a tip. But there was palm trees from all over the world. One of them, they said it takes about 80 years for this tree to flower and then it dies.
Oh.
And it was just about to flower. Salter's going to bowl some spin here by the looks of things.
Neil says David Shepherd on one leg would have loved it. A screenshot of the fact that a few minutes ago Lancashire were 444 for 4 against Yorkshire.
Where did David Shepherd live?
Devon?
Devon, wasn't it? Yeah. Salter right arm round, bowling to Borthwick, who cuts at that one and plays it back up to Hogan at mid-off. Salter's 7 for, what was it,
45?
45 against Durham, his best career figures. Off spinner, right arm round, flights that in towards the leg stump, stabbed away by Borthwick. He got among the Durham batsmen on the final morning as Durham were trying to tee up a run chase for Glamorgan in a rain-affected game. They lost 108 overs and they opted to slog, and he took full advantage with 7 for 45 as Borthwick defends this one on middle stump.
The likelihood of a repeat of that slogging is nil.
Bernard sent an email which is actually only 3 paragraphs.
Well done, Bernard.
Well done, Bernard. Salter in again. Finkel end bowls, whipped away off the back foot by Borthwick out at deep mid wicket for 1. He says the promise of day 2 immediately after lunch became a huge disappointment as a record partnership later in the innings turned the match slightly in the favour of Glamorgan. However, I always try to be positive and optimistic, he says. So let's hope Durham can learn and copy their opponents, hopefully wrestling the advantage back in their direction. Salter in again, bowls defended by Lees, no run. He says with a slight change in the ball, batsmen are scoring more per wicket this season. But has that yet resulted in some new highest partnerships this season? Durham got very close to one against Sussex. There's been lots of records falling partnership-wise this year. Lee's down the track, thumps the ball back to Salter. One bounce into his right hand, end of the over. 60 for 3. Durham lead by 6. He said Durham got very close to one against Essex. Obviously Surrey set their own record yesterday, so will this trend continue this season? If it does, bowlers won't be getting easy wickets at all. Dan Norcross, who is a commentator on Test Match Special, very much a big Surrey fan, and he's complaining this morning that a London cricketing podcast that he normally takes part in with Steve Finn and whatnot, they're talking about technical issues and not allowing him on air. So he said this is cancel culture in full swing, and I said, well, what you should do is, like all the other people who claim they've been cancelled, is talk about it on the radio, on the telly, in the newspapers and any other platforms you've got.
Yes,
and he said he intends to. So he's already lined up Newsnight and he's hoping to get on Fighting Talk on 5 Live.
Gorvin is in bowls, and it's flicked off his legs by Borthwick down to Hogan, who's now at fine leg, and they'll take a single. 61 for 3, 7 in the lead. Yes, it's a bit of a contradiction in terms, isn't it? People complaining in public that they've been cancelled, because if they had been cancelled properly, then you wouldn't be able to hear them talk about it.
Yeah.
As Gorvin is in to bowl to Lees, who turns this off his legs to Root, who doesn't feel cleanly but stops a run at mid-wicket.
And when people are asked for examples of cancel culture, they generally can't come up with any.
Indeed, because you haven't heard of them. Yes, it's my right to appear on primetime television all the time, even though I have no discernible qualifications other than random opinions. As that one's driven through the covers by Lees, and he'll take a single. 62 for 3.
Paul Bennett saying Jordan Pickford also played for Darlow, as did Kasper Schmeichel. Yeah, they both started their careers on loan from their respective clubs. And he said, someone said yesterday Billy Root walks like Joe. He sounds like him as well.
Not entirely surprising, is it?
Not really.
Gorvin in to bowl, driven by Borthwick straight to Carlson at cover, no run.
He also asks, would either of you please explain the theory behind night watchman and why it's faulty? Well, I think it's faulty because in about 99% of cases it never works. It's a waste of a wicket.
As Gorvin turns and races into bowl to Borthwick, who's pushing forward, nurdling it out into gully. Northeast wanders round and fails. Well, the theory is it protects when you're better batsman in less than advantageous conditions. But obviously, if it doesn't work, as it didn't with Glamorgan on Thursday night, then Labuschagne had to come in at 4 anyway when Gorvin was out second ball.
Yeah.
But Van der Hoogten is a useful night watchman. If he hadn't been injured, then he might have done a decent job. Gorvin bowls and driven out into the offside by Borthwick. Single taken, 63 for 3.
I remember Luke Fletcher coming in as a night watchman here for Notts a few years ago, and he got into the 90s and then got himself run out the next day. But it was a rare event where he got some runs on the board. But he was telling us a few weeks ago when he was here that he's given up the night watchman role now, and I think it's been is it Steve Patterson it's taken over?
All right.
And he's had something like 25 matches where he's been night watchman but never actually had to go out and bat. 63 for 3, Salter to bowl his second over of the day. First one went for 1 run. Right arm round to Borthwick. Flicks up off the pad and goes out to the leg side. Paul says he also lived in Brixton in 1972.
All right.
In comes the bowler, full flighted delivery, dug out by Borthwick out into the covers.
Yes, I must admit to feeling a little overwhelmed by quite a few parts of London, really.
In comes the bowler again, turned round the corner by Borthwick for one, down towards backward square leg. Bernard's apologised for trying to set you up with the Captain Cook joke yesterday. Which Yorkshire captain was the first to Australia?
Yes.
Everybody spotted that one, didn't they?
Well, we had Captain Cook for Glamorgan for the last 3 years, so it springs to mind.
Salter to Lees. Lees back into the crease, pushes the ball back to the bowler.
Work occasionally was the former Wales fly half and centre James Hook, who retired, and my wife was always very disappointed that he wasn't very often captain of a professional side.
Salt around the wicket again, played down into the ground and up back towards the bowler. It finds its way to Hogan at mid-off.
Lovely chap, James Hook. He's got testimonial match, another one coming up, I think, believes fairly soon. He's also co-authored a couple of children's books.
So did Ian. Here comes Salter towards square leg for Lees having to get back into his creases. The ball is fired in hard, and Billy Root doing a bit of backing up across the square. Yeah, Ian O'Brien, former New Zealand international, was living in Matlock and did a little bit of commentary for Radio Derby a few years ago.
Yeah, worked with him.
And he came up here for a championship match, and it was a beautiful week of weather. He came to ours one night for a barbecue, and he brought one of the books that he'd written, and it was about pirates can play cricket. It was this children's adventure, and they'd ended up on this desert island and were confronted by some pirates and ended up playing a cricket match against them.
As you do.
Yes.
As Gorvin will bowl to Borthwick, who defends that one back to the bowler, all very tight at the moment. Remember Ian O'Brien principally for that fact that I worked this rather weather blighted game in Chesterfield where they kept going on and off for rain every 5 minutes. There were 7 interruptions in one day, I counted them. And he wore shorts throughout. Yeah, well, wore a different pair of shorts every day, which was even more
you in the gazebo in the corner.
Gorvin bowls, flicked off his legs by Borthwick, but straight to Root at mid-wicket.
Had a nice week there in late June, early July 2017. Durham played there in a championship game and won, but they won it in a run chase just before around about tea on the final day, and it was really hot and sticky and humid, and then just as we left Chesterfield this horrendous thunderstorm came in. So
Gorvin bowls, Borthwick drives. Has he got that one through? Yes, he has. A despairing attempt by subfielder McIlroy at wide mid-off, and that run was run up to the Health Club for 4 runs. 68 for 3, Borthwick to 22 not out. Well, the time I was in Chesterfield, we had to it was a good job that the tent was weighted down with bricks tied to the corners, because it was straining to take off.
I think it was around about the summer of 2014. We went to where was it, Lichfield? Right. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law were getting married.
Gorvin bowls, and that's driven in a similar position. McIlroy should be able to stop that one. He keeps it down to a single with a diving stop at mid-off. 69 for 3.
On the Friday night before the wedding, I did a T20 at Trent Bridge and then drove across to the hotel. The wedding was on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday we drove back up and covered a T20 match. Durham were playing Derbyshire in Chesterfield.
Gorvin is in to bowl to Lees, who's stretching forward, defending it back to the bowler.
That was a lovely hot day, and it was like one of the sort of 1970s festival type occasions. Lots of families there sitting on the grass around the boundary rope. So just near the little marquee where we commentate from, my wife was sitting with our 2 daughters, and they were just discussing something when Gordon Mutchell smashed this 4 straight towards them. None of them were looking, and I could see what was going to happen.
Oh dear. Gorvin in bowls to Lees, who noodles one down into the gully. No run, northeast with the fielding. And the over. 69 for 3, Durham. lead by 15.
And I'm commentating as this ball's racing towards my daughters, thinking, what do I do? What do I do? I can't really shout a warning on air. And the ball hit the rope and leapt up towards their heads.
Oh.
And they had no idea, they weren't looking. And at that last second, the man who was sitting next to them just leapt out of his seat and dived across in front of them and palmed the ball away.
Your hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dangerous stuff, isn't it? Richmond, when we commentated there, I think we had 3 people, and we designated one at any time to sit in front of the table and field, basically, because we were at long on or long off, right on the boundary.
Salter starting you over to Borthwick, no run there. Richmond in London.
Yeah, London Welsh.
In the middle of the park. Oh,
London Welsh, you know.
Right, yeah.
Kew Gardens.
Yeah.
That one.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, not the Yorkshire Richmond.
In comes Salter again. So who was playing there?
Middlesex.
Right.
And yes,
What, was in a one-day game or something?
T20.
T20.
We played Glamorgan a couple of times there.
Right.
I know it's probably not in Middlesex, if Middlesex existed, which it doesn't.
Salter comes in, defended by Borthwick on the bounce. So is the ground in Richmond Park or not? No?
Well, it's next to London Welsh Rugby Club,
Right.
which in turn is next to Kew Gardens.
Oh, I drove past there last summer. Yeah, I know what you mean.
There's a pagoda.
Yeah. It's just defended by Borthwick off the back foot through to the covers. Yeah, I came in through that area because there was the M25 was at the usual standstill around Heathrow, so I thought it'd be clever and go through the middle, which took just as long. Salter bowls, defended. There's a few deer roaming around there as well from memory.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's probably they have played Glamorgan there because of the London Welsh connection. The clubhouse is sort of minor centre for the Welsh community there.
Yep. Salter to Borthwick again. Borthwick, big stride forward to play this back the ball. At the end of the over, it's a maiden. Durham 69 for 3 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales. That was the time trial route in the London Olympics when Bradley Wiggins won gold medal. Because there's a series on YouTube called Cafe Rides, and he's recently gone and retraced the route 10 years on and is describing the varying things he could remember.
Fran Perlow has a question for you. If Potts makes his England debut, it could mean 3 Durham players in the England Test side. Has this happened before?
Yeah.
It has.
Well, you'll have had Harmison and Collingwood, and at some point Plunkett, I would imagine, was playing alongside them as well.
Gorvin into bowl to Lees, who pushes up to mid-on. No run. 69 for 3.
Who else you had over the years? Colonel Mustard played as wicketkeeper on a tour of Sri Lanka, I think it was. So he would have played with Collingwood and Harmison, I would imagine.
Next delivery from Gorvin beats the defensive push of Lees outside the off stump. Chris Cook takes the bails off just in case it doesn't appeal. So there you are. We pretty sure that it's happened before. Certainly had 3 Durham players around the squad at the same time before, but obviously if Lees and Potts do go, then Durham have got holes to fill, as that's driven by Lees into the covers. Carlson intercepts before it can get to McIlroy at mid-off. And Glamorgan, well, I know Durham are only 15 runs in the lead and they're 3 down, but those 3 include the night watchman, and Glamorgan is short of bowling.
First game I've looked at, Liam Plunkett, Steve Harmison, Paul Collingwood.
There we are. Gorvin bowls. Lees works it into a gap on the offside and will settle for a gentle single. 70 for 3. What year was that?
That was 2005, England on their tour of Pakistan at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore in the November of 2005.
Hokey cokey.
That was Plunkett's debut. for England.
70 for 3. Lees is accumulating cautiously. And Borthwick is scoring rather more rapidly as he drives that one to Carlson at cover. No run. Borthwick 23 off 35 deliveries. And Glamorgan could be facing a long day in the field here, you suspect, without Van der Hoogten and currently without Lloyd. As Borthwick drives to mid-off McIlroy fields and there's no run. Well, Gorvin, to be fair, is bowling tight lines because they keep hitting fielders, but he's going to have to work really hard and keep this up. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 10. Salter 3 overs for 2 runs, but Glamorgan do need wickets at some point. Containment will not be enough over the course of the day.
Looks like Harmy's one-day career was over by the time Mustard played with Collingwood in 2007 in Sri Lanka.
Talking about spooky things, as you were yesterday, is this tablet listening to me? We were talking about the former sponsors of the county championship and opticians.
Yeah, it is listening to you, isn't it?
And an email from them has just popped in.
Wow. Salter to Lees. That's pushed away. Yes, that's happened to me a few times. We were away with some family sitting in a field in Yorkshire a year or so ago, and the conversation, for whatever reason, managed to end up we were talking about varicose veins for some reason. Got absolutely no reason to remember why. In comes the bowler, defended. And that night, on my phone, every advert was for varicose vein removal. Another time, we were talking about caravans for whatever reason, and all the adverts were caravans. And I went in, and there's varying apps where they have the microphone listening on the apps. Defended by Lees out into the covers. So you've got to go into each app and look to see if the microphone's switched on. Basically turn it off for things like YouTube, Google, lots of other stuff. He's listening to you in the background. Lees down the track to Salter, and Salter sees him coming, tries to alter his angle of approach. Lees just manages to dig it out.
Free money. Can you hear me? Send free money.
The phone will ring in a minute. Some Ponzi scheme. Salter around the wicket bowls, and Lees doesn't quite get hold of that one. That was risky, but he's managed to get away with it. Flicked it through the air and just over mid-wicket, and he's got 2 runs out towards the pavilion steps.
Yeah, Salter, well, head in hands. Might be encouraged that gave him the charge there. It wasn't cleanly hit.
No.
Carlson in the end just dabbed it back inside the boundary.
Durham are only 18 ahead at the minute as well. 72 for 3. Salter right arm around the wicket from the Finkel end. Lees goes after him again and plays a similar shot. This time it goes beyond square leg and out towards the square leg boundary for 1, so he keeps strike. Bernard's asked a question: how many seconds are there in a year? There's 2 answers.
Is this a leap year?
Well, that would be 3 answers, I suppose. Answer 1: in 365 days, 31,540,000. Answer 2: 12, because each month has a second.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Boom. That's the way he tells them. Andrew Gorvin to continue. His 7th over of the innings, but just his 5th in this spell. Michael Neser not being overused as Gorvin bowls, and that's pulled by Lees through the onside. It's a long chase for Harris round the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll take a comfortable couple of runs. 75 for 3. Seems all of a sudden that Lees has decided that he's fed up with being bogged down, because he was just accumulating
he's
in
decided
singles.
to attack, hasn't he? Yeah.
He's just had a couple of goes at Salter there, and a big swing at the first ball from Gorvin's over. As the next delivery turned away on the leg side, misfielded by route, but they don't risk the single.
There's a light aircraft just flying past. I hope the pilot's okay and the passenger doesn't have to land it anywhere.
That's a remarkable tale.
Yeah. Paul asks if Jason Gillespie's 201 is a record for a night watchman. It is. The next best was Mark Boucher against South Africa, Zimbabwe.
As that is defended by Lees, back to Gorvin.
He did it twice though. He got 125 South Africa against Zimbabwe and he got 108 South Africa against England.
Right.
So maybe he wasn't really.
Mark Boucher?
Yeah.
Yes. Thought he was more of a sort of middle lower order batsman. I mean, he might have gone in because his wicket fell close to the close, but I don't think he was the archetypal tail ender. As Lees works one away on the offside into a gap, takes the single. 77 for 3. 76 for 3. It was already up on the board, that one. Lead 22 this morning. The wicket of Potts LBW to Hogan for 3, and I've got a radio update fairly shortly.
Yeah. Andrew Purcell points out as well that Lees, Stokes and Mark Wood, albeit briefly, all played in the first test in the West Indies in March. Yep. This is defended by Borthwick out into the cover area off Gorvin. Katie's been on. She says, yesterday you were asking about the Royal Windsor Horse Show and what it looks like. And she's there today. As Gorvin comes in and bowls. And that's a nice drive by Borthwick through the covers. That's racing away for 4 to the Health Club boundary. Timed that really well there. Nice shot. He picked his spot. And Kieran Carlson diving in the cover area. Couldn't get across to it. And off it went. Nice shot. Durham are 80 for 3. And they need to build runs here today. They need a big partnership. Borthwick currently has 27 and Lees has 24, and these two so far have put on 39 runs from 80 balls. Katie's tweeted, she says, yesterday you asked what the Royal Windsor Horse Show is. Well, it looks like this, but it has rubbish 4G, so I probably won't be able to listen to you for much of the day. But she's there, she sent a picture. It was described as Britain's largest outdoor eventing show or something, and over a number of disciplines. The Queen was there yesterday, that's why we asked. New over from Salter, played away by Lees. A misfield from Hogan, it runs away from him at mid-off, and Lees is going to run 3 now as Hogan retrieves the ball from just down below our commentary position. Both batsmen have 27. Salter to bowl to Borthwick now. Coming round the wicket. Borthwick forward to this one. Shoves it short on the leg side. No run. Sam Northeast fielding at mid-wicket. Carlson's at mid-on and Hogan at mid-off. And also got Labuschagne in the covers. Turned to square leg and a quick single by Borthwick. A throw at the stumps, a direct hit, but Lees was in his area. That's the 12th man, McIlroy, who threw the stumps down then from just the tightest of angles as well. He was more or less side on. The umpire's repairing the stumps. Durham in their second innings, 84 for 3. Night watchman Matty Potts was out early today for 3 LBW to Michael Hogan. Durham started this innings 54 runs behind, so they've got to work hard to build a big lead here. And out in there in the middle at the moment is Alex Lees, the openers, on 27, and Scott Borthwick, the skipper, at the other end on 28. There's commentary on the BBC Cricket website and the Sports app. Salter to Lees. Lees plays the ball to Kieran Carlson at mid-on. Salter again, bowls. Played back along the floor to him by Lees, end of the over. Salter goes down on one knee to collect the ball. It's a 90 show on Radio Newcastle now. Labershane's going to bowl a bit of spin, is he, or is he going to bowl some seam? Got sub on in my ears at the moment. Ain't No Love. That was a canny little tune back in the day. Labershane took 3 wickets with spin last week, but started with spin here this week and then changed to medium pace. In fact, he was a little bit nippy for Ben Stokes at one point, because Stokes trying to pull him through the leg side and got whacked in the box. Labershane then, right arm round. And Borthwick tries to attack that one and nearly assaults the fielder at short leg, Kieran Carlson, to dive out the road there. 1 run off towards square leg. Risky business. Fielding in there.
Yeah, the acting captain is taking on the danger role himself. Good morning to James Thornycroft, who reports that his dad has successfully piqued his interest. He's enjoying the cricket with a beer by the pool in sunny Tenerife. Morning, James.
Good stuff. This is defended. Ball runs up to mid-on.
Rod Young, no, we don't have any information on David Lloyd as yet.
Labershane again pushed off towards mid-wicket for 1 run.
I presume illness or unwell, some sort of bug rather than injury, unless he's fallen down the hotel steps, because he was all right last night.
Easily done. Borthwick now on strike. Labershane comes in, right arm round to the left-hander. Borthwick pulls that hard out through towards deep mid-wicket for 1, and again Carlson's in the firing line. Oh, how long he's going to stay there for?
I hope he's got some body armour on.
He's got a helmet on, obviously, but
could do with a chest
doesn't
protector.
look like he's got shin pads on, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Got 2 left-handers in batting for Durham at the minute, so keeper standing up the stumps, 1 slip in place as well. Labershane in, out the back of the hand, played away by Lees up to mid on, no run there. Labershane again, Lees drives out towards mid-wicket, no run. Collected by Billy Root. End of the over, 87 for 3. In Santa Cruz de Tenerife, there's this fabulous music hall which looks like this giant armadillo on the seafront. Have you ever been there or not?
No. I have not. Well, I've been to Tenerife. I can't recall that music.
It's right up the north end. But it's also the sort of place where the temperature down on the shoreline compared to just up the hill can be vastly different, because they do get quite a bit of cloud cover and gets a bit misty.
So it'll be Salter to continue. Well, Glamorgan's over 8 is going to be alright today, I would have thought. Edward Cooper reminds me of the game in Hove in July 2016 when Glamorgan's substitute fielders were Sean Tate, the Australian, who'd come down to just to do a bit of fitness training ahead of the T20 and ended up being a 12th man fielder for about 4 or 5 sessions. It looked as though he might not have done that for a while. Here is Salter into Borthwick, and he defends that one on the leg side. There's no run. Then assistant coach David Harrison came on, as that is played away gently on the offside by Borthwick. No run. David Harrison pulled a muscle after about 20 minutes, or at least that's what he said. Only joking. And then coach Robert Croft came on as forward pushes Borthwick. No run. And Edward has got a picture of Sean Tate wearing a Michael Hogan shirt, and slightly more improbably, Robert Croft wearing a Michael Hogan jersey. As Salter bowls and turned away off his legs by Borthwick. Single taken out towards mid-wicket. 88 for 3. So slightly more improbably, because Robert Croft was a slightly different build by that stage to Michael Hogan, who is the lankiest man in the Glamorgan's team. As that's driven up towards mid-on by Lees. No run. So Lees briefly showing signs of an assault on Andrew Salter. He's gone back to a more measured approach, as there's an inquiry. There's a bit of bat in there, but obviously the inquiry was their pad first, maybe. In fact, there might not have been bat, looking down at the monitor. I mentioned David Harrison. He obviously thinks there's no danger of him having to field at the moment, because he's wandering around the boundary with Mark Walton and Matthew Maynard. So 88 for 3, 34 is the lead. Michael Neser is obviously being used in short spells by Glamorgan, and we've got Labuschagne and Salter in tandem at the moment. And now Carlson, as Martin remarked in the last over, didn't appear to be wearing shin pads and was fielding at short leg, and he's now remedying that, and he is going to stick on some pads, because obviously with a leg spinner there's always the chance that the batters will have a go at him. So Borthwick on 31 not out. Lee's 28, rather more sedate. And Labuschagne is into Borthwick, who's back on his stumps, playing it very gently out on the offside. No run. Just the 1 wicket in the first hour. All right, Neil Thornycroft, there's no need to rub it in, as he sends me a picture of a pool and some palm trees. Borthwick sweeps and will get a single. Didn't get all of that, I don't think, as Carlson was left diving for cover again. fully padded now, and it ran down to Hogan at backward square. So Labuschagne has taken a couple of wickets with spin and a couple with seam so far this season. In fact, more than a couple with spin, which he's bowling at the moment, as Lees on the back foot defends back to the bowler. Took 3 for 65 in the first innings against Leicestershire in the last round. A couple against Notts, bowling seam. A couple against Middlesex to finish off their innings. And Glamorgan could do with one now, as that's run away on the offside by Lees. He moves up to 29, and the total on to 91. 90 for 3. Ball gets there ahead of me occasionally. Borthwick on strike then, more aggressive of the two. Labuschagne bowls, turned away past short leg, comfortably enough by Borthwick for the single, and that brings up the half-century partnership between these two. It's come in unhurried fashion of 103 deliveries. Borthwick is outscoring his partner 2-1. Lee's on strike. Carlson now heavily padded at short leg as Labuschagne prepares to twirl away, and Lees drives back to him. Michael Neser is doing slip duty, which is unusual for a fast bowler, but with Lloyd off the field and Labuschagne bowling, North East is the other regular slip. Michael Hogan is been known to do it on occasion, slip duty to a spinner, and Glamorgan now have got 3 subs on the field because Michael Hogan is going off temporarily, probably for a change of boots. So I think he'll be called upon to bowl. So Glamorgan now have James Wheel on the field, as well as Jamie McIlroy and James Harris. And who's next in line? As Salter bowls, chopped away on the offside by Borthwick, single taken, 92 for 3.
We were talking about the Royal Windsor Horse Show yesterday. And
yes.
Katie, who's listening to us, is there today. She sent a picture. There's lots of horses.
Salter bowls and forward stretches Lees to defend, who's now over the 100 balls faced. 101 for his 29 runs. As that's Peel there sounded as though there was bat involved, but obviously Salter thought it was boot or something first. Yep, that was a fairly solid thud into the pad actually. Might have been wrong with my initial impression. As an inside edge there from Lees, and the ball trickles out on the onside, and there's no run. Salter's trying to get into the batsman's head. I don't think he's getting much spin as yet. Bowling is off breaks, but to a left-hander. As forward stretches Lees, defends back to the bowler. So the flurry of aggression against Salter was only brief, and Lees has gone back to dogged occupation of the crease, and Durham could do with him batting for most of the day, as he did in Cardiff. Down leg sides, tries to work it away, hits the pad. Nothing doing. 92 for 3 at the end of the over. The lead, therefore, is 38, I believe.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it's up on the board.
It is. Bottom corner, right-hand side.
Yeah. Should have gone to.
Yeah. Alison Hutchinson, I hope you're not burning those sausage rolls, mind. It's a nice sunny day here. Hardly a breath of wind at the moment. Flag's more or less limp.
Is that the lady at the horse show?
No, that's Katie.
All right.
Alison's in Bolton.
Is she going to send any our way?
Well, she should, as long as it's not burnt. Yeah. What's happening now? Carlson's putting more protective gear on.
Well, leg spinners, they do tend to drop at 1 or 2 short. Chris Cook is adjusting his pads for some reason. Well, Glamorgan's over 8 is +1, so they can afford to waste a couple of minutes. In fact, I think Carlson's come out from short leg. I wonder who's next to field. That'd be Harrison or Maynard.
Yeah, they're running out of bodies, aren't they?
Well, they've got all 3 on the field. Temporarily, anyway, as Michael Hogan's not injured. I think he's just going to stick his bowling boots on for a new spell.
Bernard says, did I once mention another cricket ground that I passed close to the Oval? He said, would you believe it? Munich Cricket Club is also in London. It might be part of the German embassy. It's not far from Parliament and many other governments in the Westminster area. The ground I was mentioning last year was it's a beautiful ground in Pimlico. Labuschagne, right arm round. Where's that gone? Oh, I thought he'd been caught there, Borthwick. He pulled that out towards mid-wicket and Billy Root leapt into the air, and I thought it had nestled in his hands, but it was actually behind him and away to the boundary for 4 on the castle side of the ground. Yeah, stayed in a hotel in Pimlico 2 or 3 years ago, and there was this lovely cricket ground in the middle of this square.
All right.
I think London Fashion Week was on, so varying things were taking place in buildings around the area. Wasn't too far from Buckingham Palace actually, but Pimlico's just the other side of the bridge to the Oval. Round comes the bowler again, and pushed out this time by Borthwick through the covers to the pavilion side of the ground for 1. Which cricket ground would it have been? It's a lovely place.
Surprised there's enough green space in that sort of area.
Well, it did take me by surprise because I wasn't expecting to see it there. In comes the bowler, and a little dab down towards third man from Lees. Has got the legs to go to the boundary. It's being chased all the way, and it's crossed for 4. Salter giving it chase.
100 up. 36th over. This has the air of these two settling in for a long occupation.
100 in what?
35.3.
5.3.
Nice little cut shot, that.
Yeah. Labuschagne round the wicket again to Lees. Lees plays the ball back to him. Comes in once more and bowls. And he's played up to mid-on by Lees.
In the absence of David Lloyd, if he's off for a prolonged period, then obviously that could affect where he's allowed to bat in the second innings.
Defended this time by Lees. That is the end of the over. 101-4-3. The lead is 47. Let's have a look. What would this cricket ground be called?
I've got a suggestion of Vincent Square.
In Pimlico.
From the message that I've had from David Morgan, the former chairman of Glamorgan.
Right.
That's
Sarthak Ramsains cricket ground. Could it be there?
No idea. As you reported seeing it.
Yeah.
101 for 3. Borthwick 39. Lees is 33. And Kieran Carlson's got plenty of experience out there on the field with the former captain Chris Cook, Sam North, Eastman, Labuschagne, Hogan, Harris, etc. There's experience all round. Oh no, it's not another ball change.
It is.
It's the hourly ball change of the match.
So, 36 overs, that's about right, isn't it? How many ball changes have we had in this game now? About
half a dozen, yeah. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There are enough hold-ups in the game without this sort of thing.
It is Westminster School playing ground. That's where it is in Pimlico. It's a gorgeous setting. The lovely, you see the photograph here, the lovely pavilion. And the main road across the Thames from the Oval is just a street away. You wouldn't have any idea this is there. It's all built up around the area.
There we are. They've got a few bob to rub together then.
Yeah. I'm going to see how many times I've written ball change in this game. 1, 2.
It'll still be Andrew Salter to propel it. He'll be maybe relishing the chance to get a long spell, because occasionally this season he's only got on in about the 75th over, bowled 2 or 3 before the no ball, and it's thanks very much Salt's get back to opening the batting. So
I think that's the 5th ball change in this match.
Yeah, he'll be relishing the chance to actually have a longish proper spell, Andrew Salter. So the first delivery is played out by Borthwick gently. Cook wanders round from behind the stumps to do the fielding. Hogan is now back on the field, presumably properly shod for bowling. Salter bowls. Borthwick stretches forward, plays quietly to the sun-hatted route at square leg. So it's a slip. A backward pointer cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, 6 saving the single. Salter bowls and Borthwick works it away on the leg side, no run. So the pace of the game fairly gentle this morning. Just the night watchman gone. Potts leg before Hogan. 3 in the 17th over. We're now in the 37th. As that's driven hard down into the ground by Borthwick, bounces up to Labuschagne at cover, and for once Marnus Labuschagne does not throw at the stumps. That's a bit of a rarity. Glamorgan trying to hang on in this game and probe away, as that's driven and well fielded by Labuschagne at cover, as he turns on his back and flicks the ball back to Salter. Borthwick might have thought he'd got that one away. There's a sweeper back in the cover area as well. Salter bowls. Borthwick steps back and forces. Will pick up the single to Harris, jogging in off that sweeper position. Just the single then off the over. 102 for 3. Durham lead by 48 runs.
First ball change in this game was 46 overs into the Durham innings, day 1. Then it changed, so they were 139 for 4 then. Then it changed again later the same day when they were 224 for 5. Then Durham were obviously all out. Then the next ball change was 23 overs into Glamorgan's first innings. And then there was another one later in the day. What's that applause for?
James Wheel of this parish, obviously known to
then they got the
Durham
new
regulars.
ball.
He's leaving the field
after 80 overs. And then this ball here today has lasted 36 overs.
Hope they get their monies back. Nisa
into the attack from the Finkel end, bowling to Borthwick, who defends. Ball just comes to rest on the offside. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on email, or it's Nick Webbs 2017 on Twitter as well. Nick is now 5 years into his wonderful sunny uplands retirement.
Well, what else would I do?
102 for 3 Durham. They lead by 48, and that's a cracking square cut there from Scott Borthwick for 4. Straight through the covers, and lands on the advertising hoarding promoting the club sponsor.
Neatly placed. Wonder if they get paid extra for that. What?
Target Cricket.
Yeah. Incentive from the advertisers. Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't here, I'd probably be sitting in the cricket ground watching it and whiffling on to anyone who'd listen, so might as well get paid for it.
Nisa in. Borthwick drives at that. It's cut off in the covers, no run. McIlroy, isn't it, the sub-fielder?
McIlroy's 35, yeah.
Yeah, he's out there. He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, tall left-arm seamer. Just played a couple of games last season. One was against Yorkshire in the snow, and the other
Was that the first round of matches?
Yeah, the other was in the last round against Surrey in the
heat.
Quite dreadful game. Absolutely dreadful.
That was that flat track, wasn't it?
Yeah, 10 wickets fell in the match.
Ridiculous amounts of runs.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Nisa in bowls. Borthwick plays it back to him.
Yeah, I mean,
must have been difficult to commentate on. Nothing happening for day after day after day.
Well, once Surrey had decided not to declare when they were about 100 behind to try and make a match of it, that was about the last chance, I think.
At least they turned up.
Well, they were at home, so.
Oh, yeah. In comes Nisa. Short one. Borthwick rocks out the road. I was told, having said they couldn't make the journey to Durham because of COVID in their squad, and it turned out to be apparently one case. There was an offer to play Durham in October at the Oval.
How kind of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scores from that horrendous match. Glamorgan 672 for 6 declared. Surrey 722 for 4 declared. End of match.
Nisa in bowls. Played by Borthwick out through mid-wicket on the floor for at least 2 here. Out towards the castle side of the ground. 2 runs. If you look through like team stats and high scores and stuff like that, invariably when a side gets a massive innings, the matches often end in draws, don't they?
Yeah, it was Glamorgan declared late on the second day of the match, and Surrey batted the rest of it. Pope 274, Hamler 163, Jamie Smith 138. On the Glamorgan side, Chris Cook topped up his averages, 205 not out. David Lloyd hit 121. Lowest score on the Glamorgan side was Hamish Rutherford's 36.
Luke Fletcher, by the way, for Notts this week, has got 50s in both innings at Lords.
That's another chapter on the book. Andrew Salter is in to bowl, driven by Lees to cover, and there's no run. 108 for 3, lead 54.
Unfortunately, I think the paperback's already out.
The paperback with the magazine supplement now. Salter bowls, and Lees drives to Labuschagne at cover. No run.
John Hutchinson says he's not sure if we'd want the sausage rolls because they're vegetarian.
That's all right. Salter bowls. Lees pushes forward to defend. Either veggie or meat. Not fussy. Like a sausage roll.
If I make chili or anything like that, we use veggie mince these days. The texture is roughly about the same, really.
Corn is driven on the leg side, slightly misfielded by Labuschagne, but he runs around like a excited puppy to make sure that there's no run to be had. Lees remains on 33. 113 deliveries now, tossed up by Salter, driven back to him by Lees.
Peter's emailed, Peter Turner, good afternoon Peter, about that cricket ground in London.
Yeah.
Sounds like some hoity-toity goings on there apparently over the years. For the bourgeoisie.
The posh knobs.
I wouldn't allow a village lad like me in.
Salter bowls, driven back past the bowler, well fielded by a tumbling McIlroy, running round from deep mid on. Single taken, Lees to 34, total to 109 for 3. Durham lead by 55, and while obviously it looked on paper or on electronic paper precarious for Durham when night watchman Potts fell this morning, they've got pretty decent batting to come, obviously, in Beddingham and Stokes and Eckersley, Rain the all-rounder, and Glamorgan are 2 bowlers down, so I always feared it might be a long day. What's the phrase? Hard yakka.
Yeah, day in the dirt, as they say. Nisa's going to continue here. Peter says the ground you're talking about is indeed in Vincent Square. It's opposite the Royal Horticultural Halls, where they have flower shows. Nisa to Lees, right arm over from the Lumley end. I thought that was coming towards us. It's come right off the toe of the bat. Lees looked to drag that towards our commentary position, and I'm watching the ball and thinking it's not coming towards us. What's it doing? And it actually went in the opposite direction because it came off the toe of the bat. He was looking to flick it down the leg side.
More chalk, please.
Yeah. He said it is the home of Westminster School, but was used several times as the venue for the Cricketer Cup final played between old boys from the major public schools. He says, I lived in Pimlico for many years and went to these finals. They were extremely grand events, as Nisa bowls again, that's left alone. They were extremely grand events with lots of champagne around and posh outfits. So the horticultural halls, there was one day from our hotel, we were looking out the window and there were all these people queuing up and lots of photographers in the street, and I think that was where one of the London Fashion Week events was taking place, and lots of photographers snapping people going into this place. But it was late in the year, so it must have been autumn fashion week rather than the spring fashion week. Because sometimes, if Durham are playing at Lord's or the Oval in Mayish time, as Nisa bangs one in short and it's flicked down a long leg by Lees for 1. I have occasionally found rooms difficult to come by near Lord's because matches have coincided with Fashion Week on a number of occasions over the years.
It's a good point. Must get my accommodation for September. And Glamorgan's visit to Lord's booked fairly soon.
Paul's lived everywhere, as well as Brixton. He also lived in Pimlico.
That's a little difference of style.
And he says the ground I think you're describing was possibly Westminster School playing ground, yeah. There's also one in St George's Square, he thinks. It's an interesting little corner of London, Pimlico. Nisa to Borthwick. Oh, Borthwick nearly caught it. Leg slip there. He's flicked that. Is that Carlson?
Yep.
It's gone through him, hasn't it? He dabbed it straight at him. A shortish ball down the leg side. Is Carlson all right? Did it hit him? Alex Wolf, the umpire, is just checking to see if he's okay.
I think he got something on it, didn't he? Looked as though he did.
Yeah, he's looking at his left hand. He was going at a rate of knots. He's sort of backward square leg, really, rather than a leg slip, but Borthwick fired it straight at him.
That was nearly a plan that worked, I guess.
He's in again with a short one. Borthwick bounces out the road of that one and drops down onto his haunches. That's your man with the money.
Yeah, just send it round in unmarked van, thank you. We were talking about apps that eavesdrop earlier on.
Nisa in, pulled by Borthwick towards Carlson again. It's gone for 4 this time though. And Borthwick reaches 50. A couple of risky shots there. 67 balls, 7 fours.
There's taking the attack to Glamorgan. And Kieran Carlson is still on the ground. He's surveying the field, saying, what idiot posted me? Oh, I'm the captain, it was me. So he's been in at short leg and now fielding at backward square leg. He's been in the target zone for a couple of full-blooded pulls. 116 for 3. The lead is 62 for Durham, and Salter is going to continue into his 10th over. He's certainly doing a very good holding job, but Glamorgan could do with a little bit more. As forward pushes Lees. Cook out from behind the stumps to field. No run. I don't think Glamorgan are going to have any problems with the over rate today. We're going to get a 6 o'clock finish if they crack on like this. Lees works that one away on the offside. Straight to point, fielded by McIlroy. No run. One slip. 6 saving the single. Salter bowls. Lees stretches forward again. Harris is about 10 metres in from the deep cover boundary in front of a group of enterprising spectators who've taken their own deck chairs to sit out there. As forward stretches Lees and off the inside edge plays to root at square leg, just by the side of or in front of this end of the Castle stand, which doesn't have any seats in it at the moment. 116 for 3 then. Durham. Potts the night watchman, the only wicket to fall today for 3. Leg before to Hogan. As that's just wide of slip. Lees went for the drive. Hogan went diving to his left. The ball's run down to third man. They've taken a couple of runs. And there's just a hint of chances being created by Glamorgan. Things are just flying wide of fielders there. Both Carlson at backward square in the last over, and then Nisa at slip on that occasion. Lees moves on to 37. Salter is back at it. Bowls to Lees, who dabs that one to McIlroy at point. No run, rather edgy 2 runs off the over. 118 for 3. Durham lead Glamorgan by 64 runs.
Going back to Luke Fletcher's 50s in both innings, 4 knots. In this second one, he was actually a night watchman. He made 51. So a rare occasion where it does work, and he was one of the previous examples we gave you earlier today when he got into the 90s here. So Knotts was 71 for 2 when he was out.
Right, got another engagement on the radio at 1 o'clock.
At 1?
Mm-hmm. Don't let me forget it.
All right. I thought you were getting up to go now.
No.
20 to 1. I thought, where's he off to?
Yeah, just slightly ad hoc on Saturday because there's no sports show, so it's by negotiations.
Here comes Nisa to Borthwick. This is played down towards fine leg for 1 run. I just tweeted a few minutes ago, I'm not sure what's going on with the cricket balls this season, but most don't seem to last much longer than 35 to 40 overs. We have had at least 5 ball changes in this game, possibly 6, and it's only the morning session of day 3, and it's happening in every game. Kevin Howells from 5 Live has responded. He says it seems a new batch is being sent out pronto to all grounds following feedback from the opening 5 rounds of championship matches.
Right.
But he says whether they're paying the optional $7.50 for next day delivery is unclear. Played by, I don't know where that's gone. Oh, it's gone towards the long leg boundary from Lees, and a diving stop. It's gone onto the rope. Unlucky.
James Harris stopped the ball. He went over the rope and he couldn't recover in time to stop the ball trickling onto the rope. Didn't even go over it.
No,
it just touched it.
Didn't it, on the rope. So Kevin says he doesn't know whether the optional £7.50 is being paid for next day delivery, and it's unclear if anyone has to sign for them. I did once email Dukes to ask what was going on. I think it was the 2015 season, and they responded to say they hadn't changed their manufacturing style or anything like that, and this is defended by Lees, and that everything should be hunky-dory. I think I got the chairman of the company emailed me back. Was rather taken by surprise to receive my email in the first place.
Edward Cooper confirms that ground is Vincent Square, Westminster School that you were talking about. Around the corner, he says, is a green plaque to Arthur Haygarth, cricketer, historian at Old Harrovian. En route to the Tate Gallery as well, if you fancy a bit of culture.
Harrow on the hill, short ball. Lees fires it down towards long leg. Hogan cuts it off, 1 run. That's you pass Harrow on the way to Wembley, don't you? If you're coming from the northeast, cut round the back, down from Watford, which we couldn't work out yesterday was in London or not.
Richard Pennington is querying something about the FA Cup final. Apparently the 100th was in 1981, and in one of today's papers it's alleged to be the 150th.
Yeah, they're all saying that.
And it's not actually 50 years since the 100th. Perhaps they've changed the definition of the early ones, what counted as a cup final.
Nisa in. Oh, Borthwick looks to pull down the leg side and plays and misses. The keeper takes it. He stares up at the air in disbelief at the shot he's just played.
Paul Sussex says the balconies are already booked into a well-known hotel very near Lord's. Not sure if that one's within BBC rates, to be honest.
It was a few weeks ago.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I rang the other day to see if I could add a room next Saturday night and was quoted 270 quid. So
might be a little less in September at the moment.
Nisa in again. That's gone down the leg side and taken by the keeper. My mate Ken's flying in for the playoff final next week. He's coming in from Bahrain for 2 days, I think. Flying in on 3 days. Flying in, watching the match, flying out again, and he rang that hotel and was quoted £1,000 for his stay. So 124 for 3, and Durham lead by 70 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales. We are approaching luncheon, and I've gone down the beef stew route today. What did you go for?
Chicken mushroom pie.
Chicken and mushroom pie.
Sounds nice.
Yeah. We were treated to fish and chips yesterday with mushy peas.
There was a veggie sausages option, but since I had one of them for breakfast...
We're getting some sent up from Bolton.
What's that, the veggie sausage rolls? Yeah, send them over. We're here till 6 o'clock tomorrow, probably, at this rate. Salter is in, and bowls, and gently defended by Lees. Well, Salter against Lees is largely a stalemate at the moment. Salter's into his 11th over, 0 for 15. As forward stretches Lees again. Oh, collapse in the side of Derby. Gloucestershire 167 for 8.
Well, didn't they lose a wicket first ball last night?
Yeah, they did. To Peter Siddle. Salter bowls, driven back towards him and fielded. No run to Lees. So only 424 behind on first innings with 2 wickets standing.
Phil's emailed. He says he's a Mackham in Oxfordshire.
Exile. Lees forward, defends to cover. Labuschagne fields, no run.
He says it is Westminster School's ground in Vincent Square. He said, I work in London and walk past there most days. He said there's a couple of matches at most of schoolboy cricket there these days.
Salter bowls, Lees plays to point. McIlroy fields, no run.
He said it's used by the school exclusively, but I have seen a few people sneak over the fence on an evening and use the tennis courts.
Ooh, go for it. There's Salter bowls and Lees defends towards mid-on. Maiden over, rattled through in double quick time.
And then he sort of ruins my pleasant memories of it now, because he says, I think it's also home to the Commons and Lords Tennis Club. The whole square was supposedly a prison camp cemetery for Scots prisoners in the 17th century, And there's also a lot of plague pits around there as well. So although it looks lovely now, it was a bit grim back in the day.
A plague on all their houses, etc., etc. There's sides batting second in the first division are not doing that well. Kent 109 for 4 in reply to Surrey's 671. Yorkshire 154 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 566. And Warwickshire 152 for 3, relatively respectable in reply to Northanton's 597.
Paul Bennett saying Sussex made 450 and Derbyshire are now ahead. Masood got some runs, didn't he, yesterday? His first bowler to 800, this first batsman to 800. Is this Gorvin back into that? Yes, it is.
Gorvin's having another go.
Yeah. So Nisa steps aside. Gorvin is going to come round the wicket to have a pop at Borthwick, who's on 53. Borthwick defends this first one. As we have half an eye on lunch now, 13 minutes away. He said there's been big scores in Division 1, so he reckons there'll be 4 draws in Division 1.
Not in Bristol now.
No. Well, they'll have to bat again and just bat and bat, won't they? Gorvin in bowls. This is driven by Borthwick off the back foot out through towards the covers and cut off way in the far distance by, I think, Salter, right in front of the Health Club. 2 runs. Big boundaries here. It's around about 100 metres, that one, and about 90 metres on the river side of the ground. Ground staff are all poised on their varying assortment of deck chairs. Long days they do, don't they, in the summer as bowler comes in. This is flicked off towards mid-wicket, no run.
Well, there was all ground staff there, because there's a girl in a yellow t-shirt, so the ground staff are looking young.
That's one of the ground staff's kids. But yeah, last week I was sitting down to have an evening meal in the hotel in the ground at Worcester, and the staff was still there about 8:30, and they're regularly there by 7:30 in the morning, so they're long days. Bowler comes in here and that's defended.
Yeah, it's a good thing about Worcester. You can get from the hotel to the ground in about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I also stayed in the in 2016 when Durham played at Hampshire in the final game of the season. I stayed in the hotel in the ground there, and I timed my walk from my room up onto the commentary gantry. It was 35 seconds. Gorvin bowls, defended by Borthwick. It goes up to mid-on.
I think during the initial stages of the COVID outbreak, they were actually broadcasting from their rooms, weren't they? The BBC TMS slots, because they had rooms overlooking the pitch, and it was presumably safer not to mingle, just to broadcast from where you were.
Yeah. Gorvin in again, bowls, and played by Borthwick out towards deep square leg for 1. I remember in the first days of lockdown trying to go for a morning walk along the river and away from the seafront to try and avoid people, and seeing basically social distancing rage on a pavement. I couldn't believe it.
Shouting at each other from 2 metres away, weren't they?
Yeah, well, it wasn't 2 metres away. What happened was there was a couple. They walked past me. I was on one side of the path. They were on the other. And then a few seconds later, I heard all this shouting going. When I looked round, they were arguing with another couple who were walking straight down the path with dogs on extendable leads, and basically taking up the whole path. And the couple who passed me were arguing with them, saying, "How selfish are you? We're trying to keep away from you, and you're taking up the whole path." And the two people they were having a go at just absolutely couldn't see the point at all, because they'd just never given it a thought, you know.
Salters start a new over, bowling to Borthwick, who will take a quick single out into the covers. McIlroy cannot pick up cleanly. Labuschagne retrieves, and they're safely home. 128 for 3. Salter against Lees might be a stalemate again, judging on the last couple of overs. Lees on 42. Stretches forward, defends. Salter thinks it's pad first.
There's a lot of bat in that.
There was.
We could hear that.
But it's a question of what was first.
Alex Wharf unmoved.
Yeah. very difficult.
Salter's now asking him why it wasn't given out.
Very difficult decision to rule as it was pad first, as Salter bowls, defended off the back foot.
That would have been a big wicket to get right before lunch, wouldn't it, for Glamorgan?
I'm wondering, because there's been a couple that have sounded woody, and then looking down at a view of it on the stream, it does look as though it's pad first. Oh, there's a big drive, and this one's gone through everything. I think for buys, it's going to stop inside the ropes. They've run 2. They'll be able to get back for 3. And that was just a swing of the bat, and Chris Cook was put off and went through everything. Buys signalled. So a relatively eventful over, but Lees is not having it all his own way against Salter by any means. Borthwick is now on strike at 131 for 3. The lead is 77, and these two showing every sign of being in for a long time. Next ball defended by Borthwick, back to Salter. This is the last ball of his 12th over. And he bowls it to Borthwick, who defends in the offside. Labuschagne runs round and fields at cover, and Salter, who is wise to the ways of Marnus Labuschagne, anticipates the throw at the wicket, stretches out a hand and prevents any overthrows. 131 for 3 with 7 minutes to go till lunch. Maybe an over or 2. Well, at least 2. Possibly 3 if Salter whips through a maiden.
Paul says yesterday's mention of Sedbergh, lovely ground, prompts the thought that it could conceivably be a Durham out ground. Has any ground been used as a home ground for more than one county? Well, in COVID, yes, because Leicestershire played Durham in a home game at Headingley in a T20.
Yeah.
There were a few neutral venues, weren't there? Gorvin in bowls. This is played up to cover, no run.
Glamorgan played, I think, Northants at Edgbaston on the grounds that the TV cameras were there from some of the match the night before, so... When
Durham played at Sedbergh in 2019 against Lancashire, I was thinking to myself, this is a bit daft, because it's not that far over the border from County Durham, and Gorvin in bowls, cut by Lees off towards the point boundary, and he slips Lees as he's going to come back for a second, just the one run. And so I had in my notes that it almost feels like a Durham home game. You're in the Howgill Fells in Cumbria. So I looked at the distance from Chesty Street to there, and then thought, well, I'll just check to see how much further it is from Sedbergh down to Old Trafford. And I think both grounds were exactly 89 miles from the school, so it was bang in the middle. Gorvin bowls, driven by Borthwick, thick edge. There's only one slip in place, it's away for 4. Down 2, dun dun dun, vacant third man.
Well, vacant third man hasn't cost too many runs. Well, when Glamorgan play, for example, Lancashire in Colwyn Bay, it's obviously closer to Lancashire's HQ than Glamorgan's.
Well, yeah, everybody in Colwyn Bay is from Lancashire. Anyone, if you go to any places in North Wales, they're all from Lancashire. I was on a beach at Abersoch, and this guy came onto the beach in a speedboat with his wife and kids, and they lived in the same village as some friends of ours near Southport, and they all drank together in the same pub, and we were in a really remote location. This is played away by Borthwick to mid-wicket.
Yeah, well,
we were in Rosnagar a couple of years ago.
Rosnagar?
Yeah, just before lockdown, about 2 or 3 weeks before lockdown, and nice area. It was blowing a hoolie the whole week we were there, but everybody we met there was from Lancashire.
Well, locals probably can't afford to live there anymore.
Probably not, no. Gorvin to Borthwick, driven out through the covers. Salter coming round to cut it off in front of the TV screen. Borthwick will get 2. He's called back by Lees, but he was a little bit hesitant there. Now he's ducking as the ball flies in towards the keeper. 2 runs though. What's this partnership worth now? Nearly there, aren't they? Nearly 100. Where are they? 3 from 100 partnership. Much needed from a Durham point of view. As I said this morning, it goes without saying, Durham need a big partnership.
Rollo Treadway says it's not the 150th Cup final, it's the 150th anniversary of the first one, because several were lost to conflict times.
Yes. Last ball of this 46th over. Oh, Borthwick looks to pull through the leg side and misses the ball. It comes to rest in front of him. I think he might have he's thumped it down onto his front foot. That's what he's done. End of the over. 3 minutes to lunch.
Better make sure the radio demands of Wales are met, so I'll speak to you on commentary the other side of the lunch interval. And in front of us is David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain.
Looks like he's going for a net, isn't he?
He's not looking as though he's striding out in the greatest of health.
He's got a bat in his hand and some gloves on, and he's drinking something.
Maybe he's had a bit of a virus.
Sickness or something. Did Tammy Wynette sing with was it KLF? Moo Moo Land? Yeah, Justified an Ancient. Was that KLF? That's on Radio Newcastle at the minute. Just ahead of the news as Salter comes into bowl. Oh, dropped by, well, that's been put down by Michael Nisa at first slip. I think that was a catch. I don't think he played it into the ground. I think Lees was dropped there on 43. Pushes the next one off towards the cover area. Labuschagne collects it. They've brought an extra slip in now. In comes the bowler as another edge, and it goes along the floor this time to Nisa. Nisa dived off that from that edge. He dived behind the keeper and got his right hand onto it. He was quite a full stretch and couldn't keep it in his hand. It bounced out of his palm. Salter bowls again. Lees with a big stride forward to snuff that one out. So Durham nearly losing a wicket right before lunch. And a couple of scares in the last 2 or 3 overs from Salter. Comes in again and bowls. Lees with a little tickle down the leg side. Nisa's chasing after it. Lees will run 2. That takes them up to 140, so it's a 99 run partnership now. And I think the drop, I'm sure Lees edged it and didn't play it into the ground. His bat hit the ground, but the ball clipped the edge and looped towards the slips. Salter in, final ball of this session. That's defended. And that should be lunch then, with Durham 140 for 3 after 47 overs. And they lead by 86. Lees has 45 and Borthwick has 63. Partnership 99 from 182 balls.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers, industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time. We don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job. We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do. It's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it. And that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Right, welcome back to Chester Street on this Saturday afternoon. Martin Emerson and Nick Webb with you from BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Wales. And Durham continue their second innings. They lead by 86 at 140 for 3. Borthwick has 63 of those, and that is the 74th time he's got past 50 in first class cricket. And Lees has 45. Borthwick also now, as a result of the runs he has got in this game, I mentioned it the other day, I had it written down, he's now gone past 10,000 runs in first class cricket. So, and he's going to face this one as he looks for a single to take this partnership to 100 runs, and that is defended, and it's Hogan who's bowling.
Yeah, reasonable crowd in again today. Not many, not as much of a boost from the young audience as they might have hoped for, but still pretty respectable for a Saturday afternoon when a lot of people are into cricket or off doing their club thing.
Yeah. Hogan in. Borthwick cuts. That's the 100-run partnership. He's played that nicely for 4 towards the pavilion steps.
Yeah, well, square of third man.
103 in 184 balls.
Just over 30 overs. It's, 3 1/3.
I don't know how you do that.
Not spectacular.
Did you do it on a calculator or did you do it in your head?
Head.
My head's not wired up like that. Defended this time by Borthwick from Hogan from the Finkel end. He got quite onto that fairly steadily there, but I don't know what all the oars were for.
They're just trying to make themselves believe that something is about to happen out there in the field, I think, Glamorgan. 2 men down.
Hogan in again, Borthwick forward to this one, plays it up to mid-on.
It's probably quite annoying to the opposition, but I think it's the sort of work that you have to do really to keep yourselves interested and concentrating and believing that you can make a breakthrough at any moment, even if it's a reasonably placid pitch. Haven't seen any low bounce yet today of any note.
Hogan to Borthwick, defended.
Glamorgan without Tim van der Hoogten through a hamstring injury, without David Lloyd because of some sort of general unwellness.
Is that what? Have you been told anything or not?
No, just the fact that he was wandering past and he
didn't
didn't look injured. He didn't look injured, so therefore he's ill. Or got some
Doesn't
bug.
suffer from migraines or anything, does he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Borthwick waits as the bowler comes round the wicket, and that's a lovely drive through the covers. Keelan Carlson's chasing it from mid-off. Ball running up towards the boundary at the Health Club and crosses the rope for 4.
And Glamorgan's problems, I suppose, exacerbated by the fact that they've gone into this match with 1 bowler fewer than last week anyway, with Billy Root coming into the side as an extra batter. James Harris and Jamie McIlroy are out there, but cannot bowl because they are sub-fielders. Andrew Salter, the spinner, is going to be bowling quite a lot.
6,794 runs, that is what Scott Borthwick has in first class cricket for Durham, so he's 6 away from 6,800. And he's gone past the 10,000 first class run mark today as well.
I'm surprised you mentioned... Oh no, not again.
What?
Not again.
Another player injured.
No, the umpire looking at the ball.
Oh man, give over. This one's only been used for 22 overs?
Oh, this is getting ridiculous.
No, 12 overs. They've decided to play on.
Don't think there's a change this time.
There's a Sopwith Camel flying past us at the minute. Possibly. Asterix not true. It's a lovely day, isn't it? Well, it's not. Yeah, it's, you know, when they put the little star sign.
Oh, I thought you meant the little French chappie.
No, yeah.
With his big mate Obelix.
Yeah.
He didn't have planes in their day. As they'd be throwing boulders at each other.
Yeah.
As Salter will bowl.
It's just plain silly.
Around the wicket once he's got McIlroy and Hogan swapped fielding positions. Hogan will be at mid-off and Salter will bowl, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Alex Lees, who had a rather passive approach to playing Salter in the morning session. Was dropped at slip by Nisa on 43, and he stretches forward that one. Dead bats it away on the offside. I mean, Durham don't have to worry about the run rate necessarily. You'd think if they do get a healthy lead, they can always have a swipe if they fancy a declaration tomorrow morning. Salter bowls and Lee stretches forward to defend.
Who was in the FA Cup final in 1972? Was it Fulham? 50 years ago.
In comes Salter, bowls swept away. 4 runs for Lees. He's beaten square leg to charge around the square leg boundary by the sweeper fielder away to our left. That's 150 up in 48.4 overs. 100 came up in 35.3, so that's 13.1, and reasonably rapid last 50. Lee's onto 49, and Salter bowls, and he's a big appeal.
Salter backed out of that just as he started there, didn't he? Something crossed his mind there.
Big pull there. Ball ended up in the keeper's hands. Maybe a suggestion of a glove down the leg side was what they were appealing for. It wasn't an LBW, and Lee's just touched his thigh pad, as to say, that flick there, not me glove. 152 for 3. Salter bowls. Lee's drives on the offside. Labuschagne fields at cover. No run. And although Glamorgan were on top at the start of the day, this has got the feel of a holding operation by the bowling side, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's this whole flat track scenario again, isn't it? Just batting and batting, runs. I really wouldn't want to be a bowler this season, to be honest with you. 1972 FA Cup final was Leeds against Arsenal. Leeds won, and then Birmingham, it says, came in 3rd place. I don't know how they did that. Anyway, that was 50 years ago, and it was supposedly the centenary final. Now, somebody said this morning 1980 was the centenary final, didn't it?
It depends if it's the 100th.
Yeah.
Event or 100 years on.
Well, it said it was a centenary final, although only the 91st due to world wars, it says. Anyway, the reason I ask is because of a tweet I've just seen, as Borthwick prepares to face Hogan. 2 for 41 so far, Hogan, from 10 overs. Right arm round, Borthwick drives out into the covers, no run there. Cup final TV. 50 years ago. Dickie Davis with 11 at 11:15. 11:20. It's goals that count. 11:30. My dad's at Wembley. Gotta have a look at that. What on earth is that about? My dad's at Wembley. Hogan again cut down towards 3rd man by Borthwick for 1. Alright, see if I can expand. So Dickie Davis sets the scene and introduces the men who spearhead ITV's coverage of the FA Cup final. Meet your commentators, Brian Moore, and experts Jimmy Hill, Malcolm Allison, Derek Dugan, Paddy Crerand, I've met him, and reporters Fred Dinage, wow.
Really?
Keith Macklin and Gerald Sinstad. There's a lineup.
Gosh.
Hogan in, bowls, pushed away by Lee's 2.0 run there. It's goals that count, straight into cup action as Brian Moore pinpoints the vital goals from this year's competition. My dad's at Wembley. The soccer stars' kids talk about their fathers, the final, and their favourite players. Wow. Just trying to work out what the budget was for this.
My favourite player is my dad.
Yes.
Because he won't give me any pocket money if I say it's someone else.
Hogan from the Lumley end, bowling to Lees. Oh, playing a miss there from Lees, and Hogan thought he'd got him, but he's just missed the edge of the bat. Wembley star spot. Dickie Davis talks to some of the stars and the personalities at today's game. Dickie Davis is doing a lot of heavy lifting on this, isn't he, I think? 12 o'clock, professional wrestling from St Albans. An All-Stars Cup final day bill featuring Mick McManus and Jeff Kay. So New Cross versus Leeds. So Arsenal versus Leeds. Bowlers in again here. Leeds forward to this one, no run. News from ITN. Australian Pools Service. International Athletics from Crystal Palace. Wembley star spot again. Cup final comedians. Wembley star spot again. Goals of the century. And then the game kicks off eventually at 3 o'clock after a load of other stuff. Wow. And there's your day filled. Hogan to Lees. Lees plays the ball out towards mid-wicket for 1 run. And he gets a 50. 50 for Lees in 154 balls. And 4 fours. Now, what's he doing? He's the England opener, remember, Alex Lees? How many half centuries and centuries has he had this season then? Where are we? That's his. Well, he's basically had 400. No, he hasn't. That's not him. He's had 200s and he's also had a 50. So
yeah, he wasn't out in Cardiff, I can tell you that.
Well, he got 182, didn't he, there?
182. 44 in the first innings here. He's enjoying playing it. So he is now 44, 226 plus 50. He's now 276 for 1 against Glamorgan this season, is Alex Lees. And Salter is going to be bowling to him from this Finkel end. And there's an inquiry as he's struck on the pad.
How many is he?
276 for 1 at the moment. Yeah. Yes, 276 for 1. Salter had him dropped on 43. Sees this one played out on the offside, and there's no run. Edward Bevan. Glamorgan so unlucky to be without 2 bowlers, which has enabled Durham to recover. Salter bowls and pushed back to him by Lees. Matthew Cleave says fascinating game with the last 3 Glamorgan wickets putting on 200. Unexpected first innings lead. He says a target of 225 would make for a very interesting final day. I think there's little possibility of Glamorgan chasing as few as 225 as Lees drives to cover, and there's no run because the lead is already 100. And one of the 3 out is the night watchman. Edward Cooper says shouldn't have selected Tim van der Hoogten 2 weeks since he left the field with a hamstring issue. Lees plays it away on the onside, and there's no run. Edward also, with regard to our discussion of hotels in London, mentions the Balconeers trip there. They're doing 3 nights there in September. As forward comes Lees and defends, and the Balconeers Daffodil tours are also offering 3 nights in Worcester and 3 nights in Leicester, should you wish to travel with them. Rod Young says, unlucky Ree Lloyd, but playing Van der Hoogten was a big risk, and playing one bowler light was plain stupid. So just 2 seamers and Gorvin as backup. Well, Gorvin is picked with an all-rounder view, even though he got into the side initially on his strength of runs for the seconds. 154 for 3. The lead is exactly 100, which is easy to calculate. And the umpire are looking at the ball. Lawrence messaged me. He used to work for Glamorgan in the 80s, and he said we didn't have general problems in those days because counties used different suppliers. Glamorgan used Surridge then, and they weren't necessarily only bought in one batch at the start of the season. They were bought every few years ago, so they didn't have countrywide problems all at once in those days. Nick Webb 2017 or Marty Cricket, if you wish to contact us and talk, preferably not talking balls, because we've got enough of that. Umpires Wharf and Middlebrook are examining a batch.
So this is now, this change ball, what was it, 36 overs, so now what, 15 overs, ball changed again.
I've run out of ink. I wonder if the scorers take a note of it when the ball is changed. I'll have to inquire with the good doctor as to whether he has an official record of ball changing. Chris Cook is doing some stretches on his back, on his Todd. Everyone else is standing around chatting. Glamorgan's over rate is +2. They bowled 33 overs in the morning session with Salter on, which is one more than they're technically meant to, even without ball changes. 154 for 3. This game needs either an explosion of aggression from the batters or a wicket or two. You get some new personnel in the middle. Borthwick's playing nicely. Lees is sauntering along in support. And the umpires are in consultation with the Glamorgan bowlers and with Scott Borthwick, Durham captain and not out batter, and it appears that they don't like the offerings in the current box as a replacement ball, and this game is grinding to a halt. To give us some scores elsewhere, because there's nothing to talk about here at the moment. Let's wait for my page to load. Elsewhere in the second division, Derby have gone into the lead at home to Worcestershire. They're 398 for 6 in their first innings. That is a lead of 30 with 4 wickets remaining. Masood got a century. Most have got runs down the order. At Leicester, Sussex reached 450 all out. That was a lead of 240 on first innings, thanks to 138 from Tom Clark, 50 from Tom Haynes, 72 from Ollie Carter, and contributions down the order. Leicestershire at 25 for 1 and heading, it would seem, for a 4th defeat on the bounce. At Lords, Middlesex were all out 195. That was 220 runs in arrears of Nottinghamshire. Notts are batting again rather than enforcing the follow-on. They're 126 for 4. That half century from Luke Fletcher opening. Cricket breaks out.
Whoa, no way. Woke me up then.
Wake up, Martin.
Oh, what happened there?
Hogan bowled, Borthwick defended. Nothing
Hogan
to
bowling with a new ball.
A different ball.
Ball number 302 for this match.
That's a load of
Hogan bowling around the wicket there and defended by Borthwick.
There's some cricket going to women's cricket about to break out at Sapphire Gardens, where Western Storm are playing Central Sparks, who are the Birmingham-based lot, I believe. in the 2020 Charlotte Edwards Cup.
What have these not put on now? Is it 113? In comes the bowler. Pushed away by Borthwick towards point, no run.
Gloucestershire are following on against Somerset, 186 for 9 wickets, 1 absent injured. They're 1 for naught, still 404 behind. A few West Country rivalries flaring up there, you suspect.
Hogan in. Cut by Borthwick. Down towards the pavilion steps, 3rd man. 2 runs. Fielded by Gorvin.
There we are, it's nice and sunny at Sophia Gardens for the women's match. I've just been sent an image of it. Thank you, Lawrence. Believe that's being streamed on the Western Storm website, should you wish to keep an eye on that, as well as an eye on this.
Hogan to Borthwick, round the wicket, defended. Stays low, that one. Pushed off to the offside.
At Beckenham, Kent 134 for 6 in reply to Surrey's 671 for 9. No one got 100. Edgbaston,
that would be some kind of record.
You'd think someone would talk about it, wouldn't you? Yeah. Warwickshire 188 for 3 in reply to Northance's 597 for 6 declared. And Billy's brother's doing well.
Hogan bowls, played to point by Borthwick.
The other Roots brother is 63 not out. Yorkshire, though, struggling at 187 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 566 for 9 declared. Harry Brook made 41. Jimmy Anderson is in his 19th over, and he has so far 1 for 63. Wicket of opener George Hill.
Hogan bowls again. Defended. End of the over. On the BBC live feed, there's a photograph of Victor Main and one of his colleagues sitting in their deck chairs, the ground staff, and colleague fast asleep. Says it's a definitely more relaxing day for the groundsman when the sun's out, and it's even shining brightly at Chester Street.
Did you nip out and take that picture?
No.
Yeah, it's at the moment a slightly soporific sort of day. With Borthwick doing his best to liven things up. Salter is bowling to Lees, who's clipping that one through the leg side. Glamorgan have a leg side sweeper, and so it's just a single. 157 for 3.
I've just emailed Gary Smee, who put that comment on about the weather. It's always sunny here. It's just the other places that are too far south to guarantee the weather.
As Salter bowls, forward comes Borthwick, defends on the leg side. Well, Salter is definitely containing, and he might have had Lees out when he edged a catch that Nisa couldn't take. Forward comes Borthwick to defend. Labuschagne fields at cover, no run. So a slip, 3 saving the single on either side of the wicket. And there's 1 out in the deep on either side of the wicket at mid-wicket and extra cover. Forward comes Borthwick, defends again. No run. Well, Salter's in a nice rhythm anyway.
Did Playout Pompey send you the thing about the FA Cup final rundown on BBC One?
He's sent me quite a lot of stuff today. I mentioned all of it. Salter is into bowl, and forward comes Borthwick. There's probably wrestling involved. There usually was in ITV.
Richard Pennington saying, Bailey's mullet. The BBC was always better than ITV on FA Cup final day.
Salter to Borthwick, who stretches forward and defends. Single off the over. Borthwick's turn to defend Salter. 157 for 3. Durham leading by 103 runs here on BBC Sport Online via the website and app with Martin Emerson and myself, Nick Webb.
On this FA Cup final day, at the traditional kick-off of 27 minutes past 9 tonight, in a car park somewhere near Surbiton.
But that's all right. It's on telly.
What time is it kicking off?
Is it 4:45 or 5:15? I can't remember. Tea time, anyway, I believe.
Yeah. Gorvin coming back into the attack now to replace Hogan from the Lumley end.
The build-up's begun.
Has it? Has anyone on the team bus? We had it to knockout, yeah.
4:45.
4:45. Tradition.
On the BBC website, you can watch Match of the Day's 10 finals, best 10 finals.
That's defended by Lees off Gorvin, coming round the wicket. Well, Sunderland will be on there, won't it? 1973.
That's on at the moment. FA Cup Rewind, the road to Wembley, best moments of this competition.
I have to say,
etc., etc.
Most years the FA Cup in recent times has been pretty dull, but I've enjoyed some of the earlier rounds this year. There's some great little matches. In comes Gorvin, played by Lees to mid-wicket, stopped by Billy Root. Kidderminster came so close to beating West Ham, didn't they? Until Declan Rice scored later on. Borough's little run. They beat Man U, didn't they? And can't remember who put them out in the end. Did they lose to Chelsea?
Newport County have made a few bob out the FA Cup in recent years.
Gorvin in, played by Lees off towards the cover area for 1.
Premier League clubs arriving at Rodney Parade and discovering it's an oldish rugby union ground.
Simon Hancock's tweeted, he says, I read somewhere this week the manufacturers say there is no difference in the balls this year apart from a slightly lighter red dye. The seam is the same. Gorvin in again. Well, Borthwick sort of checks his shot there and ball ends up going up to mid-off, no run. David Hops from Cricinfo says the ball at Leicester lasted 4 balls yesterday. It's happening every day. There is obviously a quality issue. Ball that comes in, bowls. It's cut down towards third man and away for 4 by Borthwick.
Yeah, even at Gorvin's medium pace, that one ran away nicely off the face of the bat. The third man position is temporarily and possibly understandably on this occasion vacant. And once it was wide of slip, now the third man position is no longer vacant. As Labuschagne comes out of slip and goes to a gullyish position, there is no slip.
In comes Gorvin again. Oh, played down into the ground by Borthwick and it just misses his stumps. It misses the leg stump. I think he might have inadvertently nearly stepped on that there. Hit his back foot, I think, just missed the leg stump. A little bit of a scare. Somebody's asking here how much is it to get in after lunch here? I haven't got a clue, to be honest with you. Let's see him Perlo. I don't know. I know that kids can get in free though. Worcester last week, I think they tier the day, so once you've got the lunch it comes a bit cheaper, and then by tea you can get in free.
You're best off tweeting the club rather than us. We encourage, but we don't act as their marketing arm, lovely though it is to see lots of people in. Salter bowls and turned on the leg side by Lees, no run.
Gordon Tennant says the first new ball of the Sussex first innings at Leicestershire only lasted 5 balls, brackets 2 runs, before being changed.
Salter bowls. Lees stretches forward and defends, no run. Sharp contrast in their run rates per 100 balls that are up on the screen. Lees 31, Borthwick 74. Salter bowling round the wicket, gives that a bit of air. It's driven, they'll take a quick single here, but it's there. Salter, Hogan takes out the middle stump. Now, he did that a week or two ago and got a run out. And that is a superb strike from Hogan, who was just a little bit set back at mid-off. Labuschagne ran over the path of the ball but couldn't stop it. But Hogan there smashed out the middle stump at the non-striker's end. Luckily for Glamorgan, it didn't ricochet away.
He was already in his crease, though.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Oh, yeah. It wasn't.
It's a good shot, though.
Huge
They've hit the
decision.
stumps twice today, haven't they? Taking the middle stump out both times.
163 for 3. Leads to 53. Borthwick on to strike and defending back to Salter.
The answer to getting in, it's £15 up until tea time, then a £5 after tea, and kids are free all day today.
As Salter bowls, driven out on the offside, they'll take another quick single. Hogan has another go, this time misses, but the batsman Borthwick was safely home at the non-striker's end.
Talking balls, Don Topley says, as a former Essex ball picker, I don't think balls mature like they once did. They don't keep much stock today. Produced, sold, used. Years ago they had much more stock on the shelves, but no longer.
As Salter bowls, driven up to mid-on, they'll pinch a single here to Carlson, who can't field cleanly anyway. Well, some adventurous running in that over. Borthwick moves to 79, Lees to 54, and Durham to 165 for 3. The lead is 111 if any listeners would like to take 1 foot off the ground.
Somebody's asking what kind of pace is Potts bowling at these days? Well, he's quick, isn't he? Upper 80s, early 90s maybe? What do you think? Certainly upper 80s.
Yeah, he's not quite as quick as Cars, I wouldn't have thought. But is it fast enough to operate at test level? Well, we may find out next month against New Zealand. As England selectors and Ben Stokes, anyone else who was in charge at the time, cast their net far and wide.
Andy Gorvin round the wickets to bowl to Lees. Lees plays the ball back to the bowler. He's staying in his crease here because the keeper's standing up to the stumps with a helmet on. Beautiful sunny day. Good drying day. I hope it is because we've got loads of clothes on the line.
Local showers on the Roca Riviera.
Yeah.
If you're unlucky, you may pick up a shower or two.
I had to race out the other day, having looked at the weather app. It was less than a 10% chance of rain, so they got it 90% wrong. Gorvin bowls again. That one seems to skid in low, and Lees defends. Been a quiet period of play for Lees after lunch. Got to his half century. He went off the field at lunch on 45. So he got to his half century just after it, and he's now on 54 from 170 balls.
He's in for a long time, Borthwick for a good time.
Gorvin bowls to Lees. Lees flicks that off his hip out through deep mid wicket for 1 towards the castle boundary. A lot of people talking about which FA Cup final it is. Richard Murray says, changing the ball again. What is going on? Yes. What is going on? This is delivered to the batsman by Gorvin, played out by Borthwick into the covers. No run there.
Well, all a little bit gentle at the moment.
Gary, who put the thing up about the weather in Chesley Street, says he lives in the West Midlands, so he's used to rain. It's just defended by Borthwick. It runs up to mid-on.
No rain other than Ben here. I think it was forecast about 15% chance at any given point tomorrow at one point. Don't know if that might have updated since then.
Corvin bowls, Borthwick plays it to short mid-wicket. Dot ball. End of the over, 166 for 3 here on the BBC. The lead is 112. What other emails we got?
BBC forecast for tomorrow. Possibility of rain at any given time is risen slightly to 25% at 3 o'clock, 37% at 5 o'clock. So, light rain. We might get it, we might not, I suspect.
Doug says Masood isn't playing for Derbyshire. He's returned to Pakistan. Khan made 113.
What? No. It's the same bloke, I think. Salter bowls and
well, he passed 800 runs yesterday.
Pushed forward in defences, Lees. It is, I believe, he's listed in some places as Khan.
Right.
There's Salter from this Finkel end. We're looking over long off for the left-handers, of whom there are 2, and one of them, Lees, drives into the covers, and there's no run.
He is playing. He got 113. Shan Masood.
Yeah, he's listed as Khan in some places. Salter bowls. Lees stretches forward and defends.
Derbyshire are leading Worcestershire now by 55 runs at 423 for 6. That is in Derby.
As Salter is in again to Lees, who drives straight to Labuschagne at cover. Well, Glamorgan are bowled pretty straight generally today, even without much real assistance. Gorvin's going at 3 and over with his medium pace. Salter 1.5 and over currently. He'll be enjoying this. And he comes to bowl to Lees, who drives to mid-on, calls for a quick single. Carlson has a shy and hits! Not out. Glamorgan are demanding it. Umpire Wharf is not going to give anything.
He's in there. He is in there.
So excellent fielding from Carlson, who had a shy from almost a horizontal position, and Glamorgan were almost, you felt, expecting that to be given, but the
he's well in there.
Video stream confirms that actually Lee's feet were probably in the crease, other than rather than just his bat.
Yeah.
But it was an excellent piece of fielding from Carlson, and maybe they'll think twice next time about pinching one. Those fielders, Carlson and Hogan, are maybe just a fraction too far back to save the single, but they're there for the miss hit over the top, I guess. 167 for 3. Salter bowls, and that's carved through the offside by Borthwick, giving himself room. It's a charge round the boundary for Harris, and it's a comfortable 2 runs as Harris picks up in front of the County Durham stand. So a bit of action in that over. It's 169 for 3, 115 is the advantage.
Silkard are playing Hampshire. Do you know who Silkard is?
No.
Sri Lanka Cricket Development 11.
Oh, them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Dubai, Fowler playing Spur.
Yeah, don't care.
It's a 20 over tournament or something.
Well, if it gets too soporific, I can give you updates from my club's 2 teams, which are pinging through on our WhatsApp groups.
Paul says,
trouble is I have to remember who's at which match.
Yeah. In comes the bowler, Corvin.
Worked on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
Sorry, I was just trying to fight a cough there. Lee's on strike.
That's alright, it was cut off by Billy Root, who strangely has abandoned his morning sun hat for the cap that the rest of the team are wearing.
I don't know if Toppers will be listening to us today or if he's commentating on an Essex game. So Gorvin comes in again to bowl to Lees, played up towards mid-on this time, but I haven't heard from him this week. He normally rings at least once a week, or I ring him. Paul says Don Topley's comment makes sense. In storage, the leather cover may well tighten as it dries, whereas an unlagered balls...
Unlagered?
Unlagered? Never seen the word.
Soaked in lager?
Yes. Gorvin, 2 Lees. That's gone towards backward point, no run there. Maybe they're soaking it in Carlin and it should be left in Coors or something. Whereas an unlagered ball, I've never seen this one.
Lasered?
An unlagered ball's cover may be slacker and disintegrate more readily. Not seen that word before. It looks like unlagered. Ball in to the bowler. Played up to mid-off, no run there.
Yeah, they've put it in real ale rather than lager.
Yeah.
No wonder it's falling apart more quickly. A lagered ball of cricket. Here we go, here we go. Matty Potts, Barmy Army.
This email is entitled from John, When Sneaking In, or Speaking of Sneaking In. As Gorvin comes in and bowls. That is drilled down the ground for 4 by Lees, straight between the mid-on and mid-off position, past the bowler, up to the far end of the ground. He says, when Durham as a minor county used to play occasionally at Ashbrook in Sunderland, we lads from St Aidan's Grammar School could sneak in over the fence from our footy fields next door, and we used to watch at lunchtime. I'm not sure that anybody objected, except perhaps the Christian brothers who ran the school. But that was, in my case, he says, nearly 70 years ago. He said, I did play there once for Bolden thirds, out first ball. Rugby was more successful, he says. He says, played by Lees up to mid-on, no run there. And that is the end of the over. 58 overs gone, 52 remaining in the day. Durham 173 for 3. Lead of 119. The ball was changed 7 overs ago, so about time to change it again, I think. I played at Ashbrook. It's a big ground and there is a rugby field at one end, and they used to have these tennis courts down one side, and this guy it was a hot day. Our elite opening bowler was away on holiday, I think, so I was told to open the bowling. This guy just kept smashing me into the tennis courts. That was a long day. I asked to be taken off in the end, and I was told I had to keep bowling because there wasn't anybody else. And I tell you what, he wouldn't do that again now, though. Into those tennis courts. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because they built flats on them.
Right, Andrew Salter to continue.
Australia played at Ashbrook in the 50s, I think.
This lengthy spell as forward pushes Borthwick. Has this been an unbroken spell by Salter?
Yeah. He's been bowling for ages.
It's into his 19th over. Well, he's tying one end up at the moment. Forward pushes Borthwick to Labuschagne at cover. And there's no run. It's an easy decision for Kieran Carlson while he's bowling so tightly. Keep things going, Salts, and they'll rotate everyone else I've got left at the other end. Salter to Borthwick, who comes down the wicket and then plays a defensive shot to Labuschagne at cover, just for a little bit of variation. 33 runs in 44 minutes or thereabouts since the luncheon interval. Salter won't be complaining, as that's short and smeared away on the onside through mid-wicket for 4, and just dropping a little bit short there for once, Andrew Salter, and Borthwick was seizing onto it like a shot. Played fine shot. 85 to Borthwick, 177 for 3.
I found it was actually, I'm at the wrong era entirely. The Australians played Durham and Ashbrook in 1926. and they had to close the gates and lock people out. There were that many there.
Salter bowls. Borthwick works it on the leg side. This time he'll pick out the fielder at deep mid wicket, and it's just a single. 178 for 3. Borthwick to 86.
I don't know if you remember Andrew Rosebery, do you, playing for Glamorgan? Yeah. He runs a shop in Ashbrook, in the Ashbrook area of Sunderland.
Salter bowls. It's driven through the offside this time by Lees. So relatively expensive over from Salter. It's gone for 6. 179 for 3. Durham leading by 125.
Put a message on Facebook last night saying how much he enjoyed his time playing for Glamorgan and living in Cardiff. His brother Michael was a captain here for a while and opened the batting here and at Middlesex in 2 spells. Anyway, this piece here is written by Keith Gregson, and this is from Ashbrook's website. Ashbrook, so it's Sunderland Cricket Club. Ashbrook is a massive sports ground in the centre of Sunderland, not too far from the city centre really, but maybe half a mile from the city centre. But it's surrounded by lots of big houses, so one of the issues there is parking. It was always a problem, and it was one of the areas that Durham looked at for a first-class home. And they looked at Wynyard in Teesside, which was Sir John Hall's place. They were offered the chance to set up a home at Lord Lambton's estate just across the river. But then were told after August they'd have to play elsewhere because of the shooting rights on the land. And then this land became available here because the farmer who had been leasing it for years and years, I think off the church commissioners or whoever, he wanted to retire and his family didn't want to take on the business. So this area became available and Durham moved here in I think 1995 and have built this fantastic ground here. Change of bowling now from the Lumley end in Gorvin being replaced by Labuschagne, who today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be performing as a spin bowler rather than a seamer. And he is ready to come in, right arm over. Leggies, isn't it?
Leggies, yeah, leggies, mostly.
Here he comes then, bowls, Lees back into the crease, defends. So Keith Gregson's written a historical piece which is on the Ashbrook Cricket Club website. So with the advent of the 1926 tour, Australians came to Ashbrook on the club's finest day. So Labuschagne bowls again, and that's a big appeal for LBW, and that is the end of Lees. He's played across the line and he's gone, trying to drag one through the leg side. He's out for 61. I think that's nipped back in from outside the line of off stump and it's hit his back pad, and Labuschagne's over the moon to have got him. And that is the end of the partnership. 138 they put on. Importantly, they've given Durham a lead as well, but that lead is only 125. Good innings from Lees. He looked a little bit subdued after lunch.
Well, he hasn't particularly taken the attack to the bowlers at any real stage. He was just happy to tick along in the shadow of Borthwick there, but for once his eyes lit up. Labuschagne dropped one a little bit short. It pitched just outside his off stump, span a bit, hit in front of off, and he thought he was trying to smash it into the river, but maybe a little bit quicker than he'd expected.
Who's the new batsman then, David Bedingham?
Yes. So he was trying to pull over mid-wicket basically.
Yeah.
And missed. So Glamorgan get a much needed wicket in the 60th over. So those two were together 43 overs or thereabouts. And that is Labuschagne's 8th wicket of the season. Enjoy him while you can, Welsh listeners and viewers. There'll be a chance to see him in action in Cardiff in all probability in a couple of the early T20 games, but wouldn't necessarily expect him to be coming back to Glamorgan after his spell in Sri Lanka, provided that tour goes ahead, of course.
There's some issues
unrest
out there at the minute, isn't there?
Yeah. Have been protests against the government.
Kumar Sangakkara was tweeting about it the other day. He had a brief spell here in, what was it, 2013, 2014, something like that. Played a couple of matches towards the end of the season.
He could bat a bit.
I think he got a duck in his first game, but then got a century down at Hove. I remember being at Hove. It might have been 2015.
Lee's faced 185 balls, hit 5 boundaries. We might be packing up at 6 o'clock tonight at this rate.
Yeah,
If they keep the spinners on.
Oh, what, you mean going home?
Yeah.
Because they've got the overs in on time.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the game was over.
No. I think that's highly unlikely. We've got 50 overs after this scheduled in the day's play, and we've got the excitement of the England captain in next. Down at 7 because of the night watchman. So Labuschagne's organising his field. Got a man in the deep at cover and a man on the boundary at deep mid wicket. If Bellingham fancies having a go at the Aussie leggy.
Here he comes then eventually. Bellingham defends. Oh, Labuschagne's creased up there. He's gone into a little ball of astonishment. It was what I'm looking at on the screen and what he thought he saw there are two different things, I think. And just came onto the bat. Comes in and bowls again. He's very animated, isn't he? That's just defended by Bellingham across the point, no run.
I mean, I've never had breakfast in the same room as him, but you imagine muesli, great, yeah!
Boiled eggs, way! 2 balls left of the over, this 60th over. He bowls. It's gone down the leg side, Bellingham trying to dab it away. Got a quiet 135 last week at Worcester, Bellingham, when all eyes were on the other end and Ben Stokes and his crash bang wallop malarkeys. Right, back to Ashbrook then. We were rudely interrupted by a wicket. Oh, sorry, I thought the over had ended there and there's 1 ball left. Here he comes and bowls it. And oh, look at that again. Oh. Hands on face, down on his knees. Can't believe it. Nothing happened.
Nearly got through. If it hadn't hit the middle of the bat, it was a wicket maiden.
A wicket maiden it was. So, 1926, June the 9th, the Wednesday before the first test at the Oval. The weather was ideal for cricket. The hot rays of the sun tempered by a cool breeze. The crowds streamed in, and unbelievably, when one considers the massive sweep of the Ashbrook ground, the gates had to be closed. In something of an understatement, a local reporter noted the spacious ground was crowded. At one point on the first day, it was estimated there were at least 25,000 in the ground, 15,000 more than would turn up at the Oval on the following Saturday. Many people were locked out. Some even stood with binoculars on top of nearby Tunstall Hills to watch the action. That's quite a distance from the top of Tunstall Hill back down to Ashbrook. You've got to go up Strawberry Bank for a start. That's got to be 1.5 miles away or something.
Oh, Salter's been taken off after being hit for a boundary. Nisa is back into the attack from this Finkel end. So he bowls down a practice ball. Glamorgan's over 8 is +2, and it'll be Nisa to bowl to Borthwick on 86, pushing forward and defending. Paul Sussex says, given Glamorgan used to win Fair Play Awards fairly regularly, have you noticed the double teapots and over-exuberance this season? Well, you're entitled to your opinion, Paul. Minus Labuschagne, you can't take some of his expressions seriously. As Nisa bowls, it's short and it's pulled away by Borthwick down to fine leg. Just the single though, because he's picked out the man down there. Edward Cooper, have we understood why Carlson hardly ever bowls? started his career with 5 for 28. Yes, but that was on an absolute raging turner at Northampton, where the ball was going square and Glamorgan lost the match. Carlson, who wasn't even meant to be in the squad, was called up late because of an injury and had 5 wickets by tea time on debut. Nisa is into bowl and forward stretches Bedding to defend out on the offside, no run, and I think Carlson since then has taken about 2 or 3 more wickets.
That Glamorgan yearbook looks exactly the same size as the Durham yearbook, is it?
Quite possibly.
They must they must use a similar plan.
Carlson, I don't think, has doubled his number of first-class wickets from that initial one. As Nisa bowls and beats the edge. Has he caught the edge? Everyone's celebrating. Umpire Wharf is unmoved. They check with umpire Middlebrook in case it's a question of whether the ball carried or not, and he shakes his head, and that's absolutely extraordinary because those were absolute celebrations. Cook claimed the catch.
Beddingham on strike. He just wandered off to square leg. Beddingham, he doesn't give the impression that he looks like he's hit the ball.
Well, there was absolute convinced attitude.
I don't think there was any
Glamorgan.
question of it carrying to the keeper. No. It was low, but he took it.
Yeah, he went forward a little bit, got his hand underneath it. They looked to the square leg in case
on non.
There's a question of whether it carried. So that was a huge appeal, and obviously something was heard. Nisa is into Beddingham then, and that's defended solidly up to mid-on. And Nisa's celebrations were almost Stuart Broad there, wasn't it?
Well, he was doing high fives with everybody.
Yeah. Thought he'd got Beddingham for a duck. Umpire Wharf was absolutely unmoved. So, don't think we'll get anything on that particular incident on the record somehow. We were naturally disappointed. Here's Nisa into Beddingham, who drives through the offside. That's beautifully half-stopped by Billy Root, who's saved 3 runs there. The sprawling save.
Does Alex Wharf live in Cardiff?
No, just he used to live in Caerphilly. I think he moved to Porthcawl, I'm not sure.
Quite a drive for him to come up here then, isn't it?
181 for 4.
Apparently, according to Paul, lagering means storage. I thought you'd know that. So unlagered balls means unstored balls. Andrew Tempest says, lager? I worked in Germany, and what we call a warehouse or storage, they call a lager.
Oh, yeah.
Or a lager, or it might be a ladger, a lager.
Probably more likely lager, I think.
Doug's been on. He says Australia played at Ashbrook in 1977. I was there. It was a 2-day fixture against the Minor Counties 11. In comes Labuschagne to Beddingham, played to backward pointer James Wheel, one of the substitute fielders. He said, I was there. He said Neil Riddell, Peter Kippax and Stuart Wilkinson, the Ebchester Express, played, and Peter Birtwistle was 12th man. Minor Counties won by 6 wickets in a rain-interrupted game in front of a large crowd. In attendance, players like Pascoe, Hughes, Walters, Crozier, Hooks, Malone. That's played back to the bowler this time by Beddingham. Peter Gill of Staffordshire, 92 not out. I think they might have been there in the 50s as well. I'm sure they played in the 50s. Labuschagne, right arm over from the Lumley end to Beddingham, who looks to play it through the leg side, and it's hit his thigh pad and gone behind him towards point. Norman Robinson's been on. He says, hiya Marty, cracking entertaining commentary as usual. Ben Stokes is due to bat next at number 7. Any idea when he batted as low as this for Durham in the Championship cricket? Ooh. In comes the bowler, skids through and is played late by Beddingham off towards point to Wheel once more. I would imagine he's done it a number of times if there's been a night watchman.
Last time there's a night watchman, I guess.
Yeah. And he hasn't played that many games, though, has he? That's the thing. And he's only played. This is his 4th game in the last 4 years. Comes Labuschagne, turned by, bedding him out through deep mid-wicket for 1 towards the Health Club. When he played last week, his previous game had been the same as Bryden Cast, July the 5th last year at Warwickshire. Both were withdrawn from the match halfway through by England because of that emergency COVID squad they had to put together to play Pakistan in the one-day series. And his previous game to that had been July 2018 at Cheltenham. It was red hot that week as well. Labuschagne to Borthwick. Borthwick dabs one out on a full length in front of his front foot towards the leg side. No run there. End of the over.
So lager in German, as well as the beer, can mean storeroom or warehouse.
So is that why I've got this? So this big belly I've got is basically a storage of lager then.
It's a lager von lager.
Yes.
Kisten aus dem Lager holen, to fetch some boxes from the storeroom. Surely there'll be one ball that's any good in there. Or it can mean a camp. Nomads have set up camp by the river. Nomaden haben ihr Lager am Fluss aufgeschlagen. Nisa bowls, and that's forward defensive by Beddingham.
What are you looking at now?
Cambridge Dictionary.
Oh, right. Can you speak German?
I used to be able to. Many years ago. Or can mean to have something in stock. Diese Ware haben wir nicht mehr auf Lager. We don't have this product in stock anymore. Could apply that to the balls. 182 for 4. Lead 128 for Durham as Beddingham pushes out on the offside. And I would say that dismissal of Beddingham could have been a turning point had that been given, but with Stokes next in, you can't really say that in with any degree of probability. And Stokes in the form that he's in, 161 last week, 82 on day 1 here. Nisa into bowl. Forward comes Beddingham, defends on the offside. So Glamorgan using Nisa and Hogan in a strike capacity. Gorvin went for about 3 and over with his medium pace. Salter bowled long and economically. And Labuschagne is who's taken the wicket. As Nisa into bowl. Beddingham works on the leg side through a gap. James Wheel is off in pursuit. He will pick it up just in front of the County Durham stand, but they'll come back for a fairly comfortable 3 runs by the time the throw arrives back in the middle from the tall, shaven-headed Wheel, whose demeanour reminds me somewhat of Alex Wharf at times, albeit Wheel is not quite as broad as Wharf was across the shoulder in his playing days.
Alan Shaw is wondering maybe harder decks this year with the fact that it's so dry. Could that be impacting the longevity of the balls?
Possible. Nisa to Borthwick, who runs a single down into the offside. Salter has some room to make to his right to do the fielding.
Would you know how to prepare a wicket?
No, it's bizarre because I look at the guys at our club who do it and I think, how do you know how to do that?
I wouldn't know how much moisture to get in there or not, really. I would think a drier wicket would be a better wicket, but they sometimes complain the wickets are too dry and they need a bit of moisture in them.
In comes Nisa. Bowls driven to cover by to mid-on by Beddingham. No run. Wheel with the fielding. We're talking about Carlson's bowling performance was brought up. He's took 5 wickets in the first innings of his debut, and he's taken 2 further wickets since. So, yeah, might have to write that one down as a one-off.
Somebody wondering when did they stop using reader balls and start using dukes. It's been a few years with the dukes now. Labuschagne, right arm over. Borthwick pulls off towards the square leg boundary for 1, possibly 2. Is he coming back for a second? He is. 1 for the throw. Coming back to the keeper's end. Harris with the throw. Reader used to sponsor the Durham Senior League. It used to be the Readers Durham Senior League. Don Topley reckons Division 2 used Oxbridge balls in around 2013-14. He says they were good to bowl with, swing, and for a full 80 overs they stayed hard as well. That's a full toss, which the bowlers got away with because it was down the leg side, and Borthwick played it straight to James Wheel.
Cricket was the loser. Awful ball.
Yeah.
Missed a chance to hit it into the next parish.
Yeah, he's missed out there, hasn't he, on some runs. In comes the bowler again. Flicked off the legs by Borthwick, no run. Wheel involved once more. So he's on as a sub, Harris is on as a sub.
Yeah, we saw McIlroy earlier.
Labuschagne in, flights it. Oh, he's bowled him with a full toss. Unbelievable. Borthwick's looked to try and sweep him through the leg side on one knee, and he's been bowled on a full toss. It's gone right through him. He's out for 90 from 123 balls, and he looks absolutely crestfallen.
Well, he might. His eyes lit up there. He should have put a previous one away. That is a bizarre way to get a wicket for Marnus Labuschagne. I'm not sure how he managed to miss that. It hasn't pitched.
Yeah.
Labuschagne has got his second wicket of the day. The first one was a little bit shorter length, but at least he got a bit of turn to earn that one. And there, Borthwick has missed out previously on a full toss, and he's just played all round that one. And Durham, somehow, they're 188 for 5. And the bowling skills of Marnus Labuschagne come to the fore. What you need is an England captain to take on the Aussie maestro. I've been forwarded photographic evidence to suggest that the Carlson run-out attempt might have been extremely close indeed. Because
didn't look it when we watched it again on the telly.
It didn't, but have been sent a freeze frame, which indicate that
the bails are not lifted there. When the bails come off, it bats well across the line.
One frame later, yeah, you can't blame the umpire for not giving it, but it would have been interesting to look at with a rock and roll. Can we rock and roll that? With the third umpire. 188 for 5 then, and Glamorgan have two new batsmen to bowl at. The trouble is they're Bedingham and Stokes. Labuschagne against Stokes. We saw this earlier. Now this is the reverse contest.
Comes in and bowls. Stokes plays a full toss up field to long on for 1 and is off the mark.
Full toss worked all right the ball before. Yeah, Stokes hit Labuschagne for a couple of sixes in the first innings. And I don't think Stokes bowled to Labuschagne as he was out relatively early.
I think Borthwick was out for 89 last week at Worcester. He's gone out for 90 today. his second half century of the season against Glamorgan now. This is off through deep mid wicket for one.
91 next week then. So the match situation is that Durham lead by 136 with 5 wickets remaining, and Glamorgan might just have visions of being able to earn themselves a chase tomorrow, should the rain stay away in the afternoon. But they are short on bowling resources. Well, Labuschagne's picking up wickets like that. They might have enough. Michael Nisa in from the Finkel end bowls to Beddingham, who defends to cover. There's no run. And Beddingham out for 11 in the first innings, leg before to Gorvin, age 76 in Cardiff. In that first match of the season, in between the hailstorms, which turned the outfield white on the first 2 days of the season. Nisa is in to bowl to Beddingham, who's forward, defending up to mid-off. Carlson fields, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, Carlson is captaining Glamorgan in the field today because David Lloyd is absent from proceedings, we presume with some sort of bug. He did wander past earlier on in his training kit, looking not entirely 100%.
Had a pair of batting gloves on and a bat in his hand.
Yeah, just to see if he could see things. As they've bowled him! Nisa's got one through. Beddingham has gone for 6, and he's had a stump ripped out of the ground. And Nisa being used in short bursts. Well, he's effective there. He's got his second wicket of the innings, and Beddingham has to go. And this is now, somewhat improbably, game on, with Glamorgan taking 3 wickets in quick succession for just 11 runs. 2 to Labuschagne and now 1 to Nisa.
Never got up that, did it? Durham in bother again now. This game has suddenly accelerated after lunch. It's doing the opposite of what happened yesterday. Durham lost 3 quick wickets here, and they are only 136 ahead. They've got nothing to play with at the minute.
Capped a bit low and removed the off pole, but it was a rapid delivery from Nisa, to be fair. And the bowling change works, even though Salter was doing an excellent holding job. Labuschagne picked up a couple of wickets at the Lumley end, and now Nisa brought on to replace Salter after that long spell, and he has got a valuable wicket. And Ned Eckersley is in at 8, which is as in the Glamorgan innings, we've got capable batters coming in fairly low down because of the use of a night watchman. Eckersley, Rain, Cars and Rushworth. Potts has already gone as the night watchman. Well, 136 for 6 effectively. Glamorgan might have issues with their batting order if David Lloyd is unable to return and do a bit of fielding, so he wouldn't be able to open the batting. Nisa then to Ned Eckersley. Made 21 in the first innings before being leg before to Nisa, who bowls now, and Nisa is dispatched through mid-wicket by Eckersley. They just paused to make sure the infielder hadn't got it, but he didn't. James Harris's dive didn't make contact, and James Wheel, the other substitute fielder, had to scurry backwards. 192 for 6. 138 is the lead. As Carlson walks back with Nisa, furiously polishing away to make the most of this ball, and Nisa into Eckersley, who defends that. Bowler gets a hand to it. Stokes gets a bat to it to try and knock it back to him. It's tidied up by Wheel.
Whether Beddingham did edge that ball from Nisa before or not, it doesn't matter because he was out for 6. They were convinced they had him caught behind on none, 6th ball.
Yes, thank goodness. That won't prove a major talking point. Nisa into Eckersley, who defends, thinks about a single. Stokes is not interested, and that's because Wheel was about 10 metres behind him and about to field the ball at mid-on. End of the over, 192 for 6. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Martin Emerson and Nick Webb from Chester Le Street, where the game has suddenly been broken out of its rather placid spell of progress. Durham were accumulating gently in Lees' case and reasonably aggressively in Borthwick's case. Both fell to Labuschagne, and Nisa's ripped out Beddingham's off stump. 6 down. Can Glamorgan find enough wickets to bowl Durham out? Still some way to go with rain and cars yet to get in.
Do you think it had gone into a state of torpor?
Something like that.
You've been complimented on your German, by the way, by Paul.
Very kind.
This is nice German from Webby.
Well.
Lagern, the verb, is conjugate with from the same root as English lay, to as in to lay down, hence a storehouse or a camping resting place.
Got ya.
Labuschagne bowling here to Stokes. You would really feel, in the general scheme of things, Durham need about another 160 runs on the board here. They're only 138 ahead. Labuschagne bowls again. Stokes defends. The white van just pulled in at the far end of the ground and is now reversing in behind the side screen.
Is that going to hold up play? Everything else has held up play today.
Yeah, they're trying to wave to the van driver to tell him to move.
I mean, if this is a regular problem, why can't they just get a bigger screen? Not that expensive, surely.
No, I don't know. It's strange, isn't it? Well, the screen doesn't come all the way down. There's a little row of seats underneath it, and there's a gap where you can see underneath into the car park.
Tell you what, I'll bring a couple of sheets down from the hotel room and stick them on the side. That'd do the job.
There's 2 sight screens at the far end. There's a smaller one and then a slightly bigger one around it. Labuschagne to Stokes. Stokes plays the ball back to the bowler, who shapes up as if he's going to hurl the ball back at him, but doesn't.
That's a rarity. He usually has a throw at the stumps.
Comes in. Defended by Stokes again. Paul Wilson says it sounds like Durham and Glamorgan have stopped playing cricket and have started playing tennis instead. New balls, please, is the cry. In comes the bowler again, and this is played by Stokes along the ground, out through deep mid-wicket for 1 run. You got an update to do? Paul Bennett says Glamorgan short of bowling resources, ? They're getting through our strong batting lineup in contrast to our bowlers. Eckersley's got 2 and Stokes has got 2. Durham are 193 for 6 and lead by just 139. Labuschagne bowls, defended by Eckersley. End of the over. Nisa to continue here. As Nick was commentating when he bowled David Beddingham, it was a quick delivery, but Beddingham never really got fully forward to it. It went pitched and stayed fairly low, went under the bat and took the off stump. Stokes on this occasion fends the ball away down towards the long leg for 1. In comes Nisa to Eckersley. Eckersley just lets the ball glide down to third man for 1. In comes the ball around the wicket to Stokes, no run. Leads 141. Nisa to Stokes, no run there. He plays it up to 12th man, 13th man, James Wheel, former Durham man, Stokesley's James Wheel. Wheel started his career with Durham, and then made his debut in 2015, left it in 2019 as a bowler bowls, and this is played out through the covers. He cuts it off. Wheel, 1 run though. Then he had a year at Leicester in 2020 and then Glamorgan 2021. I remember around about the time his career sort of started to trickle to a close here at Durham, there'd been 1 or 2 injury issues, and it was that game at Sedbergh started on my birthday in 2019, June the 30th. And he arrived at Sedbergh and had a foot injury, and I think he was sent home, and I can't remember him playing again after that. In comes Nisa to bowl to Eckersley. He's left alone. Sorry, that's defended, played off the point. No run though, that's what I meant to say. So Durham are 196 for 6 in their second innings, but it's slightly ahead of itself in the wickets fallen column because one of those is Matty Potts, the night watchman. But if he was coming in around about now, he'd probably get some runs, whereas earlier he was out for 3. The lead is 142. And Waterson is commenting on Borthwick's dismissal. He says it's a horrible shot, and he looked in such good nick as well. He played some lovely cover drives today, Scott Borthwick, and some nice late cuts as well, but he just got excited to a full toss and he tried to slog sweep and it went right through him and he got bowled. It wasn't a good ball and it wasn't a good shot.
Probably have hit that for 4 or 6, 99 times out of 100. Yeah. It was just the 1%. Oh, what's the latest delay for? Bit of field changing. Glamorgan are ahead of their over rate, so they can afford to take their time. In the women's game, Central Sparks 35 for 2 off 6 against Western Storm in Cardiff. This is 2020.
Labuschagne bowls, played by Stokes off towards mid-wicket. No run. Towards the covers, what am I talking about? Labuschagne bowls again to Stokes. Stokes back into the crease, fends the ball down. Right about the splice of the bat. There is a row of seats in front of that side screen at the far end, which nobody's in because there's actually a little fence right at the end of the side screen stopping people getting there. There's Labuschagne balls and a reverse sweep from Stokes out to backward point.
Little early to be reverse sweeping,
Yeah,
even if you're the England captain.
Really risky. Salter's out there fielding. And it looped into his hands but via the ground. Labuschagne once more. He tries it again and that time he gets hold of it and that's 4. Risky. 200 runs up for Durham. But they were 54 behind, remember. 67.4 overs. Needs 146.
Another 100 or so would make it a reasonably even game, I suspect.
We are, what are we, 12.2 overs away from the new ball, which will then be replaced 20 overs later.
By a different, slightly less new ball.
Labuschagne bowling to
well, leg spin
Stokes,
anyway.
Yeah. Similar styles. It's a lovely sunny day, isn't it?
Have to get our outside commentary position going.
Yeah. The Australian in again. This is defended by Stokes. That is the end of the over. So 3 dot balls, an attempted reverse sweep. Didn't work, then he tried it again and got a 4, then 2 more dot balls. Mervyn says, I'm sitting 4 pitches over, but I have to sit down and I've sat here all day. I can't work it out either. And then he said, whoever said cricket is a strange game is right, but I'm not sure what he can't work out, whether it's the ball, maybe the balls, or people going behind the sight screen, I don't know. Not sure what he's referring to there.
Both are inexplicable.
Yeah. Balls on the sight screen.
The balls haven't been lagered enough, and the spectators haven't been lagered enough.
Yes, something like that.
If they were better lagered, they'd be falling over rather than wandering by the sight screen.
There'll be plenty of that when the students come in a few weeks' time. They'll be lagered up. Oh, we're changing the ball again.
No. This is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Right, scores elsewhere in Division 2. Derbyshire 456 for 7, leading Worcestershire by 88 runs on first innings. Dahl 54 not out. Thompson out for 54.
Unbelievable this. The replacement ball is now being replaced.
Leicestershire fighting to avoid defeat against Sussex. They're 79 for 1 in their second innings, still 161 behind at Grace Road. Hassan Azad 49 not out. The man who changed his Twitter handle from Batpad Man, now he's given up that position, is now ex-Batpad Man. At Lords, Nottinghamshire batting a second time with a huge lead. They're 213 for 5 in their second innings, as Joe Clark's on 51 not out. That is a lead of 433 over the City Slickers. Somerset are heading for a big win in the West.
That ball lasted 17 overs.
It's a good one then. Somerset are heading for a big win in the West Country Derby. Gloucester 49 for 3 in their second innings, still 356 short of avoiding an innings defeat. At Beckenham, Kent 198 for 7. That's in reply to Surrey's 5 million at 671. 3 wickets for Will Jacks there, 2 apiece for Jamie Overton and for Dan Worrell. You're not missing any cricket here. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 247 for 3 in reply to Northance's 597 for 6 declared. Sam Hain is 88 not out. Will Rhodes is 59 not out. And in the little local rivalry at Headingley, Yorkshire 228 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 566 for 9. And after Billy Root made 88 here yesterday, the family rivalry is continuing because brother Joe is 92 not out, so he's outdone Billy in the first innings of this particular round of matches. And in the women's game in Cardiff, Central Sparks 49 for 2 in the 8th over against Western Storm, who include of their the Welsh women, Alex Griffiths and Claire Nicholas, who's had a bowl, 2 overs, 0 for 8, and also 2 other Wales players who are not Welsh as such, Georgia Hennessy and Danielle Gibson, but are obviously part of the greater Cricket Wales family. Have they run out of balls? Can we all go home?
James Franklin, the Durham coach, is coming on. He's asking why are you keeping changing the balls all the time? And what's wrong with the balls that we've got in the box here? Why are you not accepting any of them? Talking to James Middlebrook, the umpire. Have they got a new ball, or are they getting another one somewhere? This is that ball they've just replaced was the replacement ball, which has now been replaced. It's the 4th ball change today, and in 12 overs they're due a new ball.
Oh dear!
But I blame the bowling team. So get it on the overrate and get them down to -5.
I blame the batters for hitting it too hard. Shouldn't whack it into advertising hoardings and damaging the ball deliberately. Michael Neser, cricket is about to break out, is going to bowl to Ned Eckersley, and forward he presses, bat and pad together, plays to Root at cover, and there's no run. Don't they know we've got a confrontation between the England captain and a leading Australian player to get on with? Michael Neser fiddling around with his footmarks as usual on the bowling crease. Kieran Carlson polishing as usual. Carlson acting captain today in the absence of David Lloyd. And forward comes Eckersley to defend to mid-on, and there's no run. No more detailed version other than feeling unwell has emerged as yet from the Glamorgan camp. Did walk past earlier, maybe for a little gentle net to see how he felt, but obviously hasn't felt well enough to come back on the field, which he'll have to do at some point if he's going to open the batting. Carlson, his deputy, is changing the field, and he's put Sam Northeast in at silly mid-on, which means that Michael Hogan is standing straight behind him. Now Northeast is moved a fraction wider at short mid-wicket. Neser is in to bowl, and Eckersley is in defending that one up to Hogan at mid-on, and there's no run. So Glamorgan shouldn't be short of experience on the field, with the former captain keeping wicket. Labuschagne in the Northeast and Hogan. Fairly experienced Glamorgan team. Ben Stokes leans on his bat at the non-striker's end as Michael Neser bowls and Eckersley defends up to mid-off. There's no run. Run rate for the innings is 2.9 at the moment. 200 for 6 Durham, leading by 1 for 6. After Glamorgan took a first innings advantage of 54 runs, thanks to a merrily wagging lower order, albeit that lower order was spearheaded by Billy Root, who's a specialist batter. 88. Good match for Michael Neser. He made 62. He's got a couple of wickets in this innings to go with his couple in the first innings. With the power to add as Eckersley flicks one off his hip down towards backward square. They'll think of a second run, and they will take it as McIlroy was looking to pick up and throw in one movement, and unfortunately didn't complete part one of that manoeuvre. 202 for 6. Eckersley moves up to 5. Lovely afternoon, just a little bit of high hazy cloud, mostly blue skies, lovely watching conditions. Warmest off the game as Nisa bowls and Eckersley plays defensively up to Carlson at mid-off. No run. It is the end of Nisa's over. 2 for 52. He's got off 18 overs. Labuschagne 2 for 25 off 8. And Labuschagne will probably bowl as long as you want him to. Salter had a good long spell earlier, and Glamorgan needing the spinners to work hard today, because they've only got the frontline bowlers Hogan and Nisa with Gorvin as backup. What's tickled your fancy, Martin?
Tweet from Durham Chris: have we bought a batch of cricket balls from Pound Zone at Reckington? Which I think from memory, this is a shop up in the owner would probably complain about that comment, because it's very, if it's the one I'm thinking of, we had him on the news recently. He does these daily updates of what's on offer in the store on Facebook, and they've gone viral. Here's Labuschagne bowling to Stokes, played to square leg, no run. Oh, could have been a run. It was a misfield, but no run. Hogan ran over the ball, and it ended up behind him. Richard says, do we not get a say about this ball changing all the time? It's getting farcical. Labuschagne bowls. Stokes dabs it off towards square leg for 1.
We're going to get to tea fairly early today, aren't we? What have we got? 8 overs after this. Not that early, but before 4 o'clock, which is...
Yeah, but after 3:40, which is when it's meant to be.
Yeah. In your dreams.
I tell you what, there's a canny sprinkling of spectators in here today. There's no football to distract them until 4:45. There's Labuschagne bowls, and the weather's nice. It's just defended by Eckersley on the off stump.
It's been quite well attended the 3 days so far. Let's hope it continues tomorrow.
Yeah.
Albeit the weather might not be quite so nice.
I wonder what we'll be describing tomorrow. Labuschagne bowls, turned by Eckersley out through mid-wicket for 1. Best part of the ground to be in here. There's lots of people in t-shirts and shorts in the lower tier of the County Durham stand on our right, or the other spot in the sun up at the top of the terrace next to the health club, just in front of the health club, the Northwest Terrace. Hope you're all wearing your Factor 50. Remember to drink responsibly. Stokes drills a ball from Labuschagne back to the bowler, who spins around on one knee and hurls it back towards Stokes' stumps, and batsman's just wandering away, completely disinterested. Bowler balls again. Stokes looks to sweep. It hits the keeper's foot and bounces away for, I think, a bye, or is it a leg bye? What's going to be leg bye?
Be merciful on the poor keeper.
I couldn't see because the keeper jumped across whether there'd been any, if it had actually hit any part of Stokes or not. So 40 overs remaining today. They have to be bowled at 2.7 minutes and over. So work out that one. It's about 2 hours of play, isn't it? Lead 151 at 205 for 6. Martin Emerson and Nick Webb with you. Day 3 here, Durham and Glamorgan on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Wales, and around the world on that there Thinternet thing. Salter coming back into the attack, is it? Who's this?
It is Salter after a brief spell of Nisa, and They're being careful not to over-bowl him, despite being a couple of bowlers down, Glamorgan. That's the best nickname I've had, is worldwide.
Notts have got a 450 plus lead against Middlesex now, and Stephen Mullaney and Joe Clark have both got half centuries. Mullaney's second in the game, so they've built a massive lead there.
It is going to be Salter then to Stokes, who's 9 not out off 20 deliveries so far. Big responsibility on his shoulders as he pushes forward to defend out into the covers where Labuschagne does the fielding.
Oh, the tricky treat he's scored against. Who's Forest playing again today in the playoffs? Sheffield United, isn't it? I think they've scored.
Salter is in. Reverse sweep. Middled by Ben Stokes. That one's racing away for 4. That was played in some style as Stokes has battered that one down towards backward point, which then became backward square leg with his stance. Raced away for 4. Minus Labuschagne with a thought or two proffered to Andrew Salter. Stokes has moved to 13. Durham 209 for 6, lead by 155. Chris Cook is now chipping in his sixpenneth of advice. And is there going to be a slip remaining? Yes, there is. Nisa is remaining at slip, but there's a man now at deep backward point. Stokes back on his stumps defending. Ball trickles back to Andrew Salter. No run. So there's a slip. There's only one on either side saving the single. As Stokes goes for a top edge, and it's just beyond the reach.
Dropped, I think,
of Michael Nisa. Did he get a hand to it?
He did.
Stokes top edging, went a long way up in the air, and Nisa did get a hand to it in the air. He wasn't in any position to stabilise himself, and so Ben Stokes gets a life on 13. A difficult chance, but those are the sort that have to be taken, you think, if you're going to win a game against the England captain. He's under 15, and he's playing the next ball quietly for a single out through the offside.
Life on 13, lucky for some.
And lucky for Salter and Nisa. Seemed to be up in the air a long time. Top edge that sweep. Was that the moment the game turned back in Durham's favour? Salter scuffing away to create a new mark for bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, and Eckersley turns one on the leg side. Labuschagne swoops, arrows his throw in to Chris Cook. There is no run. 212 for 6, a tale of what might have been for Glamorgan in that over. The lead 158. 4 wickets in hand. One of them is Ben Stokes.
The thing Durham don't want to do here today is get themselves bowled out, because you would look at that now. If they lose 2 or 3 quick wickets here again, and they only have a lead of 210, 220, something like that, then you would feel Glamorgan could just defend their way to that kind of total. There'd be plenty of time in the game in which they could do it. And because Durham have never looked like taking 20 wickets in a game, would you back them to be able to bowl Glamorgan out and defend such a low total? I don't think you would.
Well, a lot depends on Stokes at the moment, with respect to the others.
Labuschagne bowling to Stokes this time. He's a long way forward to defend that one. Goes to the offside, no run.
Just a little bit quicker, that delivery. Labuschagne's taken wickets with a quicker, shorter delivery and a full toss so far.
Bowler comes in. This is defended.
that one away on the offside. Billy Root doing some polishing.
So it looks like Luke Fletcher must have opened the batting last night for Notts.
Yeah.
So it's apparently as this is swept by Stokes down on one knee out towards deep mid wicket to get one. So he got a 50 in the first innings at 11 and a 50 in the second innings at 1.
Is this the first time?
Apparently this is the first instance in first class cricket of a batsman scoring 50 plus from number 1 and number 11.
Presume he was a night watchman last night.
Yeah.
More conversations for Labuschagne as he gets his field right to the right-handed Eckersley.
He bowls, Eckersley forward, defends, the ball goes back to the bowler.
Yeah, Notts had 1 over to face last night, hence Fletcher.
Labuschagne again to Eckersley, played off to the cover area, no run. What paper's that?
Times of London.
Scorecards in the back.
It has got scorecards.
I thought those days were long gone. Labuschagne again. It's gone down the leg side now. Ooh, there's an attempted stump. Well, it is a stumping, but luckily for Eckersley, he managed to keep his foot grounded because he rocked forward then. It looked like he was going to fall out the crease as Cook broke his stumps. End of the over, 213 for 6. Norman Robinson says, "Hiya Marty, earlier talk of Ashbrook had me refreshing my memory from 1990. League Cricket Conference versus the touring India team. Apparently it was Sachin Tendulkar's first match in England. A strong Indian side totalled 231 for 9 in their 55 overs. And the League Cricket Conference finished on 191 for 9. They included Clayton Lambert, the West Indian quickie, Ken MacLeod, then at Billingham Synthonia, Hartlepool paceman Ashley Day, who was on Durham's books in the early days of first class cricket, and Ryop and Whitburn wicketkeeper David Borthwick."
As Salter bowls to Stokes, there's a ridiculous appeal because Stokes was miles down the wicket.
Yeah. David Borthwick is Scott's uncle. Him and Scott's dad George used to play cricket together.
I'm not sure why Salter and Cook bothered with that appeal because Stokes was about 3 metres down. Salter bowls, shorter, flatter. Stokes plays it comfortably off the back foot up to long on, where Hogan fields in front of us. And it's a single by mutual consent. 214 for 6, Durham lead by 160. Salter 0 for 43, is in his 21st over. He's bowling to Eckersley. So that's driven through the offside. There'll be runs here for Eckersley as a chase for the man round the cover boundary. It's picked up by Gorvin in front of the pavilion, and they've come back for 2.
An ambulance has arrived in the ground. That's not a good sign.
Salter to Eckersley, comes down
Whoa.
the wicket and smashes him
He's out.
towards mid-off, where Hogan takes the catch. And Durham at 216 for 7 was looking over long on, where the blow was aimed. It was off the bottom part of the bat, and Hogan plunged forward and held on. And Salter has his first wicket. Eckersley has gone for 8, and Durham needs some Stokes heroics. Not quite sure what that was about.
I don't know
from
why he did
Eckersley.
that. I really don't know why he did that. Reckless. So Durham are now 7 down. They only lead by 162.
26 added for the 7th wicket. Ben Stokes is still there, 18. His support acts then, Rain, Cars and Rushworth. It's been quite an odd game again today, hasn't it, with all these ball changes interrupting momentum. Glamorgan desperately juggling a depleted bowling attack. And Durham losing unlikely wickets, really. Notably, Borthwick bowled by Labuschagne full toss.
Yeah. And then that.
Just need a little bit more application over a longer period, don't they, at the moment?
They're throwing this away here, Durham. They really are.
And they'll have something to bowl at, but if Glamorgan can knock over 9-10 Jack, Rain is a capable batsman he was 8 in the first innings, made 31. More left-handedness. Left-handed pair then of Rain and Stokes. 5 saving the single and a slip as Rain turns on the leg side, thinks about the single. Carlson's presence decides him otherwise. 216 for 7, effectively 162 for 7. Salter's gone back around the wicket to the left-hander, and Rain is forward, playing gently on the leg side. That is the end of Salter's over, in which he conceded 3 runs and took a wicket. Durham have Ben Stokes on 18 not out. Ben Rain has just arrived to partner him. Bryden Carrs and Chris Rushworth to come. And the Durham lead, surprisingly, is looking a little bit fragile, considering the relative ease with which Borthwick and Lees were batting for much of the day.
David Griffin's tweeted, double figures alert. Only once back in 1932 of all 11 Derbyshire batsmen made double figures scores. It's a summit to be a batsman, it would appear, in most places, but not to throw your wicket away and play reckless shots. Durham just need to add another boring 100 runs on here. Bore their way to the 100 runs. Labuschagne bowling to Stokes, who's on 18 from 30 balls. Got 2 men out on the deep, one at deep mid-wicket on the leg side and the other one at long on, and then there's a long off as well as Labuschagne bowls. Stokes plays it through mid-wicket and off towards long on for 1.
Well, Stokes obviously is known for his aggressive hitting, but he's shown in test matches that he can bore it out with the best of them.
Good week for the Root family. Billy made 88, was it, yesterday?
Yep.
Root's got 100 today. Joe Root's got 100 today. Labuschagne to Rain, who plays the ball to deep square leg for 1. How many overs to T? 4.4, leads 164. Stokes back on strike on 19. 19.
Paul Hardcastle.
He bowls. It's defended by Stokes.
Or indeed the spoof version by the commentators.
Yes.
The average score by an English batsman against Australia.
Still probably apt as well, isn't it? 218 for 7 here, Durham, in their second innings against Glamorgan. Stokes back into his crease, plays the ball short on the offside to northeast, no run. Notts now leading Middlesex by 487 with 8 overs to go to T as Stokes plays this up to long on for 1.
What do you reckon? Tea time declaration at Lords?
Probably. Ball
500 to win.
Was it McIlroy?
McIlroy is 35.
35, yeah, with a left arm throw. Way down the far end of the ground. Rain on strike. 2 left-handers in the middle again for Durham here. My pre-match synopsis today was, if Durham would have bat long enough to set a target that they felt they could defend, they wouldn't have enough time left in the game to win. This one's defended by Rain. If they're bowled out, then that's a different kettle of fish, I suppose. Lead at the minute 165.
Yeah, I mean, if there's another 100 added, then
well, at this
Durham
point,
give themselves a chance.
At this point yesterday, 202 more runs were added, weren't they?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we can't discount the lower order, particularly when they're led by Ben Stokes. Batting at 7 today. And Andrew Salter might have had him caught on 13, but a diving Nisa could not pull off a Superman catch in mid-air.
when's your next update?
4.
Alright, I'll be back in a sec.
Salter in to Ben Stokes, or he will be when Stokes is ready. Magisterial hand held up, now he settles over his bat. And Stokes bowls, and Salter bowls to Stokes, who defends back down the pitch. He's got 20, including 2 boundaries at the moment, Ben Stokes. But a lot depending on him as Salter bowls on leg stump, turned away by Stokes towards mid-wicket. Carlson was not saving the single in that position. Glamorgan seems happy to give Stokes singles and bowl at the man at the other end as they congregate for Rain to face. Salter bowls, Rain pushes forward. There's almost an inquiry from Salter just in case there's pad first, but it didn't look like it from this distance anyway. Salter into Rain, who drives back to the bowler, no run. 220 for 7. Having started at 39 for 2 overnight. Salter bowls and Rain noodles it away on the leg side. Carlson fields, no run. Durham were 41 for 3 when night watchman Potts was leg before to Hogan for 3. Then the central act of the day, a stand of 138 in 42.4 overs between Lees and Borthwick. Rain is forward, defending up to mid-on. Hogan fields, no run, 220 for 7 at the end of the over. So Durham went from 41 for 3 to 179 for 4 when Labuschagne and his leg spin won an LBW shout against Alex Lees, whose patient 61 came at a strike rate of just 33. And shortly afterwards, Borthwick was bowled by Labuschagne full toss for 90 off 124 balls, 12 fours. Michael Nisa thought he'd had Beddingham caught behind without scoring and knew he'd dismissed Beddingham when he knocked out his off stump to one that might have kept a little bit low, but it was a rapid delivery anyway. Beddingham went for 6 and Eckersley driving Andrew Salter low to Michael Hogan at mid-off for 8. Stokes is 21, Rain is 1. Stokes is on strike. Labuschagne bowls short, pulled away by Stokes down towards backward square. Hogan fields, single taken. Labuschagne is bowling quite a few shorter and flatter, possibly faster at the moment. A decent ball to get rid of Lees, but he did miss a pull shot. Labuschagne to Rain, and the full bunger that's driven to Carlson at short mid-wicket, no run. 2 overs after this until the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online with Martin Emerson and Nick Webb. As forward comes Rain, defends back to the bowler, no run. Tell you what, if we hadn't had the multiple interruptions for inspections of the balls today, we'd have been at tea absolutely slap bang on time. Labuschagne bowls again short, and that one ought to have been dispatched, but it wasn't by Ben Rain because he hit it straight to Michael Hogan, who was there for that purpose at shortish fine leg. Salter is there as well at backward square. They're fairly close together for the miss-hit pull shot as they look to hit the left-handers with the spin of the leg spinner. Driven by rain up to mid-on. No run, just a single off the first ball of the over. 221 for 7. The lead is 167. And it is Labuschagne to finish that over. It's miscounting me dots. Rain settles. Six saving the single as Rain noodles it on the leg side. That is the end of the over. It's 221 for 7. The lead is still 167 as a helmet is now brought out onto the field by James Wheel, which might mean that there's another short fielder going in.
He's like a coiled spring, and he's in Labuschagne when he bowls. He's ready to go off at any second, constantly leaping in the air. And somebody's taking advantage of the free kids entry. There's one guy coming up the steps here with his son. What a pleasant day.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Northeast on the boundary. Don't often see him down here in front of us.
On the boundary. Everyone's gone on the boundary.
Stokes is on strike.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the boundary. 6 on the boundary.
It's only one saving the single.
Comes Salter, played away towards backward point for 1. So McIlroy comes up from deep backward point to field that.
And now everyone converges.
It looks like Stephen Mullaney's on 89 for knots, so I would imagine they'll let him get his century and then they'll probably declare.
Yep. 500 plus lead at Lords.
Everybody's come back in close for Rain, who is on 1 from 13 deliveries. Salter right arm round, Rain 4 to this one, defends. 168 the lead. Durham need that up past 200 and then well beyond. We've got the rest of this over. Throw 4 balls left. Here's the first of them. Oh, a good leave by Rain, because that's angled back the other way and just misses his off stump. Now that would have been disastrous if he'd been bowled there. So what, 1.5 overs to tee. Desperate from a Durham point of view, they don't lose another wicket between then and now. Salter bowls. That's dug out. They're all inquiring, but there was an awful lot of bat on that ball as it landed. I think their suggestion is that it hit his toe at the same time, but Alex Wharf unmoved. Salter stares at the situation and stares back at the umpire.
It did hit his boot. Whether which it was first was very difficult to tell.
Salter in again. Forward comes Rain.
And Salter's naturally optimistic, and when you've got Labuschagne fielding at cover as backing vocals.
Yeah. There's an awful lot of dust came up at the same time, wasn't it? Salter bowls once more, driven by Rain to northeast at mid-off, end of the over. So 1 to go to tee.
Yeah, one of those that isn't going to be given by any umpire without video technology, which of course doesn't exist in the majority of county matches. At Sophia Gardens, Western Storm are going to have a bit of a chase against Central Sparks, because the visitors are 112 for 3 with 16.5 overs bowled. Amy Jones made 52. Abby Freeborn 38 not out. Wickets to Danielle Gibson, 1 to Lauren Filer and 1 to Georgia Hennessy, and Claire Nicholas bowled her 4 overs at a cost of just 25. The spinner who tends to open the bowling. Here's Marnus Labuschagne then into bowl, and Stokes defends to cover, and there's no run. So Nisa's there at slip. mid-wicket and cover are saving the single. Everyone else is spread far and wide, 3 out in the deep on either side of the wicket in this last over before tea. Labuschagne bowls, Stokes back on his stumps, defends, scrambling stop by Carlson to prevent a single at mid-wicket. 2-2-2 for 7. Lead 168 for Durham. Can they get it well past 200 is the question for this match, as Stokes is forward defending. He has seemingly no intention of anything spectacular before tea. He's opened his shoulders on a couple of occasions, but nothing more than that. As Labuschagne bowls, Stokes back on his stumps, chops it down past slip, and they will go through for a single. 2 balls left until the interval. 2:23 for 7. 169 the advantage.
Peter Miller has tweeted, he says, if Glamorgan can push for a win here, especially with a real chance that Notts will beat Middlesex, I don't think you could have asked for much more from the first block of matches. Would be 3 wins, 2 draws and a loss. And as I have said, I think they have a real chance of promotion if they can keep the bowlers fit. Well, they're missing 2 bowlers today and they're still doing quite well. He then adds, of course, Ben Stokes might do Ben Stokes things.
He might indeed, but probably not in the next 2 deliveries, because Ben Rain is on strike and there's a short leg for Labuschagne bowls. Driven back to Labuschagne, who feigns to throw the ball back at the stumps, only hindered by the fact that he didn't have the ball in his hands at the time. 2:23 for 7, last ball of the afternoon session, if it is a legitimate one, which it is. Rain punches it off the back foot to mid-on, and that's it for your afternoon's entertainment. 2:23 for 7, Stokes has 24, Rain has 1. Lunch, it was 140 for 3, so 83 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. It has been Glamorgan's session, and we will see you in 20 minutes' time. The Durham lead is 169 with 3 wickets in hand, and Ben Stokes on 24 not out.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job. We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. We can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers, industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
in with a smile from ear to ear. Yes, we know that well.
Players coming out to start the final session of the day, day 3 here in Chester Street. It's a gorgeous day out there. I just popped out into the back lane behind the media centre, absolutely lovely. And Durham are 223 for 7. They lead by only 169. A lot really now hanging on what you would imagine Ben Stokes and Ben Rain can eke out here. So here we go then.
Interesting little session. Will we see Glamorgan chasing this evening?
How much of the strike do you think Ben Stokes will try and take?
He's not likely to try and protect Rain, is he?
God, it's Luke Fletcher's week, isn't it? Not only does he get 50 opening the batting and then 50 at 11 or vice versa, he's now got a wicket with his first ball.
Think you'd be telling anyone about it. Here's Andrew Salter then to start up to bowl to Ben Stokes, and he's played that one away on the offside. No run. 223 for 7. The afternoon session was effectively 83 for 4. The morning session was 101 for 1. So a day of 2 halves as Salter drops one short, seeing Stokes coming down the wicket, and it's clipped up to mid-wicket for a single. Durham dominating the first session thanks to that stand between Borthwick, who made 90, and Lees, who made 61. And then Glamorgan fighting back despite their depleted bowling resources. Salter to bowl to Rain, who noodles it away down towards fine leg. Root is off in pursuit, and it is another single. And there's a lot of field changing going on between each ball when they take singles, as they converge for Rain on strike and then scatter again for Stokes, with cover and slip the only men saving singles as Salter bowls short flat. Stokes works it on the leg side. There'll be a single there for Stokes, as Carlson can't field cleanly anyway. 226 for 7. 3 singles in successive balls. I mean, a lot of walking for the fielders to do. Salter bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, draws Rain forward defensively. He's on 3 off 22 balls. At the moment is Ben Rain. 2, the scoreboard changes its mind. And he stays on 2 as he's defended that one on the leg side. So 3 singles in the over. Rain has 2, Stokes 26, 226 for 7. The lead is 172 for Durham, and Michael Hogan is starting to limber up because this will be the last over with this ball, having had 4 ball changes today.
James Franklin, Alan Walker and one of the other coaches have just gone round to the nets with a box of balls and a bowling machine and a bat. So they're running out of spare balls at the rate they're going through balls. So I'm wondering if they've gone round there to knock them in. Will Gidman's the other coach with them. I'm wondering if they've gone round there to try and knock a few balls in. I wonder when the new batch of balls is going to arrive. Or has it already come? Oh, Stokes is stumped. Big wicket. He's played and missed Labuschagne. His foot's fallen out the crease and he's out. Now that is a crucial moment in this game. Durham are only 172 ahead, and they've really made a pig's ear of things this afternoon against a team, 2 bowlers missing as well. They're only 176 ahead and they do not have enough to play with here. They're going to have to get some runs from somewhere, but at the rate they've been losing wickets this afternoon, all started when Labuschagne came into the attack. He's now got his 3rd, 3 for 33, and he got 3 last week as well with his spin, didn't he?
He did.
So what did he get last week?
3 for 65.
3 for 65.
And, well, it's the sort of bowling that occasionally lulls batters, I guess, into a false sense of security, because you do get a fair number of bad balls from nearly every leg spinner, but Stokes just tempted forward there, and Chris Cook whipped off the bails, and that could see Glamorgan with a reasonable chase of 200.
They could be batting very shortly at this rate.
So a vital moment. Labuschagne tempting Stokes out of his ground, and Chris Cook doing the rest. Well. 26 off 46 balls for the England captain. Hit 2 boundaries, but none of the heroics of both the first innings and last week at Worcester. And that's a really big moment. Potentially in the game. Lead 172. Labuschagne organises his resources for the right-handed cars. And now it will be pressure on from Glamorgan. Extra helmet is summoned for a short leg as they look somehow to finish Durham off. Now, will they keep Labuschagne on, or will they go for 2 quicks with the new ball? Will they let Labuschagne maybe bowl with the new ball to get some bounce?
Who's in then? Bryden Carse. Fends the first ball down towards backward point. No run. Salter collects it.
Well, this game has moved on a lot more rapidly than looked the case when Lees and Borthwick were going fairly unhurriedly along into early afternoon.
Labuschagne in again, defended by Carse. Durham desperately needs something like a 50-run stand out of somewhere here today.
Well, Glamorgan got 200 for the last 3.
Yeah, but
Van der Hoogten looked relatively untroubled.
Labuschagne to Carse. Carse drives up 2 mid off, no run there.
You'd probably put Rain in round about the same batting category as Michael Neser.
Labuschagne bowls again. Carse nurdles one down towards backward point. It's missed by Salter, and he'll get a run. In fact, they can come back for 2. He can just jog back for the second as Salter retrieves the ball down below our commentary position.
Ooh, he'll be cross with that. Andrew Salter prides himself on his fielding. Usually in the key position around Gully Point area. Just managed to slide over the top of that one. Good job he's not keeping goal in the FA Cup final.
Labuschagne to cast defended end of the over, so it started with a wicket, it ended with a 2 and a dot. Durham lead by 174.
Well, you get the feeling that 200 lead is the next sort of psychological milestone as the umpires come together. Now, after all the ball changes, we're now going to get a legitimate ball change as the latest offering is dispatched, hurled rather dismissively to the boundary. And the brand new shiny cherry is waved at the scorers by Alex Wharf, who'd probably like to be bowling with it himself.
We have had 6 ball changes for dodgy balls, 4 of which have been today, plus now a new ball. We've had 2 other new balls in this innings, in this game, so that's 6, 7, 9.
9 ball changes, only 3 of them normal, if you can put it that way. And of course the 6 that are because the condition of the ball are all needed a little conference, and there have been 1 or 2 cases where they've been told to get on with it. Here is Michael Neser getting on with it, bowling to left-handed Ben Rain, who will pick up at least a single here as he pushes it out towards square leg. They'll settle for the single. 229 for 8. The lead is 175 for Durham. As it's lobbed back to Carlson, who for once doesn't have to do any polishing on it. So right-handed Bryden Cars is on strike. He made 8 in the first innings, was caught behind off Hogan. And Michael Neser bowls, and Cars getting everything behind it, defends it reasonably comfortably back down the wicket. No run. So Glamorgan without Tim van der Hoogten because of a hamstring strain, and Captain David Lloyd, feeling unwell, has not been on the fields today. Did see him out in his training kit, but presumably was not feeling up to doing duty out in the middle. Neser in to bowl to Cars, who hits him on the glove. The rain calls him through for a single. Neser will have a throw at the non-striker's end and hits the middle stump out. And Alex Wharf on the turn had to make a quick judgment there, and he was only just home. Well, Glamorgan have been pretty accurate in the field today. That's the second time we've seen a stump ripped out by a throw. But they haven't actually won a run-out decision in this match, having won 3 against Leicestershire in the last game. But their fielding's been impressive in terms of hitting the stumps. Neser, the bowler, fielding there and turning and pivoting. Neser's into Rain, who's beaten by that one, pushing forward into the gloves of Cook. So Glamorgan pressing to get these last couple of wickets before the lead goes past 200. And batting conditions this evening, if they do get in, well, the clouds high at the moment. There's more cloud cover than there was earlier, but it's still very pleasant indeed. Pleasant viewing and good weather conditions for playing. Neser in to bowl. Rain drives, get a thick edge down towards third man, and we'll get a perfectly safe single as McIlroy, the substitute fielder, does the business in front of that empty Castle stand. It's empty because they haven't installed the seats yet. They're sitting in piles underneath. It's a bit of work for someone in the next couple of weeks before T20 comes to play. Glamorgan's first match is a week Thursday away to Sussex. As Nisa bowls and Carr's back on his stumps to fans out on the offside. Carlson at off. There's a fielding 231 for 8. The lead is 177. And Durham start their campaign on the same night at Leicester in their little jaunt round the Midlands, while Glamorgan are wandering round the southeast of England with 3 matches in 4 days. Rain has 4, Cars has 3, 231 for 8, lead 177. And Labuschagne, having taken the vital wicket of Stokes, is not going to get the chance to follow it up.
Yeah, I've got to go to Leicester, then Northampton, and then Birmingham. And where are you heading to?
Hove, the Oval and Radlett.
Nice. New ball taken, that's walloped over the top by Rain and away for 4, past point. And what was the score when the new ball was taken? 228 for 8, so they now move up to 235. Or has it already been added on? Yeah, 235 for 8. Hogan back into the attack. I tell you what, last year Durham played at Hove in the one-day cup. So the competition started on the Thursday at Beckenham, so I drove down there. On the Friday I went over to Tunbridge Wells and stayed in a hotel there so I could meet up with some friends, and then down to Brighton on the Saturday. It rained all day Sunday as Hogan is cut this time by Rain towards the third man boundary for 1. And so there was not a ball bowled at Hove on the Sunday, and then on the Monday I had to drive up to Radlett from Hove because Durham were playing there on the Tuesday, and that was the day I went through Kew and round Richmond and all that area, and it took me from leaving Hove on the morning nearly 3.5 hours to get to Radlett. It was a nightmare journey.
Is that their M25?
Yeah, so coming round past Heathrow, it was basically a car park from about Leatherhead. Hogan to Cars forward to this one, plays it up to mid-off. So I cut up through and crossed the river. I came through Richmond and that area, and then ended up unfortunately taking a road back out towards Heathrow that I didn't plan to take. Got stuck on the M25 again and retraced back inland, and then eventually ended up cutting up country and sort of coming round across from towards Amersham and across that way towards Watford. Hogan to Cars, it's in the air but it's safe, it's way out through deep mid-wicket. Salter's got a chase on his hands to cut it off in front of the TV scoreboard. He slides down and stops the ball. 2 runs. And the ground's nice. So I'd stayed at Radlett once before in the Red Lion pub when Sunderland played Man City at Wembley in the League Cup final in 2014, so I sort of had an idea what was there. But you drive, the hotel I was staying in was right next to the M25, but it was all in like this parkland and an old watermill. Hogan again to Cars, that's defended, so you couldn't really tell the motorway was there unless you went looking for it, you know. So it was quite a nice setting with ponds and a river running through there. And then the ground's right through the other side of Radlett, and you drive through is it a town, is it a village?
It's quite difficult to find the ground anyway.
Yeah, and you come out and you start to climb up over onto sort of common land really, and then the ground's off down to your left, and it's quite high up there compared to, you know, what else is around it. Cars pushes this to point, so from the little marquee we were in commentating on, you're looking south and you're sort of looking down back towards London really, and that was generally the direction where the weather came from as well.
I hope they're not going to put us for commentary in the same position that we were in last season when we were at point to commentate. That's not fun.
We were behind the bowler, but we were down at about third man, say, and the problem is there's quite a camber on the field as well, so we were looking up a slope and quite often difficult to see what was going on the other side of the slope.
Yeah, getting my excuses in early for a fortnight's time. Glamorgan there on Sunday, well, fortnight tomorrow. Here it's 238 for 8. Durham lead by 184, having taken an aggressive approach to Hogan in the last over. Will they risk it to Nisa, in this over as he's into Rain, who leaves that one outside off stump through to Cook.
It's in Hertfordshire, Radler, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, so it's not even Middlesex. You say Middlesex doesn't exist now? Is it swamped by the Greater London Authority or something?
I don't think it's existed for some years, is it?
Yeah.
As a county as such.
1974. That was when a lot of boundary changes happened, didn't it?
238 for 8. Increased cloud, but should be pleasant enough to bat in for the rest of the evening session, you would have thought, as Nisa bowls to Rain, who plays no shot in a fairly undemonstrative manner, allows that to go past off stump.
I've just searched Middlesex County and it's come up with a place near Trenton and Princeton, just south of New York.
Looking down at that delivery, that might just have beat Rain. I'm not sure whether it was a leave or a beaten. It was a sort of indeterminate little push outside off stump, and Nisa is now going to try and prevent himself from being left outside off stump by coming around the wicket, the left-hander. Rain on 9 as Nisa bowls up in the block hole, and Rain just jabs down at the last minute and prevents himself from being yorked by that delivery, which was spearing in towards off stump.
Remained an administrative unit until 1965, it says here.
It's history.
And one of the smallest original counties after Rutland. Second smallest after Rutland.
In geographical rather than population, presumably. Nisa bowls, and Rain clips that away up towards mid-on, where Root has to watch it quite carefully. And there's no run. What sort of approach do you expect from these two? Are they going to swing the bat a bit, do you think?
Probably, I don't know. Well, it's the new ball, isn't it? So,
it is.
You know, they've got fielders out on the boundary for that very reason, I think.
Nisa into Rain, 2 slips, and Rain plays it to Carlson at cover. There's no run. There's Harris is out, 3/4 of the way at cover. Third man, 3/4 of the way back. Fine leg, pretty much on the boundary. Mid-wicket, pretty much on the boundary. As Carlson brings in now Harris off that cover boundary. He's been lurking on that side of the ground for most of the day. Into a single saving position. And Nisa back over the wicket, hits Rain on the pads. Token appeal from behind the wicket. Nothing from Nisa because he realised that it pitched outside leg stump. So everyone changes round again. 2:38 for 8. The board has got stuck halfway through the over, but it is definitely the end of it. The lead 1-8-4 now, so nudging towards the psychological 200 lead.
Hogan from the Lumley end to Cars, played up to mid-on, no run there.
Looks as though he's striking the ball quite firmly in the early stages of his knock, Bryden Cars.
Kieran Carlson fielding at mid-on. Hogan bounds in and bowls. Cars plays and misses. Does he, or plays and hits it? No, plays and misses. James Middlebrook shakes his head and says no, there was nothing from the bowler there, just to keep appealing.
Yeah, they've been quite excitable behind the wickets today. It's probably the influence of Labuschagne in there. He's at slip at the moment, first slip in the absence of David Lloyd. Sam Northeast is in his usual second slip slot.
.238 for 8, the lead is 184. Hogan Gain bowls. That's helped on its way down to third man to Harris, the substitute fielder for one by Cars.
Scoreboard is thankfully back with us, having got a little bit stuck during Nisa's over. Nisa 2 for 55, Hogan 2 for 53, Labuschagne 3 for 35.
Hogan round the wicket to Rain. He's knocked him over and he's appealing for LBW. Rain picks himself up, it's not out. Wasn't given. I don't know if there's bat involved in that or not, but it may have been just a tad going down the leg side. I don't know.
Going down leg, I'd say, would be the reason Mr. Middlebrook is indicating.
Rain looks a bit limpy around the crease now. Gets himself ready to face Hogan again. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Turned out towards mid-wicket by Rain. He gets a quick single.
Well, these are all potentially really important runs for Durham, with just the odd one keeping low. The pitch hasn't really deteriorated, I don't think, during the course of the 2 2/3 days so far.
Bowler now over the wicket to Cars. This has gone off past square leg for 1 run. Is it going to be a leg by or not? No, yeah, 1 run. And that is the end of the over. 3 from it. And Cars keeps a strike. So the leader thinks 188 now. Scoreboard stuck again. There we go. 187.
As Glamorgan look to finish Durham off with this new ball. Labuschagne having taken the wicket with the last over in the old ball. One of many old balls which have been seen in operation today. 4 ball changes before the new ball. As Michael Nisa will bowl to Bryden Cars on 7 not out. He's bringing in mid-wicket, tempting Cars to hit potentially over the top now. There's Nisa in bowls and Cars gets one off a thick edge down to third man for a single. So a lot of field changing is having to be done between right and left-handers. And there have been quite a few singles in the last few minutes, but Glamorgan's over 8+2, so they can afford really to not hurry themselves too much, make sure they've got the fielders exactly where they want them. Nisa, the left-handed Ben Rain on 10 not out, is in bowls, and Cook claims a catch down the leg side, and it's given as Rain went for the pull shot, flicked something on the way through, and as a fine take by Chris Cook. Rain looking either disconsolate or disbelieving, but he has to walk off. He's gone for 10, and Durham are 9 down. As Michael Nisa gets his 3rd wicket of the innings.
Didn't really need to play at that, did he? Leg side bouncer.
It was a temptation, and he bit. 242 for 9. Effectively 188 for 9. As James Wheel brings out some drinks, but thankfully not yet a new batch of balls.
Well, if Chris Rushworth comes out and gets his usual 11, that'll take the score up to 199.
200 to win.
Yeah.
That'll do, a nice round number. Keep commentators happy, operating round numbers. Not 54 first innings lead, make it 50 or 100. So we have 25 overs remaining at the moment. 2 were taken off for the change between innings. So Glamorgan might have 20 overs or so to bat out tonight. And it'll be interesting to see who emerges to open the batting. So I don't think it'll be allowed to be David Lloyd. Absent from the field through illness of some unspecified nature. So Nisa to try and clean up the last wicket. 3 for 56. And he's done a pretty heroic job today in the absence of Van der Hoogten through a hamstring injury and David Lloyd. But Marnus Labuschagne's 3 have been the 3 key ones, really. Nisa into bowl to Rushworth, who will get off the mark first ball, playing it down to backward point, who is not in a single saving position. 243 for 9. Labuschagne with the wickets of both well-set batsmen. Alex Lees for 61. Borthwick bowled by a full toss for 90. And then having Ben Stokes stumped for 26. Well taken by Chris Cook. Nisa into Cars on 8 not out. Bowls a short ball outside off stump, and Nisa goes flying as he falls over.
Oh no. Well, I was going to say they don't need another bowler injured. It hasn't bothered them today, really, has it?
Yeah, Nisa often falls over, so I'm not as worried as I would normally be.
Lot, doesn't he?
Yeah. So he's shaken, not stirred. 243 for 9, 189 is the Durham lead. Richard Black says he's just in from the gym. What are the batting order implications? As Nisa is into bowl and beats the prod of Cars.
What's a gym?
It's an abbreviation for James, I believe.
All right.
I don't think that Lloyd will be allowed to open. It's usually that they have to bat in the lower order, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you've been off the field for a protracted period, and Lloyd's been off for all this innings. Fran Perlo, superb fight back. Carlson juggled the bowlers around well. Good economy from Salter, who held up an end. Yeah, 1 for 50 and 24 overs. Nick Webb 2017 or Marty Cricket, if you wish to contribute via Twitter. As Nisa is into bowl, a short ball that Cars has a swish at, and it goes through to Chris Cook as he tried to hit that one into the river but missed. 243 for 9. Lead still 189.
Tricky Trees are 2-0 up against Sheffield United in the Championship playoff semi-final first leg. Doug's emailed, to coin a phrase, what a pig's ear, he says.
Yeah. I think that's a fair description from a Durham point of view.
Paul says the problem about local authority boundaries are they are no longer the same as historic ceremonial counties. This accounts for our noisy southern neighbours losing territory to County Durham, Cumbria and Lancashire. Yes. A lot of boundary changes came in 74. Tyne Weir was created then. Cleveland. Hogan to Rushworth, who pushes at this one outside the off stump, plays and misses. And Greater London was set up in 1965. I remember being a kid in the early 80s and going down to London, maybe about 1992, and they had the population of London on a banner outside of Greater London County Hall, which is now where the London Eye is, as Hogan bowls again. This is pushed by Rushworth out towards the cover boundary for 1. I think it was about 3 million then. Is it about 14 million now or something, Greater London?
I'm not sure it counts as Greater London, to be honest.
But if you go from one side of Greater London to the other, it's It's about a 70-mile spread, isn't it?
Probably.
A long way over. I mean, it's really like going from Leeds across to Liverpool. Hogan bowls to Cars. Cars plays the ball into the covers. According to the internet, London's population is 8.89 million.
Is that the city or the sort of
That's Greater London.
general? There we are. Tokyo's quite big.
Yeah, that's about 14 million, isn't it?
I didn't realise that Tokyo had 2 airports until I pitched
Went
up
to
at the wrong one.
Yeah, Rome does as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hogan bowls. Oh, playing a miss here from Cars. Yeah, we found that out when we were driving to an airport in Rome and suddenly saw another airport in the distance. And I had no idea if we were going to the right one or the wrong one, but thankfully we got to the right one.
Yeah, Tokyo, I pitched at the... had to catch an internal flight. There was a stop outside the hotel with a bus that said airport. I thought, hey ho, that's convenient, so I got on it.
Was that for a Rugby World Cup or something?
It was a Wales rugby tour, yeah, in 2001, the first time I went.
Hogan bowls to Cars, who looks to swat that one and plays and misses to a ball well outside the line of off stump. Durham's lead's only 190 at the moment. Now, that was almost a wide. It was so far from the stumps.
But Japanese officialdom, which you wouldn't necessarily expect to get in Britain, patted the poor lost foreigner on the head and said, well, we've got flights up to I can't remember which way I was going, Osaka to Tokyo or vice versa, but they said, yeah, we've got flights there as well. Swap your ticket, go on.
Hogan bowls. Oh, Cars goes back across his crease there and plays and misses at one that's wide and low.
Can you imagine that happening in a British airport? You rock up at Heathrow, you got a flight from Gatwick. They say, well, you're not where you should be, but we'll give you a flight from here anyway.
Yeah, well, you'd be queuing in the street for 4 hours first. You see the queues at Birmingham Airport last week?
Yeah, Birmingham, Manchester, wasn't it?
3 or 4 hours.
Hmm.
It was Manchester a few weeks ago when we were coming back from holiday, and we got a phone call to say, I hope your flight hasn't been cancelled, and they were cancelling flights left, right and centre from Manchester. People were stuck in the airport, some of them 6 and 7 hours. The bags were going on planes and the people weren't.
Here's Michael Neser still trying to finish this Durham innings off. Rushworth is on 2 on strike. There's 1 slip. There's a gully. Third man point, quite deep. Cover. Mid on, mid off, quite deep. Short mid wicket and a fine leg. As Rushworth has a poke at that one, and his footwork, well, let's say he's not going to be on Strictly Come Dancing anytime soon.
He backed off towards square leg, then went forward again, wafted at it and missed it, and it was wide of off stump and through to the keeper.
Bit of a hokey-cokey sort of shot.
Yeah.
And it was out rather than in. 2:44 for 9. 190 is the lead. Can Durham get anything out of this last wicket? Neser in bowls. Rushworth hits it up towards mid-off, and it's a good diving catch by Andy Gorvin, who turns and makes for the dressing room. Durham are 244 all out, and Glamorgan will need to score 191 to win this county championship match, and they will have 21 overs today plus all of tomorrow. Rushworth caught Gorvin, bowled Neser for 2, a 4th wicket for Michael Neser. Well, Durham have got something to bowl at, but not nearly as much as they would have hoped.
Poor that from Durham this afternoon. Similar really to their batting in the first innings, where they left a lot of runs out there. The little roller is being brought out for Glamorgan. I haven't been keeping note of what the roller situation is, but I would imagine if they needed them, probably be able to use the big one tomorrow. All just fell apart really this afternoon when Lees and Borthwick got themselves out
Yeah, even with Stokes there, it hasn't held them together, which it probably should have done. But Stokes stumped off Labuschagne, and it's all been a little bit inadequate. I mean, Glamorgan has still got a match to win and a task to accomplish. 191 to win is not a walk in the park by any means, but much though it pains me to say it, Glamorgan are probably favourites at the moment.
I wouldn't disagree. Right, we'll take a little break and we'll be back with you when the next innings starts in about 10 minutes' time. An interesting change in lineup enforced through sickness for Glamorgan. Andy Gorvin and Andrew Salter are going to open the batting, so it's Gorvin who replaces David Lloyd. Salter, remember, is struggling for runs.
And Gorvin is playing his second first-class match. Made 23 against Leicestershire, but fell for a duck and a night watchman role in the first innings. So, can this pair at least see off something of the new ball? Chris Rushworth will be first into the attack for Durham.
21 overs to go today.
21 overs. 191 is the target.
Can Durham fight back with the ball here and win and bookend a run of 8 games, which they haven't won since they last played Glamorgan at the beginning of September here last year. So they drew in a rain-affected game at Northants after that, lost in the final match at Bristol, and then this is game number 6 in this season so far, which has seen 4 draws and a defeat. The first delivery towards Salter is off the pads, goes through towards the leg side. Oh, Sheffield United have got a goal back 2-1, it's finished there. Notts declared at T, Middlesex a 9 for 2, Paul says. Rushworth 2 slips and a gully in place. In the sunshine here in Chesley Street, Salter plays the ball back past Rushworth's. Oh, this is a comedy of errors, this. It's gone all over the place. This Rushworth just couldn't quite reach it. And then Stokes dived in, it bounced off his hand, it sent rain the wrong way, it went behind him. So it went from bowler to mid-off to mid-on for a single.
That was a bit Chuckle Brothers.
Yeah.
To me, to you, a free single for Salter. 190 to win.
Paul said you are unduly pessimistic or being very kind to your hosts. He believes there's no way Durham can defend 190 in 3 plus sessions. This is defended by Gorvin going forwards to Chris Rushworth. I have seen a game here where Durham a few years ago, it was actually Paul Collingwood's first match as skipper in 2012, and that was the wettest summer on record. Durham just couldn't get a game finished. They lost a couple early doors, but there were loads of draws. But it was the 10th match, and I think they were bottom of the division at the time before they actually won. And there was a members' forum as Rushworth bowls here to Gorvin, that's left alone. There was a members' forum one evening which I hosted, and I went into the members' room and it was full of really angry people because Durham had a bad season. They'd relieved Phil Mustard of his captaincy duties midway through. Collingwood took over but then couldn't play in his first game because he had an injured hand, and they were bowled out for 101 by Middlesex, and I thought, oh, this is lighting the blue touch paper here, it's going to kick off in this members forum. And basically Collie just took over as Rushworth bowls, played by Gorvin to mid-on. He just took the microphone and he just placated everybody, and he said, look, all it needs is one win, and he said it'll make it a massive difference. I believe in this team. We've not been that far away from that victory this year. Couldn't get over the line because of the weather in the previous home game, and he'd been against Warwickshire. They were in a really strong position, and the last day was washed out. And he just got everybody's mood up and just drew them all into his belief that things would change. And in comes Rushworth, that's played towards the slip cordon, no run, end of the over, and they all left there rather happy and with a lot of belief in the team. And I think his parting shot was, look, we've had a bad day, but we could bowl Middlesex out on that track tomorrow for 101 and win the game. And they were only defending 119, and they bowled Middlesex out for 101 the next day and won. And then the following match at home, I think they beat Surrey by 26 runs, and they went on a bit of a run, and they won 5 of the last 6 games of that season, drew the other, I think. And then start of the next season, everybody had them written off as relegation fodder, and I thought, hang on, that was championship form second half of the season, and I was the only one who thought they might actually win the title the next year, and they did.
Here we are, Marcy Potts then, 28 wickets so far this season, including 4 for 61, Durham's favourite return in the first innings. And Potts is in to bowl to Andrew Salter, who's defending on the leg side. And there's no run. This is an opening partnership without any real provenance as a pair.
Provenance, there's a word.
Andy Gorvin is not a regular second team opener. He might have done the job once or twice, but usually bats about 7. He's played for Wales a few times, yeah. But he's been asked to do an unfamiliar job in the absence of David Lloyd, as Potts bowls and Salter is beaten outside off stump. Good a bit of bounce there from Potts, and we haven't seen that too often from this Finchlend during the course of the game. Glamorgan won without loss, 191 the target.
It was 9 years ago yesterday, I think, that Durham left the Oval having won their only county championship match there. And that's the only time I travelled on the team bus.
Potts is in to bowl to Salter, inside edge, I think, onto pad.
It was a very nervy trip down. I remember Jeff Cook, the coach, sitting at the front of the team bus and hardly spoke on the way down there, and it was quite a tense atmosphere because, you know, that was the season Durham had been written off by everybody, and they'd pulled off a really good victory at Nottingham a couple of weeks earlier, having spent all night in the street because of a fire in the hotel. And the reason I was on the team bus, because I was waiting for a back operation.
Potts is into bowl to Salter, and Salter leaves outside off stump.
And I really wasn't confident I'd be able to lug all my kit around the underground, so I asked Jeff Cook if there's any chance of travelling on the team bus, and he said okay. And as we left the ground at the end of that game, Durham had won. First time they'd won a game there in the county championship. They had beaten Surrey away at Guildford before, but never at the Oval. And when they got back on the team bus, Paul Collingwood came up to me and he said, how many points do you think we need to avoid relegation?
As Potts is in to bowl and Salter defends back to the bowler.
And I said, are you joking? And he said, no. He said, what was it last year to avoid relegation? I said, why do you want to know that? I said, why aren't you thinking about how many points you need to win the title? And he looked at me like I was from the planet Zog. And he's like, you what? Win the title? Are you daft? And I said, you really need to start believing in yourselves here and thinking about winning the title. And they all just went quiet as if I was just some kind of absolute loon, you know.
Potts bounding in away from us and bowls, and Salter drives rather streakily past point. There should be a couple of runs here. Sprawling stop on the boundary in front of the Health Club. Throw is back, but Salter is also back, and Glamorgan 3 without loss after 2.
I've written about that year in the Durham yearbook, my favourite year, 2013, and you had a mixture of you had an older player like Paul Collingwood had come back to the club after years away with England. He was considering retiring in 2011 I think it was, when he came back and wasn't needed by England anymore, and then stayed on, signed a new contract, became captain, and things took a turn for the better. You had young lads coming through into the team like Mark Wood making a name for himself for the first time, Rushy starting to make a name for himself at the top of the order. You had Mark Stoneman, Keaton Jennings, Scott Borthwick was starting to score runs, and they just really never knew when they were beaten. There was only a couple of matches that year where you got the impression they weren't really at the races. Rushworth starts anew over here, bowling to Gorvin. No run, played towards short mid-wicket.
So did you claim free rides on the team bus thereafter for your stirring motivational talk? Hey, you can win this title.
I remember, I think it was Gibbo from the Daily Mail, just wouldn't believe the story. would not believe that I'd said that on the team bus. I'll never forget it. Rushworth in again, bowls, and Gorvin comes forward and defends. Ball again short on the leg side, no run there.
Yeah, not a fan of travelling with sports teams as a reporter. Have done several times on rugby clubs playing in France where they've had a charter, and it's been just so much easier for commentary teams to go with the squad. But wouldn't recommend it generally.
No. Rushworth comes in and bowls. This is played up to mid-off. Stopped by Stokes. Some of the reporters still travel with the teams, don't they, and stay in the team hotels, but I generally don't. I did last year because of lockdown. A lot of places were shut, so I stayed in the hotels at the start of the season where the team was, purely because it was somewhere where you knew you'd actually be able to eat.
Yeah,
and a lot of hotels were shut, so...
Headingley, a couple of years ago, last year, first match of last year, under lockdown conditions, that was fairly unpleasant, this team hotel there.
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Edged. Oh, didn't quite carry 2 second slip, and Scott Borthwick got a hand on it, but it was, I think, hitting the ground as he did so. And it was really, you know what, that might look like a drop at second. I think he's bounced out of his hand, or do you think he's examining his finger ends now?
Oh dear. My screen has gone there, so I didn't get a replay of it.
Initially, it looked to me like he'd managed to stop the ball as it was bouncing. Yeah,
half volleyish, I'd have
he's picked
suspected.
Himself up, so I think that was probably more a good stop than a.
Yeah.
But Rushworth found the edge. Gorvin's 8th ball. He's still yet to get off the mark. Here's the 9th. That's left alone. Steps quite a long way out of his crease as he leaves that there. Something Ned Eckersley might need to have a look at.
Yeah, I don't think Gorvin's going to be dancing down the pitch anytime soon, though. Just stick in and hang around and do a job as best he can.
Glamorgan opening pair, says Graham Brill. Hi, he says, it's Graham from Merthyr Tydfil again. Andy Gorvin does open the batting for St Fagans in league cricket. Rushworth in, bowls, defended him again.
Yeah.
He's wondering if, well, he asks the question, do you think Ben Stokes' macho image got the better of him when facing Labuschagne? Well, Labuschagne he got a couple of wickets today with sort of short pitch deliveries, didn't he? Well, Lees did it as well, trying to pull him through the leg side. There was the full toss which bowled.
I suppose most leg spinners, you just get such a mixture of deliveries, don't you, that you think there are going to be scoring chances, there are going to be 1 or 2 bad balls each over. You just got to work out which they were. But Stokes appeared to play the wrong shot, or the right shot to the wrong ball. Potts is in to bowl and beats Salter outside off stump. Martin Clark, any news on Lloyd and Van der Hoogten batting? Well, Van der Hoogten batted very well at 10 in the first innings and presumably will do so if required in this innings. David Lloyd, well, we've seen him, so he's not confined to a hotel bed or anything, but he won't be allowed to bat for some time, since he was off the field for the entire Durham innings. Morgan 3 for naught. Potts into bowl, short of a length, and Salter just about gets on top of it. Was wrapped on the gloves, I think, as he played it down on the leg side.
Sure, look at this. They're still in the first innings of the game at Birmingham. Northants made 597 for 6 and then declared Warwickshire at 337 for 4 after 120 overs. So, they got 3 batting points there.
Gloucestershire are 7 down in the second innings, so Somerset will probably wrap that one up tonight.
Kent are following on.
Potts into bowl, Salter defends to mid-on.
Kent are now 36 for none, having been bowled out at Beckenham by Surrey for 230, and Surrey, remember, made a massive 671 for 9 declared, the highest innings total by a team in first-class cricket which didn't feature a century. Yorkies are 5 down in Leeds against Lancashire. Lancashire made 566 for 9 and declared. Yorkshire 287 for 5.
As Potts is in to bowl to Salter, who leaves outside off stump. How many did Billy's brother get?
Didn't he get 100? Didn't I read that out?
Yeah, just wondered whether he went on to make.
Hang on.
A big
Joe
100.
Root, 128 not out.
Yeah.
Most of the innings, actually, if you look at some of the other scores.
3 for naught, Glamorgan, 188 to win. With this makeshift opening pair of Gorvin and Salter. I don't think, with all due respect to South Wales Premier League, this is a step up for Gorvin, who's watching Salter defend on the offside. And there's no run. You do get Glamorgan squad players, when they're not involved in championship games, quite often play in that league.
Derbyshire ended up with a 197 run lead over Worcestershire, so Worcestershire are now batting again in Derby. They're 16 without loss and trail by 181.
Just a little bit of hazy cloud around now. Most of the blue sky has gently faded as Salter on the back foot is hit on the pads by one going down leg side. There's no appeal. Ball rolls out on the leg side. It's a maiden. Glamorgan remain on 3 without loss, and really for Glamorgan, I don't think they'd expect to make any rapid progress in these 21 overs. It's just a question of
bat them out
and take the shine off the ball as best they can.
Well, we've got 17 overs left today, so that's just a tad over an hour, so I reckon we'll finish about maybe 6:15.
Well, hey, knock off early.
Yeah. Leicestershire in their second innings at Leicester against Sussex as Rushworth bowls. This is defended by Gorvin. So Leicestershire are 170 for 4 and still trail Sussex's first innings total by 70. Middlesex 15 for 2. They need 501 more runs to win.
Yeah, Leicestershire don't look a great side. Might be another of their struggling years.
Rushworth in, balls, Gorvin forward, and it's gone to the keeper. Sean says Durham couldn't even bowl out Leicestershire with 3 sessions and 5 million runs to spare. Here they have 191 to work with. Raymond Thompson says this has not been good enough the last few days. Big effort with the ball is needed. Chris says this has just not been good enough. And Jamie Cook says Ben Ray never hit the ball, he was right behind it. Rushworth in, defended by Gorvin.
Must have been some sort of deviation for umpire Wharf to give it. I mean, obviously we can't tell at this distance what it hit on the way through.
Maybe it clipped his helmet or something. Rushworth in, and once more Gorvin defends.
These two just doing their best to blunt the new ball attack, get a few overs in the legs of the opening bowlers, but they will be able to get an overnight rest and come back for another blast tomorrow morning.
2 balls left of this 5th over, and that's driven back past Rushworth for 4 by Gorvin, up to the north end of the ground. It was a half volley, and he helped himself.
Andy Gorvin will feel better with that one. A stylish way to get off the mark at the best of times, particularly when you've faced 14 previous dot balls. Bit of movement in the car park. it's getting addictive. Spot the car park movement.
Gorvin's on 4. That was his opening scoring shot on his 15th delivery. That's left alone. Keeper takes it as there's a group of people wandering down the car park who look like they've been to the gym or off to cricket practice. There's a person at the far end there sunbathing, got the top off.
Good heavens. Before
Tell you what, the UV ray warnings were high today. They were at 6, yeah.
Oh, blimey.
So be careful, you'll be burning out there. I burn at night.
Western Storm, the Wales and West women's side, face a bit of a chase in the final 5 overs to beat Central Sparks at Sophia Gardens. As Potts comes steaming in, bowls to Salter outside off stump. No run. Chasing 157, Western Storm are 104 for 4 with 5.1 overs left. Some of their big guns have gone. Georgia Hennessy made 27. Fee Morris 18, and the skipper Sophie Luff out for 43 off 29. So can the middle and lower orders go at 10 and over? 53 off 5. Big target for the Storm, playing their only match of the season in Cardiff, as Salter chops that one down at his feet. Had to look down to make sure it wasn't rolling towards the stumps, but it was just trickled forward rather than backwards, and Salter survives.
He played an inside edge under his thigh pad there. Just trying to spot people I might know in the crowd. Got the binoculars out. There's 3 there, a couple more over there. There's Alan, who used to work for the Chronicle.
As Potts is in to bowl and beats Salter outside off stump through to Eckersley. It's not that small that you have to announce the crowd changes the team, the old Newport County joke, which has probably got an equivalent in all parts of Britain.
I think Mervyn, who emailed us earlier, he's sitting at the far end with a sort of Panama hat on with MCC colours on it, and a sleeveless cricket top.
Hello, Mervyn.
8 people sitting around Mervyn.
As Potts is in to bowl, Salter tries to turn it off his legs and possibly off the glove, gets it down to fine leg. Single taken. Was credited to the batter. And Glamorgan move on to 8 without loss. Salter has 4. So does Gorvin, as Gorvin takes strike, possibly from the first time against Potts. So there's 2 slips in a gully, or 3 slips. In fact, the third is moving into a third slip position now. 2 saving the single on either side of the wicket. Fine leg and third man back. Potts bowls and claims the wicket as Gorvin pushes forward. Little outside edge. Eckersley just about clung onto it, going backwards, and Gorvin walked off before the umpire's finger went up. Gorvin goes for 4. The makeshift opening partnership does not last long, and Glamorgan 8 for 1, chasing 191.
29 wickets for the season now. Keeper fell backwards as that hit him in the midriff there, and I thought as he was rolling over he'd let go of the ball, but he managed to hold on to the backward roll.
Presumably it'll be Marnus Labuschagne to bat at 3 in his usual place, with Northeast Carlson, Cook, Lloyd to come. David Lloyd will have to bat down the order. And Labuschagne stops on the boundary edge to do a few limbering up exercises, dancing around all over the place, playing a few shots as he makes his way to the middle. Well, he managed to get Ben Stokes. Can Durham get Labuschagne tonight? If they can, then it would be a step towards snatching this game back. We've got 15 overs and 1 ball to come. Labuschagne having a little chat with Andrew Salter as he walks towards the middle. And this could be Marnus Labuschagne's final championship innings of the season. Likely to play somewhere around half a dozen T20 Blast matches, depending on how late he can get away with leaving for Sri Lanka. But how desperately he would like to.
Do you not have a game next week?
No.
Durham are playing 7 on the bounce.
Glamorgan 6 on the bounce, which is strain enough, I think, for bodies and minds. But thankfully for them, a little gap before T20 as Potts is in to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who is defending his first ball to point. There is no run. It's the end of the Potts over. He has 1 for 3 in 3. Glamorgan at 8 for 1, needing a further 183 to victory.
Labuschagne holds the key. I can just see the headlines now. That was always the fallback headline at the Shields Gazette.
Name your star man.
Yeah,
holds the key.
Holds the key. Yeah. Rushworth then. Applause for Matty Potts, the country's leading wicket taker. Rushworth, ball in hand, Lumley end. Coming in here to bowl to Salter. It's played past point and away to the boundary. Dixon's chasing after it, but he's not going to get it. It's gone for 4. It's retrieved by one of the ground staff. many wickets did Rushworth get in the first innings? Was it 2?
2. 2 for 87. Yeah, Potts and Rain 4 for 61 apiece. Cars and Stokes expensive.
Rushworth's got 577 first-class wickets for Durham. He's got 557 of those in the championship. He's the leading wicket taker in the club's history, in first-class cricket anyway. And he's bowling here now to Salter. Oh, playing a miss. He's looking to cut down there. Didn't cut well. Rushworth comes in once again and bowls. Salter pushes the ball down to third man for 1. Right, let's have a look at the scores in the North East Premier League Premier Division. Benwell Hill made 249 for 5 at home to Whitburn, who were 166 for 2 in the 35th over. Burnmoor 157 for 5, chasing 238 to beat Burnop Field. Durham coach Neil Colleen was playing for Burnop Field last week. He was here earlier. I think he's not playing for them today. Gareth Breeze was playing for them last week as well, and Mitchell Colleen, Neil's son. So Burnop Field 237 all out. Burnmoor 157 for 5. Felling made 215 for 9 in their 50 overs just up the road at Ropery Lane against Chesley Street, who were 138 for 2. Newcastle Cricket Club made 247 for 9 in their 50 at Eppleton. Eppleton 170 for 8 in the 38th. Rushworth comes in and bowls a short one to Labuschagne. It's left alone. South North are 157 for 3, chasing 242 to beat Tynemouth. That's at Gosforth, and they are currently in the 37th over there. And Hetton Lions have beaten already Sunderland, newly promoted, bowled out for just 149 at Ashbrook. Hetton Lions 150 for 6 in 40 overs. So a win for them. The Premier Division scores. As Rushworth bowls another short one to Labuschagne, that's through to the keeper as well.
Trouble is with Marnus Labuschagne's leaves, they're virtually identical to the hook shot.
Yeah. I remember watching him in a test match. I think it was at Edgbaston, and it was on in the telly in the pub, and him and Steve Smith have got quite theatrical leaves, haven't they? And one of the guys was like, he can't hit the ball. What's he doing? He can't hit the ball. I said, he's not trying to hit the ball, he's trying to leave it. He's trying to hit the ball. I said, it's not, he's actually leaving it. It's just a bit flamboyant in his way. Rushworth bowls again, and this is played by Labuschagne out into the covers to Peterson. No run there. End of the over. In Division 1 then, Ashington have beaten Willington by 7 wickets. They were only chasing 132 to win. Lanchester have won away at Blaydon by 3 wickets. Again, a very low scoring game. They were only chasing 133 to win. Castle Eden have... are these all today? Yeah. they've all finished. Castle Eden...
What? 50 over games are finished? What then?
Wow,
they started
Castle
breakfast
Eden
time.
have won already against Washington. Washington all out for 112.
Oh.
Castle Eden 116 for 7, a low scoring epic.
Potts is in to bowl to Salter through outside off stump. In Sophia Gardens, Western Storm now need 36 off 2 to beat the Central Sparks.
Ashthorpe, he was out for 14.
Oh, yeah. Your erstwhile colleague.
Yeah.
Western Storm 121 for 5 off 18. That is unlikely to happen.
My mate Neil was, I think... No, he was at Hetton Lions today. He was officiating at Castle Eden the other day.
There's Potts bowls and Salter drives to Cars at mid-on, and there's no run. 13 for 1.
Crook are at home up in the hills against Seaham Park, so they're chasing 201 to win. They're 146 for 9 in the 34th. Just up the road from here, Philadelphia at home, 124 for 3. Their target to beat Gateshead Fell is 224. And Collies Shotley Bridge are 150. Well, they've lost to...
As Potts bowls and Salter turns that one on the leg side, and Cars fields at wide mid on no run.
Shotley Bridge won away at Sacriston, chasing 157 to win. They made 160 for 8 in the 34th over. So there the Division 1 scores.
And Matty Potts is in to bowl to Salter, who plays it into the offside, but it's well fielded by Stokes, moving to his left and throwing the ball underarm back flick back to Eckersley to cut off any thought of a run. 13 for 1. We are in the 8th over. And there are 13 more to go this evening.
Bryden Cars is doing some warm-up exercises. He's leaping from one leg to the other and back again. Looks like a slalom skier.
Potts in, bowls. Salter drives into the offside. He's going to get runs here towards the point boundary. Dixon is off in pursuit. Hauls it up just inside the ropes. Keeps them down to 2. Andrew Salter is into double figures on 11. And 15 for 1. Further 176 runs required. And how delighted would Glamorgan supporters be if they can get through one down this evening. As Potts bowls a short ball that Salter hooks and is caught at fine leg.
Rushworth, I think. Yeah.
Oh, it's a sucker punch.
What did he play that shot for there?
That is a sucker punch.
Silly.
Found the one man out in the deep. Glamorgan a 2 down for 15, and Andrew Salter's... Well, he's had some hard work to do this season, and he's done his best, but he really shouldn't have played that shot in that situation, you feel. He's gone for 11. Caught Rushworth, bowled Potts, 15 for 2, and Glamorgan in trouble. Durham back in the game.
Why did he play a shot like that?
Thought there was a 4 to be had, presumably. But
and he found the one fielder who was down there. He couldn't have placed it better into Rushworth's hands if he tried. It was one of those Australian style hands reversed under the chin catches, but he hardly had to move a muscle there, Rushworth, did he? No,
it was just his natural walking in with the bowler, stop, take catch. 15 for 2. And Glamorgan, of course, won't want David Lloyd to have to bat tonight if he's feeling dodgy. Sam Northeast comes to try and add calm to the proceedings. Not sure Marnus Labuschagne will ever add calm to any proceedings with his approach to the game. But this really is a big partnership for Glamorgan, and they need to get a chunk out of this target from these two. 13 overs left tonight.
It's the last ball of the over as well. Bryden Cars in to replace Rushworth now from the Lumley end. Bowling here to Labuschagne. Labuschagne plays the ball back past him and away for 4. It's quite expensive yesterday. Bryden Cars, none for 61. And his first delivery today goes for 4.
Just a little bit overpitched, and Labuschagne lent on it. A very stylish way to get off the mark. Rushworth brought off after just 4 overs. Strange. I mean, he hadn't been hit around or anything. Thought he'd have 1 or 2 more.
I don't know what they're trying here, because they could end up taking the pressure right out of the situation here. Cars in again. And that's fired out through mid-wicket. That's 4 more. He's over-pitched that one, and it's gone onto leg stump. 2 4s in a row. Suddenly the pressure's off.
Well, you just can't afford to bowl that sort of length to Labuschagne, can you? Forced away first through long off and then through mid-wicket. 23 for 2. 168 to win.
Third delivery is a better one. It's defended and finds its way back to Carse. He's played in the second team in a few games recently, Bryden Carse. He's played for Burnopfield in the North East Premier League. He injured his knee while he was out in Australia in the winter with the England squad, and there was a tear which needed fixing. .23 for 2. Labuschagne has 8 from 7 balls. Carse bowls. Labuschagne drives. That's 4 more. Oof. That's a half volley outside of off stump, and it's been dispatched to the Castle boundary. Victor Main, the groundsman, goes to retrieve the ball, which has come to rest on some tarpaulin. Tarpaulin.
Big sheet.
At the
Big sheet.
Yeah, a big sheet of stuff at the front of the stand there. Well, this has not been a good bowling change. There's been 12 runs from this over so far, and now 164 is needed.
Yeah, well, Labuschagne is never going to hang around, is he, and play for the close.
Carse again tries the Yorker length ball, and it's dug out by the batsman. But Carse then tries to stop himself racing down the track and ends up hopping sidewards on one leg. As you do hop on one leg, don't you?
Generally,
yeah.
Difficult to hop on both or neither.
Yeah.
Western Storm need 29 off the final over in Cardiff. Suspect the end is nigh at Sophia Gardens in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy 2020 competition, and Western Storm, oh no,
not another new ball. This is 8.5 overs old. 5th ball of the day.
Labuschagne's been hitting it too hard.
Unbelievable.
So, as well as the normal ball change after 80 overs in the Durham innings, we have now had 4 extra ones in the Durham innings today. A couple of previous extra ones in the match, and this is the 5th of the day, and this is just getting very silly indeed. And if this is the quality that's being offered up to the ECB and sent out by the ECB, they need to take a serious look at the production process. Umpire Wharf down in one knee. Now they have to find a ball that's
well, I think half the issue before they were in one of the spare ball bags earlier, weren't they? They'd gone through the box of balls and they were now into it. And then some of the coaches took some balls to the nets with a bowling machine earlier, probably to try and knock some of them in. I mean, this is just a ridiculous 8.5 overs.
Final score from Cardiff. Western Storm finished on 136 for 6, and Central Sparks, alias the Brummies, the Brummie Girls, were victorious by 20 runs there.
So that's the 5th defective ball today.
Yep.
It's been hit for 3 4s, so I'm trying to think which 4s damaged it. Because the 3rd one, it landed on the tarpaulin. Easy for me to say again. The sheets.
Well, it's not helping anyone's concentration. It's not fun for the spectators. It's no one any good whatsoever.
Over 8 still -3. Durham at risk of losing points in this game as Carse bowls. It's defended by Labuschagne. That's the end of the over. He's forgotten to get his cap and his jumper off the umpire. He's now gone back to get them.
Over started some time ago. With 3 boundaries being struck and a ball change. And we've still got 12 to go tonight. Maybe we won't get an early finish after all. Hey ho. 12 to Labuschagne. North East is yet to face. But that will now change because he is facing the first ball of Potts' over. He's got 2 for 5 in his 4 overs so far. And forward comes North East to defend. No run. North East having reached the 80s 3 times. 51 in the first innings.
Middlesex 32 for 3 now against Nottinghamshire at Lords.
It's pretty one-sided, isn't it?
Yeah.
Potts into North East on the back foot, kept a little bit low, but he managed to dig it out. Yeah, it's probably a little bit too late for that one to finish tonight. Leicestershire 5 down and still behind against Sussex. Worcestershire 1 down in their second innings. 1 for 35, 162 behind Derbyshire. Potts is in to bowl, and that's defended by North East. To mid-off, and there's no run. Dave Fletcher's had to add extra words to his vocabulary, like 500 this season. After several years of commentating on Derbyshire, he was looking vaguely bemused about having to commentate on success. As North East is hit on the pad, that one capped low, it's gone down to fine leg. There will be a couple of leg byes, in fact 4 of them. There was an impassioned appeal, and that is, although it's cost Durham 4 runs, maybe just a little hopeful sign, because that didn't look to get up much at all as North East looked to work on the leg side. It's gone down to fine leg for 4. 31 for 2, 160 runs to win. Run rate required 1.49, the screen helpfully informs us, but there is a possibility of a little bit of rain around tomorrow afternoon, so Glamorgan wouldn't want to take it too deep into tomorrow if they are on the victory prowl. Might be Durham that are on the victory prowl. They've claimed 2 early wickets. And forward prods North East, and it's nearly a third as he's beaten outside off stump through to Eckersley.
Oh, he did play at that one, didn't he? Playing a miss. Ball was a little bit too quick for him, I think.
So Potts bowling well. Probably get another over out of him, you would have thought. Are we going to see a bit of Stokes tonight?
And Rain.
Ben Rain. 4 for 61. In chipper form, as forward comes North East, defends on the offside, 31 for 2 at the end of a maiden over, which nonetheless has cost Durham 4 runs off the pad. Glamorgan need 160, Durham need 8 wickets.
Durham have started slowly this season, 4 draws and a defeat, and been slow at the traps for a few years now. In 2016 the first win didn't come until the 4th match against Lancashire. In their first season down in 2017 it took 7 matches before they won. In 2018 they were hammered in 3 days at home to Kent. The game at Northants was abandoned, and then they did manage to beat Leicestershire at home after following on. The only time they've done that, there's somebody behind the sight screen again. 2019 they lost their first 4 for the first time. In the curtailed Bob Willis Trophy campaign of 2020 they didn't win a game in the 5 they played. Last season it was the 4th match against Warwickshire here before they won. In 2012, in the very wet summer, it was the 10th match, and in 1996 they didn't win a game. Labuschagne looks to pull this one from Cars through the leg side and hits him in the arm. And the last time they won the opening game of the season, 2015, that was at Taunton. I wasn't there, because that was the week my daughter Astrid was born, and she turned 7 a few weeks ago. And until I missed the game at Sussex a fortnight ago, that was the first championship match I'd missed since that game at Taunton. 31 for 2, 160 needed. Labuschagne's on 12 from 11 deliveries. And they all came in the previous over from Cars when he hit 3 fours. Cars in again now, balls. Labuschagne pushes the ball out into the covers and gets 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, if Durham get, say, one of these out and Glamorgan are 50 for 3 overnight, Durham will be talking up their chances, I think, in our post-match chat tonight. But on the other hand, it's something of an unbalanced Glamorgan batting order.
They're going to have to really work hard, though, Durham, to get to win this one, only defending 190. Cars bowls. Sam Northeast pushes this off towards square leg and will go for 1 run. Rain comes in and fields from the the pavilion boundary. He threw the ball back towards the keeper, but Labuschagne got in the line of the keeper, and then the ball sort of fired between the two of them and just over the stumps and had to be backed up by Sean Dixon. It's got a sort of hazy sky now, Nick, haven't we? The clouds sort of it's filled in and gone white. Sun's a bit watery now.
Yeah, light's still okay.
Yeah. Cast balls to Labuschagne, that's left alone. Just outside the off stump.
I don't think we're anywhere, or
I'm just
likely to get anywhere floodlights on as we were.
There's still a few. I can't actually see the sun because it's round the corner somewhere, but there are still a few shadows, aren't there?
Yeah.
The Pied Wagtails have turned up for their tea as well.
Pleasant playing conditions, I would have thought.
Cast balls and another lead from Labuschagne beyond the off stump. The issue, of course, tonight is with the clothes on the line in the garden. Lovely warm day, but then it starts to get cool and damp off the river, you see. So by the time I get back from here, they might be a bit damp again. So they might have to stay out all night.
I have to slap on the radiator to turn the heating on for an hour.
Stick them in the conservatory or something.
Well, this is a better over from Cars so far. Just a couple of singles after being carted for 3 boundaries.
Labuschagne on 13 as cast balls. That is defended. It runs back to the bowler. Yeah, far better over. Clearly just trying to find his radar the last time. And he gets a pat on the bum from Scott Borthwick, the skipper, as he jogs past him.
Saucy.
11 overs gone, and it's probably nearly time for a ball change. 8.5 overs. I think that's the shortest we've had. One of them was lasted 11 overs earlier, didn't it, I think?
It's bizarre because it's not just a batch of new balls that are all rubbish. It's used ones going out of shape and out of condition. They're usually graded in around about 10 overs batches, if you see what I mean. Potts to Northeast, who's beaten outside off stump, pushing forward.
Previous ball change, because of defectiveness, was 17 overs. The one before that was 15 overs.
So the
first one today, 36 overs.
It's not great for the game. In any way, Potts into Northeast, who turns that one down to fine leg for a single. That'll do. As the throw comes in, not a time place to risk a second run.
You were talking about Derbyshire's decent season. David Griffin's just tweeted in 1932, all 11 Derbyshire players and the extras reached double figures against Somerset at Taunton. Today, 10 Derbyshire batsmen and the extras made double figure scores for the 11th time, including the above, in the county's history.
And they have no sense of history because Billy Godalming declared with 8 down. 34 for 2 Glamorgan, 1-5-7 to win. North East faces up to Potts and defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Graham Brill has been back on from Merthyr. He said it seems the ball going out of shape so quickly in all games is down to some duff quality hide and the core of the ball not being wound tight enough. He says he has this from a good source who works in the industry, right? He said there are issues because of Brexit and COVID in getting quality leather.
There's Potts bowls and North East leaves, Labuschagne leaves outside off stump through to Eckersley.
He said this is down to new import rules from countries where there is no trade deal. So they're trying to source materials from new and different sources. Well,
there we are. Brexit gets everywhere. Let's get Jacob Rees-Mogg on to explain it all. He's a man of the people.
I wonder what Jacob Rees-Mogg thinks of Somerset's bowling this year.
That's defended by Labuschagne on the leg side, and there's no run. Can't quite imagine him with a pint of cider down the county ground.
Eric Bowers says back in the 50s we used to play with a spongy. Bits used to fall off at regular intervals, but we never changed it until it split in half.
Potts then looking to add to his collection. Final ball of his 6th over is into Labuschagne, who drives into the offside. There'll be a couple of runs at least. Stokes is chasing it down towards the boundary. In fact, it isn't the sun-hatted Stokes, it's the sun-hatted subfielder Travaskis. And they have gone through for 3 runs? Or 2 runs? It's 37 for 2. North East 2, Labuschagne is on 16, and there are 154 runs needed for victory. That's 3 to Labuschagne there. So he'll be on strike. That was the last ball of Potts' over. Will it be the last ball of his spell? He's bowling well, 6 overs, 2 for 9. I think if I were Scott Borthwick, I'd be telling him to gird his loins and bowl one more.
Carse bowls. It's driven by Labuschagne to Peterson in the covers, and he tries to line up and throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, which has Sam North East trying to scurry back to his crease. He slipped on the way. Report here saying the competitor, where are we? Flat pitches, the good weather, and a batch of Duke balls, which is said to be losing their shape earlier than usual, have all contributed to all the runs being scored this year. Carse again, defended by Labuschagne. It comes to something though, if they're running out of balls that much that they have to take a batch to the nets to bash them in.
Yeah, I suppose it's not like you nip down the local sports shop and get a load.
Carse in and bowls to Labuschagne, played up to mid-on, no run. About a half an hour of play left at the end of this over. So what's that, 20 past? Did I say 20 past 6 earlier, or did I say quarter past?
Well, we were vaguely hoping for something on time, but...
Well, quarter past I said, but then I think we've had 2 ball changes since then. So
the balls have done us.
The balls of doom.
It's a late night Channel 5 programme.
Yes. Carse in. Pulled out to deep square leg by Labuschagne for 1. Fielded by Rain with his back to the pavilion.
A group of young people are thrown together on a desert island. Who will come out with the balls of doom?
Cast comes in again and bowls, and North East plays it up to mid-on, no run there.
Durham will have to keep a bit of bounce. One more wicket here could be really crucial.
Next ball is played to point by North East, stopped by Dixon. End of the over.
13 gone, 8 to go. Glamorgan just about within sight of the harbour, having lost the wickets of Andy Gorvin, caught behind by Eckersley off Potts for 4, and Andy Salter caught at deep fine leg, hooking at Potts by Rushworth for 11. Earlier, Durham 244 all out, having declined from 179 for 3 at one point, when Lees was out for 61. Borthwick for 90, both fell to Labuschagne, who then got Ben Stokes out for 26, stumped. Michael Neser finished off to finish with 4 for 57, despite Glamorgan being 2 bowlers down. So it'll be Rushworth to switch ends after his first spell from the Lumley end. Is running in from the Finkel end and bowling to Labuschagne, who plays defensively to mid-on. And there's no run. The PA announcer belatedly announces the return of Rushworth. Are we going to see Stokes with ball in hand tonight? Possibly unlikely, since Rain bowled earlier and bowled well in the first innings. Rushworth bowls. Labuschagne works it through square leg. There'll be at least a couple here. It's a long chase. It is just stopped inside the boundary, and they're easily able to come back for a third run. Potts had been dispatched to fine leg, but he had to make about 40 metres there round to square leg, and Labuschagne moves up to 20 not out, and Glamorgan on to 41 for 2. The batting to come: Kieran Carlson, Chris Cook, Billy Root, David Lloyd as the specialists, as there's a play and a miss by Sam North East, and a half inquiry, in fact a full inquiry for mid-off, but that's not liable to convince. North East is looking a bit vulnerable. 2 off 12 deliveries. So Potts' spell was 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. 6 in the match. Is that 30 for the season?
Yeah.
30, thank you. As Rushworth bowls, and North East turns it gently on the leg side. Lees fields, no run. Anything anywhere near over? Yes. Bristol is the answer. Gloucestershire a man short anyway. Bowled out for 159 in their second innings. Van Buren was absent injured again. Somerset win by an innings and 246. I wonder if that's a record in the Cider Derby. 3 wickets for Jack Leach. As Rushworth bowls, and that's turned down on the offside by North East, no run. And Leach doing a moving interview with Steve James Former Glamorgan captain, now Times writer and occasional BBC broadcaster, about his battles with Crohn's disease, which had a very personal meaning for Steve. That's in the paper today. So Jack Leach 3 for 41 as part of that Somerset victory. Rushworth into northeast, who clips that one away on the leg side. Will take a single by the time Lees can retrieve it. Anything else nearing a finish? Leicestershire are 5 down in their second innings, still 52 behind Sussex. And Middlesex 46 for 3, needing a mere 470 to defeat Notts, who declared 295 for 5 in their second innings to give themselves plenty of time to bowl Middlesex out. In the Roses match, Yorkshire 328 for 6, Joe Root still there, 146 not out.
0-0 between Chelsea and Liverpool in the cup final. It looks nice and sunny and warm at Wembley, and whoever's playing in yellow, I presume Chelsea, have just hit the bar from a free kick near the corner flag. Ben Rain into the attack now for Durham.
Cast whipped off.
Right arm over from the Lumley end. Northeast plays it up to mid-on, no run.
3 overs, 0 for 15, but considering his first one went for 12, it's a reasonable comeback from Bryden Cars.
How many overs has he bowled for?
Cars bowled 3 overs, 0 for 15, and there were 3 boundaries in the first over there, weren't there?
Maybe they're just going to switch ends, perhaps. Or
well, Rushworth has just switched ends. They're running out of overs to switch them in.
True. It's only 6.5 left today. Here's one of the deliveries. That's from Rain to Sam Northeast. Played it into the offside to Lees on no run. He's on his way to hand the ball back to the bowler, giving him a bit of a rub. Couple of stewards in the car park at the far end. Their orange vests quite prominent. Rain comes in and bowls, and that's guided down towards third man to cast by Northeast 4-1. So Northeast moves on to 4. Glamorgan 44 for 2, need another 149 to win. 148. It's gone down, it's gone up, it's gone back down again. 148. Went down to 147, back up to 149, and then down to 148.
Approximately. Just under 150.
Yeah. Rain bowling to Labuschagne, who's on 20. Ball played to Peterson at short mid wicket, and Sam Northeast sets off for a single and is sent scampering back. Keith Montague has emailed. He says, "Hi, Martin and Nick. Really enjoyed today's play with Glamorgan doing well despite having so many sub-fielders on. To get Durham all out was a minor miracle, and it has all the hallmarks of last week against Leicestershire. A night of golf action awaits from America, and it will be my night's viewing. Can't wait for tomorrow." In comes the bowler, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Labuschagne, and Rain gives the impression that was a lot closer than it looked from here. It was a good stump or more off target, that one.
Ian Evans makes a plea. He's paused the FA Cup final to watch this instead, so please don't give any more score updates from the football.
Right.
So we'll give you a loud warning.
Okay, Ian, if you don't want to know that Chelsea are winning 1-0, don't listen to this.
I thought it was 5-4.
Yeah. Defence is on top. Rain bowls. Labuschagne forward to that one. Finds Stokes at mid-off, no run. End of the over. 6 to go tonight. So 8 overs is half an hour. So we're inside the last half an hour now.
It is Somerset's second largest victory ever in first-class cricket, and all the sweeter for having been against their
What was it in
rivals.
innings and what?
240 odd.
Wow. So second largest victory
in first-class cricket, but I wonder if the largest was against one of the universities or something, because they've been thumped in recent years.
Do you want me to find out?
If you have it reasonably to hand.
Well, you can get it to you quickly, Governor.
As Rushworth will continue with 6 overs left and the time reading 18:01 on the scoreboard. Light levels have gone down a little. Northeast on strike, Rushworth bowls, northeast drives but straight to mid-wicket and there's no run.
So what was it today?
Innings and 240 something.
Right, well their biggest win is 2007 in Taunton in innings and 259 against Leicestershire.
So it's not their biggest championship win. Innings and 246 was the margin today.
An innings and 179 against Middlesex in 2013.
Rushworth to northeast, pushes forward, oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, but there's a reasonable amount of bat in that.
I can't remember which golf tournament's on in America, but the leader after the first 2 rounds is a lad from Lincoln.
All right.
Yeah. I haven't played golf for a few years now. I used to spend every spare minute on the golf course. Then children and bad backs come along and it all changes.
PGA's next week.
The what?
The PGA is next week. Sudal Open. Oh no, is that in the States?
It's the Byron Nelson Classic.
Oh right. That one. England's Skins leads. David Skins.
He was leading.
Leading. He's now one off.
Sebastian Munoz is on 16 under. Ryan Palmer and David Skins 15 under.
Rushworth to northeast, who plays that one nicely through cover point for 4 runs. And northeast, one of these batsmen who seems to have an economy of effort and a maximum of effectiveness, as he forced that one away with no real drama, but it went racing away to the pavilion side of the ground. 47 should that be?
Durham all out for 311 in their first innings. I said they'd left about 40 or 50 runs out there.
There's Rushworth in to bowl. Northeast defends. And there's no run.
Glamorgan could have been looking at around maybe 240, something like that. It's all hypotheticals, but
board's gone again. Pretty sure it's 47 for 2.
Yeah.
Openers both gone. Corvin 4, Salter for 11. Even more makeshift opening pair, with David Lloyd not allowed to bat because of being off the field with illness. He may or may not be well enough to do so, as there's a play and a miss from northeast outside off stump. Through to Eckersley. 5 overs left after this Rushworth delivery. Can Glamorgan make it to the shelter of the 21 over mark? Rushworth to finish his over to northeast, who almost plays on. Had no idea where that ball had gone. He chopped it down and it may well have gone over the stumps.
It's bounced over the off stump.
Yep, that was a very lucky escape for Sam Northeast, as he hit it hard down into the ground, bounced up over the top of the stumps, and he survives on 8. Nearly played on to Chris Rushworth on 8. Whew. That would have sparked a few Durham celebrations, given that Northeast is now a key pillar of Glamorgan's batting, and will be even more so once Labuschagne departs. But Colin Ingram made a decent start to the season with 87 against Durham. So I presume he'll be playing a bit more championship cricket than he's used to.
Rain bowling to Labuschagne on 20 from the Lumley end. Defended. Goes short on the leg side to Keegan Peterson. Looks like a pleasant evening now. The sun's out again. Flag's absolutely limp. The Glamorgan flag on the north end of the pavilion. A few people on the members' balcony in their coats. Looks cold over there, but on our right hand side, people in shorts and t-shirts in the County Durham stand. This is defended by Labuschagne round about off stump. .47 for 2, 144 more needed. Defended there. You'd imagine Glamorgan, if they're going to win this one, will be reaching that target sometime after lunch tomorrow. Having said that, Durham scored 147 in the... No, Ben Stokes scored 147 in the morning session last week, and he wasn't even in at the start of it. I think it was 222 runs in this session, so could do it in the morning. Rain in. Played up to mid-off to Stokes. 1 run from Labuschagne. Remember, I said all the way through it was going to be tough for Durham to take 10 wickets on this field. They've not done it yet this season, where they've bowled a team out twice, home or away. But I thought they needed a lot more runs on the board in order to give themselves the time to try and get the wickets. It was a time element as much as anything. Rain bowls. Sam Northeast whacks the ball back to him, and Rain tries to stop it with the instep of his left foot, and that might have hurt a bit.
Oof.
That might just be smarting. Ben Rain, ball in hand. Last ball of the over. It's left by Northeast outside the off stump. You haven't got any more updates to do, have you?
I do not know.
No, right. I'll be back in a second.
No. Only written ones as Glamorgan 48 for 2 then. 143 runs are needed for victory. Umpire Wharf is disposing of a pair of sunglasses, which I don't think were his, which appears to be being passed around the Durham side at the moment. No one wants to hang on to them. Stick them on the back of your cap. That's where most professional cricketers keep their sunnies. So can Glamorgan survive a further 4 overs? Well, that's interesting. It's another spell from Potts, who I thought might bowl a 7th. But they gave Rushworth a couple from this Finkel end. And now back to Potts again. Marnus Labuschagne's on 21 not out and plays that one on the offside, no run. Durham bowled out for 244 today, despite 90 from Scott Borthwick and 61 from Alex Lees. Ben Stokes is 26, but there were quite a few low scores on the card as well. Nisa took 4 wickets, Labuschagne 3, Hogan 2, and Salter 1 as Ned Eckersley fails to take that one cleanly outside off stump, going through low, and Glamorgan decide not to attempt a bye. Sam North East not remotely interested with the experience of man who's been on the county circuit for so long, mostly with Hampshire and Kent and then Hampshire. A couple of games each for Notts and Yorkshire last season. Ended up at Glamorgan. He's watching on as Marnus Labuschagne drives into and through the covers and away to the pavilion boundary for 4 runs. Next to the dressing room steps virtually, as the ball thuds into the advertising hoardings. And Glamorgan's 50 is up off 17.3 overs. More crucially, or equally crucially, will be whether Glamorgan can get through to the close with just 2 down tonight. Gorvin 4 and Salter 11 are the men out, as Potts into bowl. Labuschagne defends on the offside. No run. They've closed for the day at Leicester, where Leicestershire are 195 for 5 in their second innings, but that's still 45 runs short of making Sussex bat again. In comes Potts from the Finkel end. Bowls. Labuschagne leaves with the left pad thrust forward, and the bat performing in what many lesser mortals' hands would be a pull shot. It's moved horizontally towards the leg side. After taking those early boundaries off Cars, he's settled in slightly. 1 boundary in this over, and a push and a think about running, but it wasn't there, and Peterson was in quickly on the offside anyway. And no run. 4 off the over. Potts 2 for 13 off 7. Glamorgan 52 for 2. 139 runs needed to win. 8 wickets needed for Durham to win. And 3 overs left of this evening's play, which will be illuminated by a welcome bit of evening sunshine. So no light problems as we've had the first couple of days.
Rain from the Lumley end, bowling to Sam North East. It's defended. Ball trickles away towards mid-on. Has been any goals in the cup final yet?
Who knows? Don't tell Ian. 7-6.
That's my favourite one when the Grand Prix is on, if you don't want to know. Lewis Hamilton's won the Grand Prix, don't listen to this. Rain in balls. Played up to Keegan Peterson, mid-wicket no run. I think we've gone past the age of if you don't want to know what day's football scores are, look away now. I mean, seriously. In this age of we've got more technology in our pockets and our phones than launched the first Apollo mission.
That's the fun, isn't it? So you can watch several sports events live without knowing. It's Twitter that usually does me.
If I tell them who's won a stage of a cycle race, but you don't know how the day unfolded. You might know who the winner is, but you don't know how they got there. They were on a bike, obviously, but rain in, and North East defends. Just blocking out the day now. Glamorgan come back tomorrow, chasing 139 more to win at 52 for 2. They got the 50 on the board in the previous over, did they?
Yep. 17.3 if you wish to annotate it.
Better not tell Ian that James Milner's coming on for Liverpool. Rain balls. It's played out through mid-wicket by North East. It's been chased by Peterson. They run 1. Do you know, asks Graham Brill, if Glamorgan are going to try and change the time of the T20 match in Cardiff, which this is defended by Labuschagne up towards mid-off Nora, which is on the same Saturday as Wales World Cup qualifying final against Scotland/Ukraine, which is also in Cardiff on the same day.
Efforts have been made. I presume they're still ongoing to bring the start time forward so that people can at least watch the Wales game on TV. Whether there'll be time to get from one location to another physically, I'm not sure.
Driven out through the covers by Labuschagne, possibly for 4. It's been chased by Stokes, but it's gone up to the north end of the ground for 4 runs. Top of the north stand, top of the castle stand. He also asks, he said, I'm listening in while preparing my veg for Sunday lunch and watching the FA Cup final. That's a bit early in the day for the veg for Sunday. And will the Aussie tour of Sri Lanka go ahead due to unrest in the country? Don't know. It's certainly got rather volatile there.
Watch your news bulletins or read them online. Ian Holmes says, chums are asking me what the D. Lloyd situation is, please. The D. Lloyd situation is that he wasn't allowed to bat in the top half because he didn't field, because he was unwell, and that's all we know, apart from having seen him briefly walking around the boundary.
Bernard says Durham faded after lunch today and Glamorgan improved. Sadly, tomorrow looks like the result we're all dreading. Durham faded after lunch yesterday as well. What are they having for lunch? That might be the question.
Potts is into bowl to northeast, to runs that one off an angled bat, stroke thick edge down towards slip. And it's well stopped. 57 for 2. 11 balls left. 11 legitimate balls, unless a wicket falls in the... Oh, you know what I mean. Glamorgan need 134 for victory.
Roots out for 147.
There's Potts bowls and northeast shoulders arms.
Matty Parkinson's got him.
One for snooker fans.
What, Matty Parkinson?
147. It's on quite a few players' Twitter handles, I believe.
Is it? Of course, it's not a sport, it's just a pub game. There's no athleticism involved whatsoever.
Potts is in to bowl, and northeast drives through the offside and will pick up 4 runs, I think, to the cover point boundary. It's slowing slightly, but there's no slide from the fielder, and it does make the ropes over to our left at cover point. And Glamorgan is 61 for 2, 130 to win.
Well, we're about to go bust 20 past 6, which was my estimate for the end of the day's play.
Talking about athleticism and snooker, Mark Williams on being knocked out of the World Championship, I think it was in the semi-final, tweeted a picture of a very greasy looking takeaway on the way home, says with a sort of, oh well, there we go, but at least I've got this too. I think you can say that Mark enjoys his junk food. The man who did an interview with our correspondent naked, that is the player, not the correspondent, who's a good chapel boy. Potts in, bowls to northeast, who will get a single down towards third man, thinks of the second, decides wisely otherwise. 62 for 2 Glamorgan, 129 to win.
I interviewed a snookerist a few months ago from, where was he from, Wallsend or Gateshead, and he was an amateur and he'd beaten a professional in whatever the big tournament would have been. Was it either back end of last year or the beginning of this year?
It's probably in Sheffield, whatever it was.
Can't remember where it was being played.
Potts then in the evening shadows is into Labuschagne, who works that one backward as square. This time he will come back for a second run, and it's not picked up cleanly anyway, and they're home quite safely. And applause Maybe from the very small handful of Glamorgan supporters who are here, or maybe from the balcony, or maybe from just generous Durham fans.
A few weeks ago, Durham came back on the final day to try and get Leicestershire out. They only took the 2 wickets. Final day last week at Worcester, they only got the 1 wicket. I would imagine Glamorgan still have the use of the heavy roller tomorrow as well, which may aid them.
Potts into bowl. Labuschagne defends. Bowler with hand in the air. But that is Potts' last chance to add to his wicket taking this evening, unless he takes a catch or a run out, because there's 1 over left. Potts is 2 for 20.
Jack Leach's match figures in that Somerset win in Bristol, 8 for 90.
Well bowled, Jack.
Can he go in?
Or Cardiff product, Jack Leach, as we refer to him in Wales. Went to university.
Is he Cardiff's Jack Leach?
Cardiff's Jack, practically, yeah. Well, 3 years at university anyway.
Bernard's just sent an email saying in snooker the maximum break is 147. You don't say, Bernard. He says the highest possible break is actually 155.
Oh, with a foul shot and a respot or something, is it?
I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, so if somebody commits a foul first shot and then the other person gives it some clapy. Right, come on then, get on with this last over. It's 22 minutes past 6 now. 64 for 2. Rain bowling to northeast 2. Whips the ball away out through square leg for 1. Target for victory now. Drops down to 126, and that's the 50-run partnership for these two.
Yeah, the most established partnership in this Glamorgan lineup, and they're doing the job at the moment.
That's coming 73 balls. Just thinking about Glamorgan's record up in the northeast as rain bowls again here. This is played out into the covers. Head-to-heads, Durham have played Glamorgan 21 times. They've won 6, lost 10, and there have been 5 draws. They hadn't met in the opening game of the season before the fixture in April this year. This is the 6th time they've met in May, by the way. So as well as their victory at St Helens in 1995, the other wins on the road for Durham were in Cardiff in August 2018 and in their first season in first-class cricket in 1992. As rain bowls, driven by Labuschagne up to mid-off, no run there. Where else did they? Durham's home wins 1994 in Hartlepool and 2017 and 2021 in Chesley Street. They've lost 6 away to Glamorgan, including the 5 matches up until August 2018, so 1 in Swansea and 4 in Cardiff. And they've lost 4 at home as well, all at the Riverside. James North tweeted, he said he's sure a ball was changed after 3 balls in the Surrey game. Well, they're saying yesterday, yeah, the Kent match was 2 or 3 balls yesterday. Leicestershire was 5 balls yesterday. We're now in the last over with 3 balls to go, and they have brought in... Is that Course? Is it? Who's that in there? Lees as a silly mid-off. Try and put Labuschagne off. He's on 31, 65 for 2, 126 more needed. The ball goes to Beddingham at short extra cover. 2 balls to go. A reminder as we turn off and say goodbye to you this evening. Thanks again as well for all the messages today. Tomorrow morning, final day, we'll be back on air with the build-up at 11:15. So what we'll do is we'll play in, before the commentary begins at 11, our interviews from tonight. So join us on the website at 11:15 tomorrow. 2 balls to go. Rain bowls, it's a short one, and Labuschagne hooks, and he's been caught behind. Why play a shot like that and the penultimate ball of the day? Well, that's the end of the day's play. Labuschagne is out for 31 with 126 needed. And there was absolutely no need to take the bowler on there. He took bait just like Salter did a little bit earlier off Matty Potts. Ben Rain strikes, and Glamorgan are 65 for 3. And what he did there was he butted him up, putting those players in short on the offside, and he's tried to hook down the leg side, and he's been caught.
Well, what a disastrous end to the day for Glamorgan. They lose their main man. They're still favourites to win on Sunday, but Durham in with a sniff now. They need 7 wickets. Glamorgan need 126 runs. And we're going to have quite a battle on our hands, I suspect, at least in the first session tomorrow.
65 for 3. 50 partnership ends, and what over of the day? We were in 20.5, so there's a ball still left to bowl for Rain tomorrow in that over. Wicket with the last delivery.
Oh, you couldn't make it up.
There we go, in the sunshine. That's the end of Labouchere. Northeast will resume tomorrow, and he has 15, and Glamorgan finished there in 65 for 3 on a lovely summer's evening here in Chester Street.
It is indeed, so plenty of reflection to change somewhere. Who knows? So Glamorgan need 126, and we'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Thanks for listening.